Hello, hello. This is going to be day 2 of the EOS Con. I'm going to try and visit as many plots as possible. There is already a visit planned for Orion in a little bit over 4.5 hours. 4.5 hours, and I'm going to try and visit as many people in between. Since I've just started the stream and there's no players yet that are, on the stream, which is completely normal, I'll probably start by presenting my own plot so that, first of all, I've got content to do, and then people can come on the stream and I can start doing some more interviews. Yesterday was Arc Spark, so I'm just going to cross it out so it's easier to know what has been visited, what else was yet to be visited. And last thing to conclude the introduction is that there's probably going to be quite a few pauses in the stream, as this is going to be a much longer stream than usual. I'm probably going to stream for almost 10 hours straight, I think, unless there's something preventing me from doing so. Oh.
Hi, Happy.
Hey, coucou Elix, je viens de commencer mon stream juste pour te donner l'info. Elix, t'as des vaisseaux toi que tu as sortis à l'EOS Con ou pas?
Pas du tout.
Ok. Ok, je vais probablement aller sur le Discord de l'EOS Con pour voir s'il y a des gens à interviewer. À tout de suite.
À tout.
Just figured I can in fact hop on the EOS Con Discord, as there are people currently connected in the lobby voice chat, and see if any would be interested in an interview. Just going to lower the sound of the music a little bit and get going.
That's another thing. I need to grab
hello.
So we can pick up. Hello.
Guys, would one of you be interested in interviews? You present your ships being displayed.
I can, but you will need to wait a moment because I'm refilling Ace Crystal, so one ship is currently on the side.
I can just dump Adrian's work and just be an ass and...
You don't want me in here? Oh, okay, let me disconnect your line. Output 1, output 0. Screw you.
but I do feel like last time we had a very good chat.
I did. I'm repeating it for. I'm on repeat for those interviews at every EOS Con, because some people will be watching some EOS Cons, other people will be watching other EOS Cons. Stuff moved, stuff changed. And just see what's the latest.
Sure.
What plot are you on?
We are Adrian and I are
I can
refilling.
We are in the Icarus project lot, and that one is. I am checking right now. That is it's 1A7. It's the first biggest.
Thank you.
Yeah, it's first biggest one from the. No, disconnect Ace Crystal because we are. Yeah, because we are connected to the bottom one, and I need to connect to this one.
The EOS Con this time is big enough that it's actually difficult to know who is where.
Yeah, but when you are going from the building, is the first big lot.
Yeah, you told me 197. I see where it is. Sorry. Like that was very useful information.
I'm sorry.
I think it doesn't work, Adrian. As soon as I connect, yours is going away. I think.
So you're connected right now, right?
Yes, I'm connected.
And I am connecting.
Yeah, mine is flipping off. Oh, that's too bad.
Do you want me to bring Black Banshee and we can try on VB? Like a separate
Oh,
ship?
you mean two different ships loading the
Yeah.
same ship? That might be interesting to, yeah.
You know how difficult it was to align the freaking Black Banshee?
Well, you don't have to. Like we can.
No,
try-
now I will do that. Because now I'm curious. And
happy
I
for
blame
you.
that on you.
We are trying to figure out if you can refill ships faster by using multiple links to a single ship.
Oh, oh, good question.
So far we know that you cannot
I
have
will-
two links on the same ship.
I will link to your ship in the meantime so that it already continues refilling.
Yes, and I will take my big boy to you and we'll see if I can if we can accomplish that. Okay, so I will go down. I will increase the flying and turning so I'm able to move. Then I will go down. Then I will wait for the ship to load.
I'm so happy I got the bonsai tree from Kikanobi. I really liked the bonsai tree.
I like NTPS things. He did really well, good job with the decals. Okay, so I am approaching from the front. I will need to go above your yellow bigger ship. To
Yes. Yeah, on the back. Yeah.
I don't know if I'm clear. I still see your. Ooh, like. Okay, I did get the.
Careful
It-
now.
It is such a pity I'm not as good as a pilot as I am a ship designer.
Sorry. That's why I'm flying.
You know what your lack of then, Happy?
Well, that's what my ships need to compensate for the pilot.
You're lacking enough mining hours.
I hate mining.
That's why. Like if you're in an asteroid belt every day, outmaneuvering those asteroids that bump into your ship.
I did multiple 100 hours worth of that, but the problem is I get bored, I lose focus, and that's when the accidents happen.
But on the other hand, you have a lot of like every EOS Con you're flying through every lot, so you do have a lot of ship evading experience.
How do you get that?
Who is the mad lad that did these pipe plushies?
You mean
I
that,
just saw. I think it doesn't. Are you,
mean
connected?
Dog?
So,
The green, the green doggo?
yes.
That's
Right.
MY.
Are you connected?
Yikes.
I was connect. Wait, and now your ship is not loaded in anymore. So
Okay. I will connect
yes.
and check if you can connect.
I don't have your ship rendered in yet, though.
Stand on it with magnetic boots.
Yeah.
No, not that one. No. CNC, the other one.
Okay. Does it
Because-
load from an LOD ship, though?
You can stand on the ship with magnetic boots. That's forcing the LOD.
Yeah, but what I mean is your black Banshee is LOD for me.
Okay, did you connect? Okay, you are connected. So probably only one ship can be connected.
I see yours connected.
No, it just.
I see
don't
the yellow
see-
line. Oh no, the yellow line ends in the sky.
Are you connected right now?
Yes, I am.
And watch your line now.
It's still there.
Is it connected?
Yeah.
I don't see your line because the CNC
see
is
your line.
inventory. Yeah, my line is currently connected.
Okay, can you check on your ship if it is going down in propeller? I'll check on this ship if I can find where your pallet is here, guys.
Yeah, it's a big display.
This one is still going down.
This one is also, so you can.
Really? Oh, that's interesting. I visually don't see your line connected. You are...
Yeah, I don't see your line because your ship just unrender for me. There's so many ships that I cannot render that
So
many.
which ones do you have rendered in at the moment? Is that
I got the store core, that big miner, the big ship with the plasma on the right, and my ship right now.
Okay, but from the 3 ships involved, you have the Black Banshee rendered, and you have my surface miner rendered,
Yes. I don't
And
have
I-
the CNC.
and I have your I don't know what this thing is called. Your ship
CNC, compact
The
navigation cube.
rendered, and I got the miner rendered. So we are both able to transfer into that ship then. The question is though, if the rendered surface miner is literally accepting both propellants and storage in the tanks.
You can actually check that. So I can, because it is going down, because I can check only on the frame.
So you mean that I disconnect mine and then see if it is still going up?
Yeah.
Yeah. So that would confirm that it is transferring at least from you. I don't have a meter here that says how quick it is going up.
Yes, we will need a yellow for that.
Yeah.
That can be done, you know.
Yeah, I
I
still
can-
see it going up.
Mhm.
Yep. Okay, so it is transferring from your ship literally in the tanks here.
Okay, do you want a yellow so we can check that?
I think I will do that another time.
Yeah, but
Because
it is working.
The
It
ship
is,
already.
and
ship
now
is
you,
almost
yeah, now you will owe me double the amount of ice. You know that's expensive on the asteroid hauling.
Yeah. I know. A rare comedy these days.
Yeah. Also,
I
special.
heard most
Yeah.
of it ice is turning into water these days. I got water already from Silent.
Yeah. Also, check what I send you.
Where on Discord?
Yeah. Happy Trigger. I did send him something that I'm working on.
I have seen that thing somewhere already.
Yeah, but it's not the same. So that's my wheel, but this is a idea from Solid. That's a thruster wheel. It's a round thruster wheel.
Ah. So that you can.
So in that case, you can have it as a wheel, but it will still work as a
Is that
strafing
your
thruster.
new? Is that your new DeLorean ID that can fly?
Is that what?
The new DeLorean Back to the Future.
No,
Where the
no.
wheels connect. Oh, no, because
This wheel is this wheel is from the funny car, from the dragster. And Solid is making a anime car, and he did something like this, but you know, just basically. So I decided that's a really cool idea because I don't fully want those to spin on some ships because that's causing random teleports. So I decided to remodel this to make it a fully working thruster wheel. So if someone will want to make a car, they can use this as a thruster. Right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Yeah, Ace Crystal, you didn't see all my models because I created new save with all those parts that I can use, and I got some things that are not approved. Like for example, I got a EOS model of our planet with the belt that still requires some decals, and it's not as I would love to. and I got even a holy grenade that was also not approved.
Damn, I cannot. Wait, I will fly this towards your.
Is one of you ready for an interview, or should I get moving on and visit someone else and then come back here?
Maybe revisit, because we are doing some shenanigans. Oh, it disconnected. Ace.
Is
Renders
Stark
the
connected?
Oh,
Or is he AFK?
which one? Who?
Dr. Stark.
Probably AFK.
I've not heard of him yet.
Okay, I'll move on to another channel and I'll be back here later.
Okay.
Bye-bye, guys.
Okay, see ya.
Okay, not available, but I got myself a plushie that decided... Oh yeah, okay, it's still there. Perfect. I'm going to see if Kenobi is here. If he is here, I'll be able to visit the KSI plot. Oh, there he is. Okay. I don't know if he's looking at the chat, so I may have to ping him directly. Oh, actually, he should be just there. He was there a few seconds ago. And I think he did a few new ships since. Actually, do you want to visit it? If worst comes, I can always visit my my own plot. Woohoo! What is going on here? Racing ships do not make for the best of taxis. Who would have thought? Oh, yo. This is the only plot I'm allowed to crash. Okay, let me see if there is anyone else to interview. I'd like to keep my own plot as a wild card for if there is like no activity. I can always try Waggle. They're fun to visit also. Lots of plural, as they've got 4. Perfect. Do you want to hop on to Discord? I'm on the EOS Con Discord, or it can be done through Twitch, as you wish. I'm going to head towards your plots. Just go on. Perfect. I need to head to your plots first. Turn right before Orion. Orion. It's Arkspark. It should be just past here. There you go. So they have these 4 plots. Just wait for the ships to load. And I'll park my own ship right in the middle. The ADS is off. Ooh. Oops. When it comes to Shadow Realm shenanigans, it seems that this really is the maximum amount of players that can be in the same place at any given time. Oh, this Commando Doggo too. I'll just go on to Stuin. Okay, so we have MD Dodge. Yes, I am in the EOS Con voice channel chat room 1. I can hop back onto my Discord, or I can go onto another Discord, no problem at all. Hello, Ego.
Hello, happy trigger.
Hello.
Hi, long time no see.
Yes. 6 months.
Wait a moment, I'll mute your Twitch stream so I don't hear you twice.
Sounds like a good idea.
All right. So I'm still a bit reeling about all that drama yesterday evening. But yes, happy to see you back. I didn't expect you to come to us this early, but
I'm trying to see who's available, so I popped up, saw that there was quite a few people, and you're the first ones that answered positively to an interview.
all right.
Simple as that.
So I think we have got a small number of new ships today. I mean, we can also, of course, go over all of them again.
I do propose we go over all of them, but that we go briefly on the very old ones and more attentively on the most recent ones. Can also be the ones that have seen the most activity as of late.
All right. Let's see. I mean, you've probably seen the EOS Con shuttle from last time.
Yep, but we can revisit it for YouTube and Twitch. And yeah, the idea is like to see all of the ships, but have like a very a special attention to the new ones.
All right. Start with the old ones or start with the new ones?
As you wish.
All right. Okay, then we'll just start where we sit here, which is a somewhat old line of ship, the scooter line. We've already visited a lot in past EOS Cons, but it started with the scooter that I'm sitting on here. That
it's feeling very shy right now. Give it a second.
Yeah.
The attention is too much for it.
Being shy, you know.
I can see the yellow. There you go.
And here it is. All right. No, wait, that is not the scooter. Oops. That is the ghost hopper. That is actually the newest variant in the line of scooters. That is one of the new ships. Still in the line of the ghost hoppers. The family resemblance can be clearly seen, I believe.
Yep.
The gimmick was this one. I think you probably already noticed it does not have any conventional thrusters, just maneuver thrusters. And it's supposed to be stealthy.
Okay, just one question. I know you love your black and yellow, and it's really nice to see it on all of the ships, but why yellow on a ship that is called a Ghost?
No specific reason for the ship. It's still we stick to our color scheme. That's all there is. Honestly, we may want to get over that at some point. At this point in time, I would say it doesn't make a whole lot of difference because a ship this small, it doesn't really matter what it's painted.
Fair.
If it's relatively small or far away and you cannot see the thrust exhaust, you will have problem spotting it. Doesn't matter which color it's painted. But yeah, you're right. If that ever changes, especially if they do changes to LOD details, LOD loading, then yeah, we may need to repaint that fit for purpose. Although how we repaint it, I don't know, maybe it will depend on which moon we're on. Like maybe paint it the color of the surface, maybe paint it when we're on Elysium, maybe paint it like green or something so it disappears in front of the belt there. Something like that. But at the moment, the reason is quite simple. That's our color scheme. That's our fleet color scheme, and we recognize it. Everybody recognizes it by now.
Fair.
And that's why we stick with it. All right. Attack chopper. An older design. Basically, the hopper. Removed the additional seat on the side and added one autocannon. It's supposed to be for harassing larger and slower moving ships, like less maneuverable ships.
Any reason why the glass is painted grey?
At the design by MD Torch may be able to answer that, but I believe it is in order to reduce glare.
Standard for all ships. Okay, I paint them black to reduce the glare. Oh, okay,
right.
it's part of the color scheme. Okay. Looks cool is a very valid argument.
Alright. Here we have another older design. Still the hopper line. Still recognizable as a hopper line. This one is the more expensive of the technicals. We've got like 3 technicals on the hopper line now. One of which is actually called technical. This one has a function, or should have a function, where it turns, where it can actually turn the tripod, so the gunner can shoot in every direction. And it should be that you just press the left or the right button on any of the panels and the thing will move one left or one right. Okay. But these things seem to be having a bit of problem from the EOS Con today. Anyway. Any questions?
Nope, it's a very straightforward design. I've got a few myself with the same concept. The one that has seen the most combat has got 288 centimeter plates. And accommodates 4 gunners at once. It's a lot of fun.
Yeah, but I suppose that's going to be quite a bit bigger, right?
Not
4 gunners at once?
Surprisingly, not that much bigger.
Oh. Right.
Because the gunners at the bottom are upside down.
Ah.
And the ship is it's a bit longer than yours, but that is honestly pretty much it. And it has almost no plates at all.
I think I'm gonna have to have a look at that.
It's called the Guns ZZZ on my Discord. going to show it on stream, just flash it a little bit. Shops, heavy ship shop, guns. And it has seen combat. As a matter of fact, it even did fight Icarus project during one of the cargo events.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah, it was a lot of fun. We gave them a lot of trouble. It was fun. It was really... it's a fun ship to use. It has the inertial dampener that's able to turn in very, very unusual ways.
Oh, right, the inertial dampener. We have not brought this time because it's just not finished enough to exhibit it, but we are actually working on a fighter design that actually does try to make use of the inertial dampener concept by you.
Version 1 or 2? I need to make the number 2 modular.
I don't know which version. It's another design from Andy Church.
Version 1. I recommend that you use version 2. Version 2 is on the Echo 4. I've yet to make it modular. It's on my to-do list and I'm a bit slow on the take for that one. Version number 2 has a reaction time of 0.2 seconds versus 0.4 or 0.6 for version number 1, and reliability is doubled.
Okay, that sounds very convincing. For that ship, we that didn't work out at that moment. We were doing a combination of the inertia frame and of thrust vectoring with Saltion plates, and the ship can turn extremely fast with it, but the combination makes it extremely hard to aim accurately. It's a bit erratic at that point, but we're going to have to go over that a lot yet. So it's really not ready, unfortunately. It's another torch. It was another torch design. We could have shown it because it actually looks pretty nice, but it's really not ready.
Fair.
Okay, but back to the ships that actually are here. Okay, that just now was in that order the turbo chopper, the one with the turntable, and after that the normal chopper.
I've just got one viewer, Trucksid, asking if any of the ships here are for sale. Any of the ships on display.
Yes. Not in that color scheme, because that's our fleet color scheme. But I recommend visiting either our Discord or the EOS Con flyer. We have a page on the EOS Con flyer. It lists all of our ships and it lists prices for the ships.
Do you have a Discord invite link? Preferably a permanent one that I can pop on my stream?
I do, but where is it? One moment.
No worries, you can create a new one if needed.
Invite people, here it is. Edit invite link, never expired.
Hey, it's doing well. Currently visiting Anthares Heavy Industries. And then I'm going to be hopping from plot to plot depending on who is available for interviews as per usual during the EOS Cons. Whoops.
One moment.
Oh, good. I love the consistency that I see with color schemes.
Yeah.
Wego, send it to me in MP. I'll post it. There's a protection because I have issues with bots spamming links. And I have yet to figure out a proper way of having the, people that already know display links.
Alright, like this.
Yes, perfect, thank you. Oh, you already gave me one precisely 6 months ago.
All right. Okay, it was still there.
I'll be adding the link on the YouTube video too.
All right, thank you. So where were we?
We were at the little technicals.
I guess. The original inspiration for that was to have something like a little bird, like that little helicopter that can be augmented with some machine cannon or machine gun, and grew into that now. Right, the next in line. Yeah, that could really have been, in retrospect, that could have been ordered a little bit better, sorry. Next in line is the normal hopper. This is just a transport, station transport. This is also the model that for the last couple of EOS Cons we have been selling for very cheap as an EOS Con hopper, but I'm afraid this time around we don't have any EOS Con hoppers prepared. Then again, Angel Wing is giving out hoppers this time around, so everybody can get hoppers. Right. So that's the hopper. Now here's one of the newest models in the line. This thing is called Just Technical. Very simple name, very simple concept, very cheap ship. This one also does not have a, just like the original scooter, does not have a generator. The idea is to pump these out by the dozen for station defenses. Just put it out, put it somewhere, and put up a tripod weapon. Put it in some strategically important location on your station, and then just sit there and shoot people.
So they meant like stationary platforms. So
Yeah.
it's not particularly designed to be like a two-player ship. It's take the ship, put it where it can count, and then have a tripod in position there.
Yes. One of the main design goals with this thing was to be cheap, because really we need to pump it out by the dozens, several dozen, when the need arises. And we need to be able to pump it out quickly. And most of it is, I think, airtight, but the plating around the gunner is, I think, geronium
It is, I confirm.
as an armor. So the gunner is at least a little bit armored.
Do you reassure me and tell me that if ever the generators on these things go off, the gun on top is safe?
Well, it has no generators. What do you mean the gunner is safe?
That solves it. I mean that if ever like an Endor uses a grenade launcher and hits a battery, propellant or whatnot, the gunner on top doesn't die due to an explosion.
We haven't specifically tested that, but if you look at how elevated the platform is, you can look between the ship body and the platform. There's some space there. So
Well, if ever you don't have generators, then nothing's going to be able to reach the gunner.
it has batteries and propellant tanks. Very little in both cases, but explosion of the ship is probably not going to kill the gunner. Admittedly, we haven't specifically tested that yet, but we will do.
Okay.
All right, and it's got one of these resource bridges labeled with an E. On our ships, the rule is if a resource bridge is labeled with an E, that means it's connected only by cable, not with pipes, which means it is suitable for transmitting electricity. And the last one in the lineup, which is supposed to be the first one, the one I thought originally we were going to see first, the scooter, the little gimmick ship, also without a generator. Also just honestly more of a toy than a real ship, a bit of a gimmick. But it was the basis for all the others that we've just seen. And you can fly it somewhere else without towing it. We did that for the first EOS Con where towing wasn't yet in the game. You can fly another ship very slowly, very carefully at the same speed next to the scooter while connecting the two via resource bridges, so it gets powered. But it's not fun. Wouldn't recommend it.
Understandable. You could also, another thing you could do, but it is a solution looking for a problem rather than a solution to a problem, is to have in your inventory a super simple generator setup. Generator, fuel chamber rod, heatsink, everything bolted to a fuel chamber set at a rate that allows it not to overheat, and a resource bridge.
Mm-hmm.
And then you just park it next to your ship, connect to the two, and wait for it to recharge.
Can you put a something like that? Is it still small enough to fit in an inventory?
5 pieces. You're allowed to have up to 5 pieces. So hardpoint resource bridge, fuel chamber, rod, generator. Maybe a bit difficult.
Yeah,
You can always have it as 2 parts, but then it's just getting more and more and more and more cumbersome.
Mm-hmm. All right. So back to older designs, or rather continuing with older designs, sorry. Our shuttles. This one is the Ibex. This one is already a Super Gazelle, the one with more thrusters. Again, mostly just a personal transport to go between stations or regions and stations very quickly. I know many other people will just do insurance transfer instead, but this is one way to do it. It also does have quite a bit of range actually. Can go deep into the belt and back. And it has a landing gear on the bottom. Can be retracted.
Nice.
Next thing, this next ship won't load in for me at the moment.
That's very shy.
Yeah.
Yep.
There's something.
There you go.
Okay, that's the original Gazelle, the original shuttle. This is slower, but I think it looks a bit better because the other one just with the additional thrusters just looks a bit too wide. This one looks sleeker, I think. But other than that, it's the exact same concept. Not much has changed really. We have tried on these shuttles back then. We have actually tried the tier 2.5 thruster concept with just the nozzles as tier 3 and the rest as tier 2, but our test that honestly just didn't make much measurable difference, so we didn't continue with it. Alright, unfortunately we haven't really sorted the ships by old versus new.
No matter.
If you want to continue with the older ships,
Yep.
then I would suggest we go diagonally to the lot over there. Diagonally opposed. The one with the old Tortoise and Yukon ships. Again, we're still talking about our oldest ships. And about to get new out later.
They are quite emblematic, though, of your organization, corporation, and whatnot.
That's good to hear that they are recognizable. And in fact, the Yukon line, for example, has been seeing new models until quite recently, actually. Even though it's literally the oldest model, the oldest ship design in our entire fleet. Okay, let's wait for it to load in. This right here is the Tesla. The latest ship in the line of Yukon freighters. As I said, the Yukon freighter is our very first ship design. Oh wait, it hasn't quite loaded in for you yet.
Yep.
There it is. You can see that, by the way, on our registration numbers. This one says 01A04. The first two numbers are signify the number of our ship designs, meaning this one is the first design, the letter is a variant, and the last two digits are the actual ship number. Like, that means it's our first design ever, first variant, and we have 4 ships of those, and this is the last one. Yes, fairly standard hauler. Not much to say about it, other than can clearly see even back then we already started with the idea of the thruster pods. And yeah, biggest thing about that ship was, I think, long term learning something about how to do ship design. We
all started somewhere. I still have my very, very, very first design as a blueprint because the ship got stolen by a pirate. But it was... I would not even consider it as an upgrade compared to a Labora. I think Laboras were more pleasant to use than the thing I designed. But hey, we all have to start somewhere.
You can see there's a navigation receiver on the rear there. That was a later addition, because back then we were still learning what ISN was. And then later we were learning, much later we were learning that ISN isn't very relevant anymore because of the low range of the transmitters. 1,000 kilometers sounded a lot back then, but now it doesn't anymore. All right. It also has, even back then we had the idea of stealth mode. The ship also has these maneuver thrusters here going backwards. There is a lever in the cockpit that allows you to just enable those maneuver thrusters. And it can move the ship very slowly, but it can move it without showing any thruster exhaust.
Also a parking mode, I suppose.
Parking mode? Yeah, actually, might want to use it for that. We didn't while preparing for EOS Con, but would be an idea. Right. Next ship would be the no, not the Tiber. Sorry, the Palmier, the Yukon B. This one is a result of me complaining too much about the Yukon being too slow. So,
what's the speed difference between both of them?
I'm going to have to look that up. I think the Yukon only goes like 60 meters per second. Wait, can I find that real quick? Maybe not. Do we have it in our Discord? We should. Yukon speed empty 60 meters per second, turbo Yukon 72. So it does make a bit of a difference, yes.
That would be like a good 15% increase.
Yep, sounds like it. Bit more, I think, actually. I think that was worth it. Although, yeah, there was a time in our company when there was quite a bit of strife about how do we even make fast ships with a lot of thrusters in a way that is acceptable design-wise. But by now we found a few better solutions for that.
The debates never ended. 3 years later, people are still debating on that topic. The arguments changed, the nature of the debate never did.
But anyway, that was like the first upgrade, mostly as a result of my whining. But yeah. Both fairly small ships, I think 46 grades. So yeah, very small ships. We are currently trying to make another variant of those, of the Turbo Yukon probably. That's very pared down in material cost, very reduced. Like without ISAN, without a lot of additional features, and with a lot of Egotech instead of Bastion. Reason for that is we don't currently have a whole lot of use for ships like that anymore. But the idea was we might be able to get a ship going that is very cheap, but still bigger and faster than the Laborer module, even the slightly upgraded Laborer module. Maybe be able to offer a ship that a newcomer to the game can be able to afford after like 10 mining sorties with a Laborer. Something around that is an idea that we're currently following. Although maybe we will go with a different design. Maybe.
We shall see. It's a little bit hard to predict where we end up going in the ship designer.
Right, the next ship, that would be the Super Yukon. That is the Yukon class taken in the ship designer, ripped apart. You can see it. It was opened up horizontally and vertically, and just lengthened and heightened to make it bigger. It's got more thrusters. It's still tier 1 mostly. For the data, let me look it up quickly. This one goes 76 meters per second empty and has 132 ore crates, so great increase in cargo capacity compared to the earlier variants. And this ship was made during a time when we were first considering moving out of the safe zone, which is why it's got those turrets. Both on the top and on the bottom.
Yeah, the old days of going outside of the safe zone were wild.
Yep. We didn't actually encounter pirates with that thing. Not actually outside of the safe zone though. We did encounter people that were probably pirating, but that was inside of the marker safe zone. So the turrets didn't really see any use so much. Today it probably wouldn't be very useful against pirates, at least not against the kind of pirates we have right now. But back then, a lot of the pirates were like small-time opportunity pirates with very simple small ships, and a few salvos from such a turret here, from such an autocannon turret, probably would have discouraged many of them. But that was back then. Now is another story. This one here is called the Diver. The Yukon line is generally named after rivers, except for the Pamir, which is a mountain range. And when it comes to just pure haulers, this one would be the last entry in the Yukon line. But it's not the last entry in the Yukon line period.
What's
This is
its crate count and empty speed?
That's the Yukon X. Or crates 250, speed empty 116. I'm sorry I don't have speed numbers when loaded at that right now.
Oh, good.
Alright. This one again was made as an upgrade to the Super Yukon. I think you already saw this ship on like the first 1 or 2 EOS Cons. And already back then you remarked about the
turret.
The turret and the unfortunate configuration with those thruster pods. Yeah, you could easily shoot your own ship with that if you're not careful. Yeah, we've got an outside on the ship for the first time with a railing. Generally speaking, I would say even the inside starts to look a good bit sleeker than it used to on the older ships. A bit more tidy. And it even has crafting benches by default. Oh yeah, and as you already noticed, probably those 2 hatches, one up, one down, so you can reach those turrets quickly. Okay. So, to stay with the older ships for now. This time we didn't bring the very first Tortoise ship. We brought the Tortoise B and the Tortoise R. Those used to be our main belt miners for a while. We're currently also working on another generation of both mid-range and high-end belt miners. We were debating for a long time about whether we should do ring miners because that shape is kinda just not the best. Currently we are following two-pronged miner approach with mine layers on opposite sides. But back to the ship at hand. This would be the Tortoise R. This is a speed upgraded version. Can be clearly recognized by the additional thrusters in the back. This too was one of the first ships right after the Super Yukon that we left the safe zone with. And it can be seen in the design, like if you go inside and just go through the ship, you will see, first of all, you will see there's quite a lot of propellant in here, because that was our ship with which we wanted to reach Zone 5. You see crafting benches, because on long distance travels you would need that. And what you can't really see, but what is there is there's a lot of internal plating and external plating. What you can see if you go through here is that the interesting machinery bits are all on the inside of the ship, covered by, except for the generators themselves, covered by crates on all sides. The generators can still be hit from the back, but most of them are fairly well covered. And there's even plating, several layers of plating between the outside and this, so it doesn't explode immediately if being shot at with some kind with some mini pirate tripod gun or something. And it has been kind of successful in that regard. It was actually for a fairly long time, it was a fairly successful belt going miner. These days it's just plain underpowered, to be quite blunt about it. You want larger miners.
Yep.
Where have you gone? Still on the Taurus. Yeah, both the Taurus B and the Taurus R, they look very similar. The cockpit is pretty much the same. They are two main designs for two people crew to go out there. We are also working on another design for that one. Again, a massively pared down design, much less armor, only one pilot, hull made of Egotech, and again, same idea, make it cheap so it could maybe be for someone new to the game their first laser miner. This one currently is too expensive for that and too slow. All right.
There is a ship that we haven't seen in the corner. The one with the propellant. I suppose it's the refuel ship.
Yeah, I skipped over that one because that's actually one of the newer ones. But we can visit this. This is not on an entirely new design, but it's newer than the others. It's a supply ship.
Yeah, I mean, the propellant on the sides makes it quite clear.
Yep. And we are always fairly glad if people can immediately recognize what our ships are for when they look at them. That's one of our design goals. It has, yeah, like 8 different resource bridges to supply ships, and inside there are switches that allow you to either separate those all, so you can actually have 8 ships getting propellant at the same time, or you can switch them all together in one big ship network and have one ship get all the propellant from one of the resource bridges. There's a green light and a red light on top of each one, and it just shows you in a very simple way which one of those is currently ready to supply propellant. Which one of those is available for use.
Oh, that's a neat idea. I was just thinking of how many of these would you need to refuel one of my exploring ships? Because the explorers have got, I think it is over... I think it's in between 400 and 500 big propellant tanks. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 20. You would need 5... You would need in between 20 and 25 of these ships. I mean, obviously,
yep.
This was never designed for that purpose. Oh no, wait! You've got extra propellant in the ship.
That's the propellant for the ship itself.
Oh, okay.
That's separate. But yeah, it wasn't designed to refuel really big ships. It was designed with like fighters and stuff in mind.
Yep. Looks like this would work just fine.
Yeah, and we're making use of this. This one in particular, the ship in particular, is actually stationed on the gate. So we can just spawn it here to fill up some of our ships. We've got more stationed in other stations. I think we've also got one stationed on Moon City. So we can get some more propellant for our ships when we need it urgently.
With the ability to repair ships, the usage for these refuelers has diminished. I do wonder if they'll be making a comeback at some point.
I honestly hope. I'm really not a fan of the idea of abusing the repair hall for refueling ships. To be honest, we do that, of course.
Yes.
I mean, we would kind of cripple ourselves if we didn't. but I'm not a fan of the concept. So I
Yeah.
would like it to be a bit more RP, to put it like that. I think that would make this game prettier.
What would have been an amazing addition to cap ships and station would be the refuel stations that we see on the Origins, to have the possibility of plugging our own ships to the station itself and refuel the propellant and the rods. I think that would reintroduce quite a lot of the gameplay. Because then you'd also have you'd have to refuel the stations and the cap ships. I think it would be interesting because right now you have to have a lot of stacks of ice at hand, and it's not always super interesting to have it as ice, but you don't necessarily want to print a whole ship just to store your propellant. So if the capital ship and the stations themselves had the ability to store propellant and electricity, you could then refuel your ships with it, and then you'd have to refuel the stations and cap ships.
I mean, technically, that's supposed to have this capability. They're supposed to have that pretty much since stations came out. And in fact, we started with that approach. And it was quite simply do something like that, but put it in a factory hall. Except you probably know what happened with the factory halls. Then they were just too bugged. And it was frustrating, and it
the good news
didn't work
is,
long time.
Yeah, the good news is that Frozenbyte has been consistently showing that they are addressing the bugs, starting with the worst ones, one by one on the STU. So yeah, I mean, all of this looks very promising because we may have quite a few old gameplays that we haven't seen in a while during their comebacks. Precisely because we have we're going to have less bugs.
But yeah, what you mentioned with the repair halls, that is one of those things that does make life easier for players, yes, but it also just kills off major aspects of the gameplay that just suddenly don't make any sense anymore. Another example is back when we were designing like the Taurus and the Yukon line, one of our principles was keep the ship repairable, because back then we didn't have repair halls. So what we had to do was do it manually. Use the bolt tool, use the cable tool, use the pipe tool, maybe even the weld tool, put things together again in space as good as you can. I mean, the repair halls were necessary because there were always a few things that broke that you can't just repair. But still, I can absolutely see in our designs, in our later designs, that the whole aspect of repairability just falls off the bottom. It's not really given much consideration anymore. That's a bit of a pity.
Cap ships and stations sadly have replaced too many gameplays at once. It would be nice if they reintroduced a few solutions. Players will not be happy if you remove features. So I don't think that removing the ability to fix ships through stations and cap ships is a good idea, but you could reintroduce solutions, which I think they are trying to do with Inventory 2.0. So we may see more variations in the gameplays. We'll see.
I've had discussions about that topic on the Starbase suggestion forum on the Discord. Personally, I'm actually in favor of at least taking away the ability to refuel ships that way and replace it with something else, with something that feels more like actual gameplay instead of just ticking a box in a spreadsheet. But yeah.
Yeah, I'm curious to see where it's going to go.
So am I. All right. We could still go, if you want to, over the Taurus Q, the Q ship. And then we are mostly done with the really old ships.
Okay, following you.
All right, this was pretty much back then a response to the first time we had a Turtles miner attacked by a serious pirate. Like not just one with a laborer was a tripod weapon, but a real big fighter and fairly aggressive pilot. And the idea was to make people know that ships that look like our miners, they might actually be Q ships in disguise, so think twice before attacking. Q ships in disguise, I say. Q ship is by definition in disguise, but you know what I mean.
Mm.
There's not a whole lot of work put on that. The cockpit is almost the same. The crates inside have been removed, the crafting benches have been removed. The material of the hull is strengthened in many parts. There's more armor around the pilot, more layers of glass. Few armor plates intended to protect the ammunition of the guns. The sheer amount of weapons makes it a fairly dangerous fighter, but yeah, let's not beat around the bush. It's not a super capable fighter, but it's not supposed to be. It's supposed to be a surprise for people who didn't expect that.
Nice.
Yeah, I've been thinking what I could still do with it. One thing I could maybe do with it is replace those maneuver thrusters on the side with triangle thrusters, or maybe put more maneuver thrusters there, because one of the big problems with the ship is that it doesn't yaw well. Which makes it not very good, not very well suited for turn fighting. But once you do get in the line of fire, things get ugly for you.
I have a ship that was not intended to be one of those pretender ships. It's my raider. It was designed as a combat ship, but because I didn't have that much experience in the ship designer, what I had done is I took parts of my mining ships. So it looks fairly like some kind of stubby small mining ships, but it has 28 autocannons. It was the early days before we could fix stuff, and it had multiple fights on the life, mostly around Elysium, where it was able to fend 2v1s and whatnot. Yeah, quite a lot of fun.
And it survived several of those fights.
One of them, it was so damaged we had to discard the ship, but yeah, it survived most of its fights. But not because of who attacked them and what they were expecting. They were expecting mining ships, and they came with small ships. If they came with like big serious fighters, the ship would have been ripped to shreds. But because it was like opportunistic fighters, they got wrecked.
I can imagine. I mean, under normal circumstances, that should be good enough for pirates. Like, usually pirates don't like risking valuable ships, right?
Yep.
I mean, at this time in the game, things are a bit different, but that's because of very low player count and because the players that are left are a bit special in parts. But in general, I think that isn't a wrong assumption.
That was in almost 3 years ago. I don't remember what the dates were specifically, but they are old. It's an old design. I updated it recently, and it's on my plot.
All right. Let's, for now, I think leave the actual military ships for last, if you like, and then we go over to this lot. Yeah, let's again start with the older designs. So we got those behind us. We have here, it's currently at rendering in for me, a Phoenicia class hauler. In fact, the one we brought this time is the original Phoenicia. Our type ship. 500 crates. And I think it does 123 or something empty. Phoenicia, where is it? Here, 126 meters per second empty.
It's got a
It
nice
has a-
vibe to it.
That took a long time of designing.
Not surprised. Not surprised at all. If you did a Nephlite plated version, you'd probably get quite a few extra meters per second.
Yes, with larger haulers, I'm a bit careful with it because my impression is that at some point the weight of the ship will be dominated by just the cargo you're carrying. So
Yep. No, that is very much the case.
so making the ship itself out of Nephlite isn't going to do very much at some point. But yes, of course,
it will.
that is
Because
That is
even
the-
if you measure the wet speed, if you remove, I think Nephlite is 30% lighter than Bastion. If you remove 30% of the beams and plates on weight, even the wet speed is going to be sensitively faster.
all right. MD George just told us in zone chat. Yes, it is. With Nephlite plating and frame, it flies max speed empty without problems. So yeah, you're probably right. And in fact, currently, probably shouldn't be telling anybody, but currently we have more Nephlite than we know what to do with. So that is definitely an idea anyway.
So, just to repeat the information, Vega, the current speed is 127 meters dry, 500 crates. But with the full Nephlite version, it goes 150 dry. If that is correct.
That's correct. Well, as close as to 150 as you can, but yeah, you know.
Yeah.
All right. Another little nifty feature you've probably already noticed, it's a small cargo lock frame in the nose.
Yep.
So you can bring a few loose parts if you have them for one reason or another. Generators are in here, in the small inside compartment. They're usually covered, but you can open those doors. The other rods you see around here are replacement rods. I think it's got enough for exactly 2 replacements of all rods, which gives it quite a bit of range. What else? Yeah, there's a small lever here, right next to the generators. This is for cases when the ship runs so dry out of energy that even the generator control script doesn't work anymore. This is a manual generator control lever, so you can kickstart the ship. It happens, for example, when you unthinkingly put down an alloy furnace and connect it without the generators running, then that tends to be what happens.
Yeah, it's always a good idea.
Or if you run the ship dry and just ignore all the warning lights and the loud warning sirens that we have on the ship that your fuel rods are about to run dry. That can also happen. All right. We'll close the bay for now so we can better get into the cockpit. We have a separate ops station with a whole lot of detail information, with a whole lot of light switches. And then the pilot seat has been designed for maximum visibility. That is also the reason why it's angled down a bit, to give you maximum forward visibility. And as an extra trick, that panel in front can be folded down. When it's like this, you can see almost everything.
Nice.
And to make it complete, there's also one towing beam in the rear. Although we do by now have ships that are, for geometric reasons, better suited for towing.
Nice.
All right. So to stay in this lot, one fairly new addition that you've probably already spotted. We now have an asteroid hauler designed by a somewhat newer member, 37. Fairly standard asteroid hauler to be fair, but it is in Anthares colors and Anthares design. It has rangefinders to figure out whether there's an asteroid there.
Was it at the previous EOS Con?
I think yes. I think that it was on the previous EOS Con. Not entirely certain right now, but I think so. We didn't have it on the flyer on the previous EOS Con. I know that I added it onto the flyer this time around.
I keep not having time and forgetting to update my own flyers, so it's hopefully out of date.
And another thing this one has, well, first of all, standard thing that everybody expects from asteroid haulers this time. Yes, it can haul 3 tier 10 asteroids and be just a hair under the building budget limit when it does. That took a lot of optimizing. But another thing that it can do, it has material point scanners somewhere. Ooh, I'm afraid I can't find it right now, but it has one somewhere. And you can use it in such a way that while you collect asteroids, it remembers what kind of material there was in there and how much, and will give you an estimated price on one of the displays. Unfortunate problem with that. If you have set your Starbase game to a language other than English, that might not work.
Yep, I've got a lot of French speakers and corporation. I am very aware of the problem.
Yeah, they should never have designed a repeater point scanner like that. But yeah, maybe they'll give us a change for that in the future. Okay.
It's going to be in a far, far future because they need to get going with fixing the game first.
On the right side to the pilot, you've got the various buttons for the various beams and the various stations. You've got buttons that will show you if there's something there, if all the rangerunners have found something. You can put it into automatic mode so that when there is something there, it will automatically grab it, or you can trigger it manually.
Nice.
Right. Unfortunately, 37 isn't here today. Otherwise, he may have told us a bit more information. But for now, I think that's it for this one. Right, on to the next one. I mean, 3 guesses as to what it is.
Probably a combat ship. I'll have a wild guess.
Right. Yeah, it's something we have been waiting for a long time. And another thing that had us really reeling a bit because all the building budget limitations and stuff make it not too easy to build something that's actually a nice design and following Anthares design, yet still has its 1000 crates and plasma thrusters. But we've managed to do it now.
I think you did a good job.
This is the Atlas freighter. Again, designed mostly by MD Torch. Systems help came from Kelmore and from me. This thing has a few extra tricks up its sleeve. Has a refuel mode trigger from the cockpit where you can override the settings for the different resource bridges. Most important thing is the most important gimmick it has is the follow me mode. It has a number of laser designators around the ship that target the ship itself, and it has a few receivers for those laser designators. And it is possible to fly a convoy of 3 of those with just 1 pilot.
Nice.
To make a long story short. Right. This particular ship needs some warm-up because of the plasma engine and because the generators need to spin up for this thing. And we are starting to work on a standardization drive inside of Anthares. And one of these things is like ships should work normally as soon as you sit down in the pilot seat and you're allowed to fly the ship. You should just be able to go flying. But if it doesn't, if that's not enough, if the ship needs some kind of preparation, the button for that is called Flight Ready. And all the pilot has to do is push the Flight Ready button and then wait a bit. So going forward, that will be one of our standards in Anthares.
I like the vibe of the ship.
Like that you like it. I mean, it's obviously been a challenge to do something in style that meets all those criteria. If you look at the bridge from behind, you can. All right, you're back at the thruster right now. But if you look at the bridge from behind, you can also see that it's got windows looking behind. That's among other things, so you can stand up during flight and look whether your follow ships are still there. This one actually does work with follow me mode on live. We've tried it. Of course, the live server has more problems than STU when it comes to rendering and hosting range. Most of our tests were done on the STU or PTU before that. And things work slightly different there. But we have also tested the follow me mode for this one on the actual live server. So for that one, we can confirm that it does work.
The plasma order I use the most is my longest one. It's the one that's the most visible and recognizable of my plots in the EOS Con. And it's 1,144 crates, and it has one plasma of 40 rings. It does not fit at Origin. It does not fit at a capital ship. You need a station to spawn it. Then you can use it at Origin, no problem. And it goes like loaded with lithium, like 1,144 crates of lithium. It still goes 145 meters per second. And the funniest thing is that its dry speed on my computer is 156 meters per second.
Yeah, I think if we load this thing full with lithium, it will slow down. All right, Detroit just gave out the info. Slows down to 130 meters per second.
There's a debate going on my Twitch about having they'd say, flipping the bridge to make it look more like the standard cargo ships, like the ones you see on the ocean. But yeah, I like the design.
I think that already looks quite a bit like the standard cargo ships. The bridge should be a bit higher for that. But
I think the standard cargo ships have got, most of them have got the bridge completely in the middle or completely at the back.
Oh right, that's true. Yeah, that's true. That part is true.
But this is Starbase.
Here's another idea we're following. Don't know if I should say that publicly, but we're currently following the idea make another variant of this ship without the plasma thrusters, with a symmetric bridge that has the exact same windows to the back and another pilot seat backwards. And the idea is that we're able to move material between cap ships and stations very fast by just flying to the station, unloading, going to the other cockpit on the other side, and just going backwards.
It's a good design.
This one also has, I don't know if you've noticed, it also has aux thrusters, auxiliary thrusters in the back, in addition to the plasma thruster. If you're maneuvering around, we usually use the aux thrusters only. Of course, the ship is very slow with it, but it still moves. There's also an eco mode in the bridge that you can enable if you want. And what that does is, after you've started flying for a while, at max speed, it will switch off the aux thrust, see if the speed changes measurably, and if it doesn't change measurably with aux thrust switched off, it will just leave aux thrust off to save a bit on propellant and fuel.
Each time I look at an EOS Con, there's always this period where I just binge the ship designer to the point where I get completely sick of it. There's so many ideas, concepts, and whatnot. That's what I absolutely love with the EOS Con. First of all, Starbase never has a solution to a problem. It's like a whole army of solutions for a whole army of problems. And then it allows you to cross-pollinate ideas, to have all of these new concepts, all of these new ideas of things to do. It's fun.
All right.
This
What are you
ship
looking at there?
is a
right
new
now?
ship too.
Yeah, you should recognize that. You've seen it from the outside before. You've been firing weapons near to this ship.
Give me just 1 second. The bell's ringing.
Right.
Back in 2 minutes. Give me a second. Hello again. Sorry for the interruption.
Welcome back.
Thank you.
All right. So this ship you're looking at, that's the tour shuttle from the last EOS Con.
Yes, but with a very different nose.
Nope. Exact same ship. Exact same nose. It had the mining array even during the tour last time.
Oh, okay. I hadn't remembered the mining array.
Right. The design is mostly from Star Fox, the basic design, but I've made a number of detail improvements. Like, for example, all the decaling, or the lectern in the hole there. Yeah, too bad this time around we couldn't actually see much of this time's EOS Con shuttle. Maybe we're gonna at least get to see it in videos and stuff.
Since these are endos we're talking about, I'm fairly certain those would be different brands of oils.
Yep. Got mostly invisible bolt design, so there are some bolts visible if you look for them, but mostly it looks smooth.
I was supposed to be the taxi for this year's con, but sadly the Shadow Realm made that impossible. But on the deal with it, which is like my big ship that was meant to be the taxi, I've got a cockpit that has sliders that prevent access to the cockpit while I'm doing the tour.
Mm.
So the cockpit can close itself off.
That might not be a bad idea. I don't think we had much problems with that during the last EOS Con, luckily. But yeah, that might be a good idea to be able to close off the cockpit. I've done some painting of decals on the floor here when you come in, just to show people where they're supposed to go and where they're not supposed to go. Don't know how much it worked.
Knowing people users in general? Not at all.
Well, probably.
That's just for the normal user. Like I know what the mindset is.
Mm. But yeah, the idea was to have a spacious interior with a lot of glass to look outside. And also because I know people would want to ride on top of the thing, quite a bit of flat area on the top to just stand there.
I've got a video asking on my stream if this drill setup at the front is from Egotech. Or if this is... Okay.
Sorry, I would have to ask Star Fox. It's possible. I'm sorry, I don't know.
Oh, good.
Yeah. Star Fox was previously known for his Stravia ship, which had this ring of thrusters at the end. But we also, since we are trying to show off Anthares at this point, we also said, yeah, but we also want Anthares typical thruster pods on there. So now we've got both.
Nice.
But I think you can see where the priorities lay with this particular ship, right?
Yeah, it has a very nice vibe to it.
Was definitely looks more than everything. It does fly very nicely though. I was the one flying it during the tour and going over the rails and going around corners. It worked well enough.
Mine has an on-off switch for its plasmas because it has 6 plasma thrusters, and if I turn them on, the ship goes 150 within a second and a half, which is not ideal for a EOS Con tour.
Nope.
I mean, it's written on the sides of the ship, I stop if I feel like it. But yeah, not ideal.
I think we were flying like twice an endo walking speed, somewhere around that. Not much faster anyway. Alright, this is a new ship. We had a prototype of that one during the last EOS Con, but back then it wasn't finished yet. This is our Mastodon moon ore hauler. Dedicated moon landing hauler. When you're down there, you can see there's a whole lot of down pointing thrusters to to make it easier to not accidentally collide with a moon surface.
Yep.
This thing is heavily automated. Got 750 crates. I don't know how fast it's going, but speed isn't unimportant, but it wasn't the primary concern here.
How many crates did you say that?
750.
It's the job done.
And the idea with that one is to do mostly automated flying. Can go into the cockpit here. It's got a mirrored cockpit. Both sides are the same. This ship, I think, many of us already saw on that one video that Vice published from the SDU, because while we were doing testing of this thing, of the convoy flying ability of this thing on the SDU, he intercepted us once and attacked one of the follow ships and flew away with it. But primary purpose was that there are two primary purposes with the automation with this one. One is auto start and auto land, and even auto fly. What you do is, the idea is you're supposed to have a jump-in point for your capital ship that's as close as possible to 90 degrees above your moon base. And what you then do is you can see the exact distance to your moon base because the transponder shows it. You configure that distance in the cockpit with 2 switches, and then you basically just press the auto land button and it will automatically fly down where you point it until it travels the configured distance. It will switch on its rangefinders to find the surface, then automatically brake, pitch 90 degrees upwards so it's parallel to the ground, and slowly go down until it's landed. And the idea is that you can do this mostly AFK, because moving materials to and from a moon, that's just it's very time consuming. You have to sit there a lot and there's not much happening.
The surface ship made by other members of Ouroboros has got this this go to the surface mode, which seems to make so many of the users incredibly nervous, because you determine the horizon of the planet, so it's from your cap ship and you want to go down, and you press the go down button. The ship points itself downwards and accelerates up to 170 meters per second, so it goes down at an amazing speed. And there's rangefinders at the front, and whenever it detects something, it brakes. But yeah, we've had players not trust the system and break the ship because they tried to wrestle the control of the ship from the YOLO, and yeah, that ended up in accidents. No, it puts its nose up and then it reverses downwards. That's how it does it.
Yeah. That will absolutely happen with that ship as well if you try to wrestle control from the YOLO. But it has a big stop button in the cockpit. Big red stop button. And if you just want to take over manual control again, there's a big stop button. Press it, fly the ship as normal.
Easier than a stop button. You can have 2 flight controllers, one that is controlled by the YOLO and the other that is controlled by the player. And should user input be sent to FC whatever values, you can trigger the stop automatically.
Okay, we haven't done that.
So just an idea. Most of my ships have got an emergency stop the cruise button, because it has happened to me more than once where I'd panic. I'd try to reverse, and because the cruise is still on, the ship would just plow itself forward to whatever was in front of it. So it detects that if ever I attempt to go forward, reverse, the cruise is immediately stopped.
Mm-hmm. That's actually not a bad idea, because that's kind of like what people do instinctually anyway, just grab the controls and do something.
But that's why you need 2 flight controllers, because if you have one, you will not be able to differentiate the YOLO input from the user input. But if it's the YOLO is writing to a second flight controller that is sent to the main flight computer, you'll be able to see that the user is doing something with the ship and immediately stop the YOLO.
Mm-hmm. That sounds good. What else was I going to say? Had something in mind. Forgot it. Damn.
The stop button?
There it is.
No, as in maybe something to do with the stop button or the ability to land.
All right. Anyway, but the other thing about this ship is it is a second ship that is supposed to have the follow me mode. That ship too is supposed to be able to be operated in a 3-ship convoy, so you can operate 3 ships at once with just 1 pilot, both for bringing materials up and for bringing materials down. But this ship worked in that configuration very nicely, even after a lot of tests on the STU. But then on the live server, it no longer does work reliably, because in that configuration, the ships just fall apart too fast on the live server, or rather, they fall apart at the same rate still, but the hosting range is just a bit lower on the live server. And then they got unhosted, and then of course the whole thing breaks.
Yeah.
So for now, unfortunately, the follow me mode for moon landing and starting for moons isn't supposed to be used on the live server, and we're just going to have to wait, and also customers buying the ship are just going to have to wait for the big patch. We do have a number of receivers and transmitters for the follow me mode on all ships. For example, you see receivers both in front and in the back of the ship if you look. One is in case the ship is following, so it can still see the lead ship and where it is. The other 2 are on the back. They're supposed to find the return signal from the forwarding ship in case the ship is a lead ship. The follow ships, they have additional lasers just to signal that that they're still there, and that the convoy is in fact complete. There are also emergency scripts in the cockpit to make emergency stops and similar things in case they aren't. Okay. Although for moon landing you usually switch that off, because just doing a stop during a moon landing phase, that's not going to work out. You're just going to keep falling.
Okay.
All right. So we've got this one. Back to the first lot, I guess. All right, we've had the whole scooter line. We've had the gazelles, our shuttles. We haven't, this time at least around, we haven't yet looked at the Porker class. This is a design by Lee, one of our members. Currently our midline belt miner.
Wait a second, the
Wait for
ship
it.
isn't... oh, there you go.
Yeah, okay, that is. Yeah, it has got nine mining lasers, 8 on each side and 1 for cleanup. You enter the ship through those big gates here, and then you float upwards through a hole in the ceiling. And then there's a cockpit. Yes. Relatively standard belt miner. Works okay. We're currently working. As I said, we're currently working on new designs for midline belt miners and high-end belt miners. But for now, this is our standard belt miner. Probably going to stay our standard belt miner for a couple months to come.
Cool.
Yeah, this is how it looks if I enable work mode. And if I enable work mode, the generators will also automatically spool up. I can now enable laser and collector, and that's how it looks. All right.
Nice.
This thing has got 500 crates, and how fast does it travel? Do I have it here? Porker B. No, I'm afraid I don't have the speed here right now, but when coming back to the station, it's usually traveling about 50 meters per second when it's full. So it's not very fast, but it is supposed to be a station miner. These days we are following mostly the concept of station miners, not deep belt miners. That isn't really going to change with our next design either. And these miners, they won't set speed records. Let's put it like that. And they're not supposed to. They're supposed to be mining in the relative vicinity of a station or a capital ship and then come back. And you don't need to go max speed for that. We'd rather make the ship either cheaper or give it more mining capacity, more mining lasers, more crates instead. So because of that compromise, this thing is a reasonably performant belt miner for a fairly low price.
Cool.
For the next one, we're planning some departure from this geometry, because to be honest, we have had problems with that bar stub geometry with bigger asteroids. Can be a bit hard to avoid collisions, especially outside our safe zone. And we're trying to move away from that now. But yeah, unfortunately, yeah, the new designs are not finished yet. We can probably see some of them on the next EOS Con though. At least prototypes.
Okay.
All right.
Yep.
Here's another somewhat older ship. This one has had quite a bit of attention on it during past EOS Cons. I don't know exactly how old it is. It's somewhat new-ish. But anyway, this is our Harbinger. This is our nav logger and colonization ship. Maybe a bad choice of word, but anyway, supposed to bring everything you need to establish a new foothold somewhere on a new moon or a new belt or somewhere. Has very good visibility from the cockpit. 3 people crew in the cockpit. It has, I think, 60 orc rate, which is just enough if you're careful with your calculations to set up one base or station with one almost max size hangar hall and the needed terminals. It has got on the big compartment on the top above the cockpit. It has. Oh wait, you're inside the cockpit right now. Sorry.
Oh, no worries. I'm just zooming around inside of the ship.
Yeah, it has a meeting room. It has a crafting room on the other side of the ship. Another one of empty torches designed with a whole lot of attention to detail. I think it has a bit. It's lacking a bit of range for nav logger. If you really want to go to distant moon, you're probably using something else. I think the range on this is like 8,000 kilometers, which isn't quite enough.
If you don't mind multiple day travels, my exploration ship with the biggest range is 160,000 kilometers. But that's going to take you, I think, that's like multiple weeks worth of travel, like 2, maybe 3 weeks of non-stop flying.
I can imagine. But yeah, this is basically a combined nav logger and command ship. Got everything you need to establish a foothold. And we've been using it a lot for not quite so long distances, for getting new jump points. The doors you see all over the ship, they usually close automatically. But we do have a button in the cockpit that will prevent that, the keep open button. I will disable it for a moment just to show the doors automatically closing. And they don't, yeah, now they automatically close. It just took them away. I think the engineering door is the one that doesn't close automatically, but all the others do. That keep open button, that's basically the EOS Con button. Right, opening all doors again.
Nice.
This one also has a towing beam, which we were using this time around to actually haul quite a lot of our ships to EOS Con. And yeah, as you can see, it has a plasma drive.
There is a trap at the front.
There is a door there, and behind that there is a material point scanner.
Oh, okay.
Material point scanner. The idea is that as you're traveling through the belt, you can use the scanner to check whether you are where you're expecting to be. Sample a few asteroids, check if they contain what they're supposed to contain, and then if you like the result, you set down a base there.
Nice.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Now we've got, after this one, we've got yet another variant of the Yukon line. That is the carry-all class. This one is called the Bilono Pelta. The one we had last time on EOS Con was called Yukon Era. This is a cargo carrying and stealth scavenger ship. These ships are named after ant species.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah, one of the ideas with that thing is to be able to go over the moon surface, especially the Elysium surface, and just pick up some of the many things you find down there these days. Do a bit of scavenging, which is also why this ship too has quite a lot of maneuver thrusters pointing backwards, because this too has a stealth mode. And a bigger and more powerful one this time around than the older Yukon classes. I think there's a compartment down here that we've neglected to open for EOS Con. I can't get it to open for some reason.
EOS Con.
Or maybe MD Torch has forgotten to actually give me rights for the ship. This is a newly built ship. Entirely possible that he forgot to give me the rights for this.
Oh, that's very easy. Just try and press the cargo lock button on the side.
Doesn't work.
Oh, there you go. That's your answer.
Alright, if MD George is here, maybe we can open some doors for us.
Yes,
oh, there he is.
He just did. Thank you.
Placement fuel rods. Thought there were supposed to be a few more of them, but okay. Also, in case you find still mostly intact ship down there, we have a towing beam here. And in this one particular ship, that was the ship that I was talking about. This towing beam is installed on a turntable, and it can turn forwards. And if you're not inside of the safe zone and in a safe situation, but if you're actually out there and situations can get iffy, then that's much more convenient for actually picking up ships, because you can just turn the towing beam forward, and you can see it from the cockpit.
Nice tripod slots too.
Yep.
Nice.
All right. Maybe Torch has a few more words to say about this, but if not, then I suppose we can go 2 ships further actually to the Sirius miner. You've got those big shunter locomotive-looking things here, standing here. Those are our current mainline surface miners. The one you're looking right now is a prototype, that's why it's got the number 00 instead of 01. That's the B variant of the Sirius miner. Still in heavy development by Kelmore in this case. Our goal with the, our goal with the Carrara, with the Series B miner, is to have a miner that can work a whole lot better with an area that has already been mined on, that is very uneven, and that's supposed to leave as even of a surface as possible. Got a mining cockpit down here on the side, which you will use during mining. It has got these 2 lasers here pointing almost at a 90-degree angle from the other lasers, a bit slightly downward pointing. The idea is when you're mining on very uneven surface, those 2 lasers are supposed to cut off the biggest peaks coming your way before the main miner area gets to them. On the SU, at least, it kind of works.
Nice. How many crates does it have?
I'm not sure about the Carrara, but our current mainline Sirius mine has exactly 1,000. One thing, I don't know if you just noticed it in here, next to the cockpit, we've got multiple main flight computers and flight control units. The idea with that thing is, with that hinge here, you can switch between different main flight computers and flight control units. And the difference is there's a fast one and a slow one, and the slow one disables most of the forward thrusters. Or rather the backward thrusters that move you forward.
I highly recommend using the FCU multiplier to use or unuse some flight controllers, as moving pieces on the moon surface can be very unforgiving.
But if you want to actually switch off most of your thrusters, that doesn't really work, I think.
It does, because you can use multiple flight computers, and some flight computers get linked to some thrusters and not all of them. So what you do is that the thing is, you don't really switch the thrusters on and off. What you do is you switch the FCU multiplier to 0 or to 100, which effectively turns the flight computer off, which turns the thrusters off. So the on-off switch is done at a different place.
Okay, but the FCU general multiplier, that's in the FCU, not in the MFC.
Yes. No, a flight controller unit, not the flight computer, flight controller. So you can have 2 flight controllers linked to the flight computer, and both of them can be pointing different directions or react to different inputs. And you can then turn them on and off.
Yes, indeed. Kalmor here. When I built this thing, I wasn't aware of this trick. If I would build nowadays, I would split those 2 offs and just switch off bulk of the thrusters.
I did a 60 hours worth of work to make a Giga 1 hour tutorial that is currently on YouTube. It's my latest YouTube vid on my tutorial channel. And I really went in depth on thrusters, trying to demystify it, trying to understand the what, the how, the why, what works, what doesn't, and in turn really try and explain it in a palatable way.
Camo, if you know how that trick works, you absolutely have to tell me later in detail, because I have been looking for something like that for the Phoenicia for a long time.
I did. There's the YouTube vid. I'll give you the link.
Yeah, right. Very appreciated. Thank you.
There's the alternative option of using network and memory relays to cut out flight controllers and main flight computers.
That would also work.
Well, network relays have the advantage that if you cut it out like that, you can have one main flight computer or several main flight computers share the thrusters without them getting in their way.
Well, that's what I tried before with a relay, but I couldn't get it to work. Maybe I just didn't try long enough.
So what you need to do is you have a memory relay with different names going into it, into that network island, and a normal network relay going out. And for the memory relay, it's important that the input names and the output names are different, otherwise you get the network loop and your ship grinds to a halt.
I partially look at that topic in my mouse control topic. Same thing, another YouTube tutorial on that channel.
But you have
I never went as much in depth on a topic, and there's still more to explore on it, but it was really trying to see in detail how the game wants to use the thrusters, flight computer, flight controller, and inputs. Like what does what can you do with it, what do you not want to do with it, and how does it work?
All right, thank you. I will have a look at it.
I will definitely as well. I still don't like that the Phoenician must that the user of the Phoenician must use the warm-up button for the ship. I would really prefer if the ship could automatically just switch off some thrusters until the generators are spooled up. But I haven't found a good way to do that until now, so I'm really looking forward to that.
There's no magical answers, but what I do in the tutorial is I look in detail why you'd want to use multiple flight computers and controllers in the first place. And one ship I am currently working on is going to have 4 flight computers, just like yours does. But it's going to have way more flight controllers because I've got very different usages for them. It's a complicated topic, but it's very interesting.
All right. One little thing before I will probably hand this over to Kelmo. In the back here, you see yet another cockpit, a third cockpit for towing. This ship can actually be flown from that rear seat, can also be flown and controlled from the mining seat. But for this ship, you can see the rear cockpit directly where the towing beam is. Can look out. You can control the ship from there. Unfortunately, the controls are mirrored in this case, of course. But we know some tricks with FCUs now. Then maybe we can overcome this limitation too by switching FCU to one that looks backwards. But anyway. We have preferred using that one currently for towing, so long as we don't have a dedicated tug ship, because we can easily control the ship from the rear seat, and we can easily see where the towing beam points and pick up ships that need picking up. And it also works much nicer than a ship with a towing beam in the rear where we can't look at it. Works when you're in moon gravity somewhere or in some other precarious situation. It's much less of a headache.
Just obviously it has so little thrust that the bouncing off a towed ship is a threat.
That's absolutely true, yes.
That I know of, most of the bouncing is going to be done by the towing beam turning on and off by lack of electricity. That is like the worst culprit for the... I call it like the yo-yo. Just like the toy where you would make something roll on a string. And that would mostly be due to a lack of power, followed by issues related to your computer's power, like inability to host two ships.
As well as hosting changes. In physics, the problem is that, or in control systems, that it's probably just a P-loop controller. Yet, P-loop applies a force, force integrates to a velocity, and that integrates to a position. That means you really need a PD controller. If you run fast enough, the speed will provide the D system, because, of course, if it runs 10 meters fast, it'll have more friction. But given it's so low, you really need to prevent the oscillations from beginning.
Okay. What are the differences between these two ships? So the one on the left is a prototype, and I suppose number 9 would be one of the many produced versions?
The B in front of that denotes actually that it's the second line. Second, as in I'm working on that for years. The whole goal of the ship, I don't know quite if Weigel already managed to tell you, is I don't want to just scour the moon surface, but actually dig up quarries. So for what the front lasers are there to ease out some, if not all, the obstructions that were left from previous mining one. And also the controls, it has the parking system. It has a weak, admittedly active brake. As in, if you hold down control, you will come to a stop, and that relatively quickly, no matter in which direction we're moving. Parking display, I don't think you have seen it yet because the rangefinders seem to be off. So it just shows the distances to make it easier to navigate in tight spots. But yeah, those are the main differences, and of course the generators. It's all took so many iterations.
Writing the entire name of the ship on one line makes it look like some kind of password for a website. HH16A09HSM.
That's our form of registration number. The letters at the end are basically just a short form of the ship type. In this case, HSM is heavy surface miner. Yeah, but these are just our registration numbers.
Nice.
No, they're not a password. I'm afraid you can't.
No, I know. It's just it looks like what I'd use for a password.
Yeah, it looks a bit random if you don't know how it's made up. That's true. Right, Cam, do you want to say a few more things about the Carrara or the series?
You asked how many crates it has. Latest measurements, because I forgot to do it in BSSC, were 1047 crates. And the important thing is that you can see that the safety wheels or whatnot are not perfectly level. They are all at different heights, with the highest one this year, in order to actually enable you to widen previous trenches, but not without getting sucked into the trench from the part of the ship that's over the trench.
Didn't even notice it. I noted that, I also don't know why that is, but I noted that wheels in air quotes, on the left side don't have any plating on them.
Yeah,
Is
they
that
were too
intentional?
small.
They were too small, okay.
Yes, and also I turned off the parking display, so if you had a look at the seats, you see this big grid displays with all the distances. And
interesting.
this is because the ship is expected to navigate in narrow spots and you don't see everything, so I introduced some parking in rangefinders to give you a better chance of navigating without crashing.
Does it beep faster and faster if they find something?
No.
Oh, too bad.
Just a pure number, and that was pain enough to display that with constant length and string. So yes, that should sum up the changes of a Carrara over the more or less known series miners. Yeah, it's an iteration that took ages because I tried so many different styles of quarry mining.
We haven't gone over the series yet, and also not over the right one. Those are both your ships, Camo. Do you want to go over them?
Sure. Okay, so the series is very much the predecessor of a Carrara. It is a pure trench miner, not with ability to widen trenches, or you would need to know how to utilize it. It has 30 downwards laser at a gap of 36 centimeters, same as the Carrara, except for ones at the top most left and most right. Yeah, the same seat layout, just this one is a little bit less refined. And has the mining seat here has a little bit less forward visibility. The Carrara that is fixed by moving it down. The series itself is cheaper, or at least I hope so, by a tiny margin because I use cheaper generators and I use only tier 2 generators and tier 2 enhancers. Whereas with the Carrara, they are all fully enhanced and tier 3 generators. Also, that's the reason why the series has less crates and a little bit less optimized thruster and center of mass. Yeah, it does not have many advanced features, though it has still the towing beam set up. No active brake. And yeah, it is a workhorse nonetheless. Alright, yeah, because I feel so bad talking about the series when spending so much time on the Carrara. I would like to continue to the Reutworm. Well, I presume you already know the initial versions of the Reutworm, as in the Silkworm. So the idea with the weapons layout was to give you the option to at least chase down pirates, if not to outright destroy them. But since I built them before tier Salim was available, I had to stick to tier 2 YOLO ships, and so triangular calculations were a pain, and they aren't that good at aggregating fire as I would them to be. So I honestly expect if it ever come to a fight, they would turn out rather ineffective, which is why I removed them on further iterations. The towing beam is there, upgraded up to like 9 to 10 kilotons. If you go any heavier, the generators will have some real trouble, though it is fast enough to tow safely. yeah, 8 lasers, and they are actually fully automated at that, which is always reason for complaining from the company, because automation essentially wastes a small chunk of their mining power, because they always search the outer line of the asteroid, and that also causes them to search in the air and then turn off, and yeah. Future iterations will probably go back to pure mining. The intention of this whole thing was that Orion is so heavily automated, you just need to point it to an asteroid, and then go make yourself a cup of coffee, and when you come back, the asteroid is gone and inside your cargo hold. It works almost as good. Sometimes the auto approach is a little bit too eager, but in general, it just works really, really well. It has the usual fancy stuff like generator scripts, etc. pp, a scanner, a full display for the fuel rods. And yeah, I still consider the workers, that was honestly the best in all touch categories by the time at entrance servers. So the current iteration should be on the other side, if I'm correct. Yeah.
I didn't bring the current iteration out here. If you didn't, then it's not here.
It must have been sucked into the shadow realm then.
Just to warn you, I'm going to have to not spend too much more time, as I've still got like almost all of the EOS contributors.
All right.
Yes, I'm sorry.
All good, all good. I don't like cutting anything short, but I am going to be very strapped for time soon, because I still have 1, 2, 3, more like many plots. There's way more people than usual at this EOS Con.
I mean, honestly, we were fully expecting you to be strapped for time this time around, simply because of how big EOS Con is this time around.
Yep.
So absolutely no hard feelings. Totally understand. In fact, we're always joking about how you're overdoing it every time.
Usually on Mondays I'm flat. I don't have any more energy left.
I can imagine. I can absolutely imagine that. We still have our fighters left. Do you want to still go over them?
Sure.
We can do it quickly. We can do it relatively quickly.
Let's go.
There is only one here that's new, and that's not really new. That's just an upgrade. So we can try to be a bit quick about it. All right, I suggest we start with our rapier line of fighters, which is here, this one.
Have your fighters seen combat on the pit STU or on the live?
Both. But mostly the rapier A.
How do they fare?
Well, it depends on how you want to see it. I think they fare fairly well for their price and their weight category. They are relatively budget oriented, but we did get into a fight against what's his name, Spice Rub at one point around the gate. These fighters are not optimized for fighting the moon surface, and that was very obvious during that fight. But nevertheless, we managed to shoot him down once. Considering who that was we were fighting against, I still consider that a good outcome.
Yeah.
They weren't easy to kill, even for him. At one point, during the videos I saw of the event, he had to go to ramming one of our ships in order to kill it, because just firing on it just wasn't enough. Doesn't mean they don't have weaknesses, but they're fairly well armored. They have their sensitive parts well tucked inside and strategically protected with very good armor plating.
What's its weight?
Oh, Torch, do you know that?
Just try and pick it up. If you're in the group, you have the weight.
Nope, doesn't work for some reason.
That's because you're not in the group. MD Torch is coming up.
We do by now, again, one thing we neglected to bring to EOS Con. We do by now actually have a dedicated moon surface fighter, which is much lighter and much better suited.
This is really on the lighter side of ships. 1.6 kilotons is. I will give you an idea. Most of my fighters currently float in between 4 and 5 kilotons.
Okay, then again, I think your fighters are generally much larger too, though, if I remember correctly.
Bulkier. If I was to put our ships in a box, the box would have the same size. But I'm taking way more place in the box than yours is, if that makes sense.
Yes, that makes sense. Then again, we were just recently standardizing our ship design guidelines, and one part in there says our ships are generally longer than they are wide or tall, and generally not as tall, exactly as tall as they are wide. So that's another one of those design idea thingies. But anyway, yes, they have seen combat. We are also, every once in a while, we are doing combat on the PTU or STU. We're probably going to do that in the future a bit more, although next weekend we've already got a mining trip planned.
Well, if you want some fights, I absolutely love to fight on the STU. But it's probably due to the weight class differences, it will probably be interesting to have a 2v1 or even 3v1.
Yeah, maybe.
Because my ships are on like the very heavy side.
We should also be, of course, looking at the price differences.
Yes. Well, the thing is, we use our ships on the live too, but my corporation has got a huge amount of resources and money to squander, so we have the resources needed to just start printing these ridiculously expensive heavy fighters, which are complete min-maxes.
Although, as MD Torch just mentioned in a drone chat, our pilots aren't really dedicated combat fighters and dogfighters. We don't have that much experience with fighting. So if we were to pitch one design against another, we should do it as we have done in the past when testing our own new designs, and that is do round robin with the pilots, so that we can make sure we test the ship design and not the pilot.
I'm just going to answer a question on stream. Is price ratio the best way to compare fighters? No.
Not necessarily.
No, not necessarily, more like not at all. Fighters are a solution to a problem. And when it comes to fighting in general, you've got a huge amount of different problems. Who's your opponent? What's your budget? How fast do you want to go? I've got a video on like meta ships in the pipeline. The amount of different approaches that fighters can have to be successful is absolutely huge. My fighters are adapted to my circumstances. If Anthares gave me their ships and I gave them my ships, we wouldn't be pleased at all with the outcome because they wouldn't fit our needs at all. So it's a very it's like a multi-dimensional problem to solve. What's your resources? What's your constraints? Who's your opponent? What's your skill? Do you need a lot of firepower? Less firepower? Do you want to be visible? Do you want to be discreet? And each time you make a choice, you end up with a category of fighter that is going to be tailored to the person using it. Which is why it's honestly quite difficult to compare fighters until, that is, we get the sieges on the live. Then it's going to be way easier to compare them, because the answer is going to be, have you won the battle, have you lost the battle, period. And at that point, it's going to be much easier to differentiate them. Until then, way too difficult.
Absolutely, and even siege battles, you already have a few constraints thrown out of a window. You have, for instance, short ranges, you have a limited amount of pilots on each side, etc. So it just gets more and more complicated.
But if we were to fight on the STU, like my ship is called the Nova, it's not on display because it's still very much a work in progress. But if we were to compare fights with one another, obviously a 5 kiloton ship is going to be very difficult to overcome for a 1.6 kiloton ship. So to make the fight more interesting, we need a very roughly equivalent tonnage. Tonnage is actually a fairly good way of comparing ships on the condition that the pilot skills are equivalent and that both ships are min-maxing the meta. Okay, back to you. Sorry for the tangent.
Right, so yeah, basically the Rapier Fighter, we've got 3 variants at the moment. We've got the A variant that has got 3 laser cannons. Then we've got the B variant that's side grade from the A variant that has 4 laser cannons and 2 plasma cannons. There's 2 plasma cannons up here. That's the main difference. And then we have the newest one, that's the one you're looking at right now, that's the C variant. That's a straight up upgrade from the A variant. It has got 8 laser cannons and it has more armor. We went over some details of the armor, closed a few gaps, and we also greatly increased the redundancy of the cockpit connections, because during our test fights we often had luck shots against the A variant that disabled the cockpit. Increasing the connectivity reduced that a lot. Oh, did I say the wrong number for the A variant? The A variant has 6 laser cannons, C variant has 8, and B variant has 4 plus 2 plasma. Sorry, must have said the wrong number there. And upset empty torch. All right. Let's go further along that line here. We've got a fairly old design that was already on the first EOS Con, the Apedia. Still in our lineup here on the EOS Con. Yeah, this one is a design piece by Empty Torch. Got a lot of very positive attention for its design, for its striking looks. Bit of a helicopter vibe, bit of a 40k vibe going on there.
Yep.
2-person cockpit. We don't do 2-person cockpit much more these days because it doesn't work out too well, but this one still has one. And it's got missiles, which still leave it a bit of a niche available as something to outflank the enemy and surprise them from the rear. Or maybe hunt down very big and not very maneuverable combat ships. yeah, pretty much all there is to say about it, aside from the looks. Right, next, here's the Tempest Sea. This particular ship is called the Riptide. Also one of our very old designs, one of our oldest designs in fact. This was the ship that we first used to go to the Elysium Moon through the gate back then. And the A variant back then that we used to have this big hyper jump core in the back here, which is why it's quite so big in the rear. It has a it has a gunner seat that can control those 4 gun turrets on each side. There's 2 on the top, 2 on the bottom. I can just get in there for a short moment to demonstrate how that looks.
Do you have YOLO that prevents you from shooting yourself?
Yes, we do.
Okay, perfect.
That took a very long time to get right, but we have gotten it. There's like one YOLO ship, one shoot YOLO ship for each of the turrets, and it looks at the actual current orientation of the turret, and it has a lookup table for like the turntable position and the angle of the cradle, and according to that it decides whether to shoot or not if the shoot button is pressed.
Nice.
The only problem, I'd say, the big problem with that is that ship too we did before we had the professional YOLO ships, so all the sine and cosine stuff to get the angles right, we had to do manually.
I cheated on my on one of my YOLOs because I did have like 45-degree turrets. I very simply I only needed the cosinus of 2, and that was it. So stored it on the first line and then used it on the second. Simple as that.
All right.
I mean, some ships are obviously not going to be able to use that solution because they have weird angles, such as the ones I'm looking at. But yeah, the solution served me well.
You can see that the turrets are all pointing backwards now. That's because in order to get out of the gun turret, you have to turn it backwards. Yep. There's a park turret button for that. We were also at some point debating about using laser cannons on this thing instead of autocannons, but we came to the conclusion that for that kind of ship, we actually want the higher spread of the autocannons, because the gunner controlled, the second pilot controlled turrets, they will never be very accurate, so we figured that by using the spread of the autocannons, we actually increase our chances of hitting something at some point. Might have also gone with plasma cannons, I think. Might also work.
Plasmas don't have the same fire rate and generate an insane amount of heat.
All right.
So, like, it would require a very different approach. You'd need way more heat sinks for plasmas than you do for autocannons, if memory serves.
Probably, yes. Then again, seeing how this ship used to have the what was it called? The warp core in the rear for a long time, and it now has space there. We could do it anyway. Probably.
No idea.
All right, so to come to a conclusion with the military ships, the last line we've got here on military ships is our Sabertooth line. That's our low-budget line of fighters. Those were designed with an eye on the possibility that we might get, at some point in the future, locked out of certain regions and will lose access to strategic materials. So we've got 3 variants of the Sabertooth here, and they are actually straight up upgrades. Like the A variant is the cheapest and simplest. The A variant uses exclusively safe zone materials. Doesn't even have any YOLOL chips, no generator automation. Everything is tier 1. We are not honestly expecting to ever have to build that thing in masses, in great numbers.
Yeah, but it's a good just-in-case ship to have.
Mm-hmm. It's a fallback solution. And similar for the B, still a fallback solution, but we're allowing us to have a bit more use of materials here. We go up to tier 2 here. We actually have YOLO scripts now. They're actually visible in the cockpit. We have, the A variant has a basic FCU, which is a bit of a bother while parking the ship. But yeah, the B variant at least has an advanced FCU. And tier 2 everywhere. They all have the same armament. I think it's how many autocannons? I think 4. Yeah, it looks like 4. Yeah, last one is Sabertooth 3. This one goes to tier 3. Sabertooth C goes to tier 3. Uses a few alloys actually as armor, but not the most expensive ones, mostly bestonium. Still very much a low budget fighter. But at least this one has got some actually useful armor. I don't know off the top of my head how fast they go. Maybe we have it in our list. Nope, unfortunately not. We had it somewhere. Sorry, don't have it in front of me right now.
Oh, good.
But speed difference between the variants are actually substantial, as you can probably imagine.
Yeah, not surprising.
Mm-hmm. All right. And then as a last thing, we could take another look at the Travia ship we are currently on. This one is another design by Star Fox, the same member who also designed last EOS Con shuttle.
I remember visiting this ship. I liked its vibe.
This thing is classified as a luxury cruiser with mining capability. Large generators in this one, as you can see.
Yep.
Quite a lot of propellant. The ore crates were mostly all visible from the outside already. 2 cockpits, one in the bottom, one on the top. The one on the top is a real one you want for flying. I think that one also has quite a bit of automation.
Nice.
All right. So those were our ships this time around.
Well,
in retrospect, we should have also brought the Wipeout at least. We do that next time, right, Torch?
thank you for the visit. I really hope that one day we'll have the possibility of having those projectors, which someone found for me in the yesterday's stream. But at some point it was planned to allow us to have some projectors on stations, which would have made like hosting issues and whatnot so much easier to deal with, and just be able to display the ships. I've got Angel Wing asking, where is your space car?
We don't have a space car, sorry.
CRLL, not the cow, not the animal. Carl as in the name. I'm writing it in.
No. It is space car with an exclamation mark and a question mark.
Oh.
Nope. We don't. I'm sorry, we don't have a space car. Angel Wing has got us thoroughly beat on that. Sorry, we don't have one. The closest we have is a space shunter locomotive in the form of the Cirrus class.
Does the trick. It has wheels.
Then again, how would it look like if Anthares was to design a space car? Suppose it would have to be, probably a pickup truck. Not a racer. No. Not a supercar or hypercar.
Lots of locomotives. Vega, thanks a lot for displaying your lot. Much appreciated. I'm just going to take a very short coffee, and then I'll be right back for Vega.
Yeah. Thank you a lot for visiting us.
Much appreciated for showing everything.
Always a pleasure to have you here. And we're going to see if we can make some time for SDU fights.
Just ping me, literally. Any Sunday when I stream, I love to have some good old fights. Mm-hmm. Ships do tend to be on the big side, but I do have a 1 kiloton fighter.
But we do have some more bigger designs right now that we are not showing on EOS Con. We can try maybe one of those. Or we can actually try the smaller rapier designs. See how they fare against and then a 3 versus 1 configuration or something like that. Or 2 versus 1. But yeah. Wish you a lot of success on the rest of the EOS Con.
Thank you very much. I'll just go and get myself a coffee. I'll be right back.
I will also be gone from the channel right now.
Okay. See ya. And we go back in like a big minute. Just 1 big minute. See ya. Oops, and I am back.
Why, whoops? You didn't drop it. Finger at you.
You put the card in front of me, I suppose it was NTPS?
Yeah, probably yes. I think you can even grab it.
Oh yeah, well I'm going to bolt it on my ship. It's a very nice looking card.
Yeah, it's also to advertise, I believe, the fact that he can do micro decal missions.
I always have a lot of respect for those that are capable of doing nice looking decals, considering just how much of a pain they are to do.
There's some tricks that help. But yes,
I know there's some tricks, but here's the biggest trick. You must be super patient. Like super patient while doing these things, and it is to the point where I've decided that I in fact prefer to do plates rather than decals.
Well, yeah, doing decals is like a
Oh, actually, that's
an ounce of jank in a bucket of patience.
It's a what?
An ounce of jank in a bucket of patience. Like a few drops of jank. But you need most of the patience.
No, it's not bolting.
I'll try picking it up to your inventory, then putting it down.
Curse you, EOS Con. That is...
Because I believe it was for NTPS's card.
Oh no, that's something else entirely. No, it disappeared! Ah, come back
Well,
here!
it is top center in your inventory. Up your inventory top center.
Give me a second. Inventory top center, what are you talking about? Oh, there it is. Okay, that one, thank you. All good. All good in TPS.
Yeah, you're not used to having just one plate of...
Stay on my ship. Thank you.
Please. Desist.
With lots of love and patience. Hello in TPS.
Oh god, I'm watching a stream at the same time. I got the echo. Is this a chat where we're allowed to go in, or is this just for people showing off the ship? I'll leave if that's the case.
So what I'm doing right now is I'm trying to interview as many people. So I'm about to hop on to Vega's plot, but if you've got ships to show, I am most definitely interested in having you present them.
Yeah, cool. I might hit you up on that later. I've still got one design I want to try and get out before then, but yeah, definitely.
Sure. I'll also be streaming tomorrow if you prefer to be to have a chance tomorrow. And if you are interested, I'm most definitely interested in hearing you talk about the organization going on into the EOS Con. Because we're 6 EOS Cons deep, and I've realized that not once have I interviewed you or Arkhonus on the organization and the work that goes behind the EOS Con. And I think everyone kind of took it for granted, and I wouldn't be surprised if I did a survey that some people think that it's in fact Frozenbyte that organized the EOS Con in the first place. Which is a big no-no. Like, I want good work needs to be credited properly.
That is a misconception that a lot of people on Steam seem to have. It's fine. It's fine, really. I mean, like, honestly, the fact that it's already getting confused for Frozenbyte stuff is sort of praise in its own way, I suppose. So, I mean, it's fine.
Fair, but I still would like to...
We do it because everyone else enjoys it, so...
Yes, but so French expression saying that you can't live off love and like fresh water, which is to say that comes a moment where work does need to be recognized for what it is.
Yeah, sure. I'd be happy to talk about that.
Can be any time later today or most of tomorrow afternoon European time. So that is going to be late afternoon and right in the middle of the night for you. No, yeah. Wait, do you live in the same time zone as Arkhonus?
Yeah.
Then yeah, I mean, whatever time suits you.
Okay, yeah, no, I mean, like, if you're streaming, I'll just pop on. See how things go.
But yeah, I'm on this Discord precisely to be able to interview people, and I'll be hopping onto the other channels to see if people are interested in presenting their ships.
No worries. Okay, well, have a great time, you know, at EOS Con.
Maybe,
Thank you very much.
Well, I'll let you go on your business, so...
Okay, I need to orient myself, and Vega is going to be over there.
It's a bummer that I take it. Didn't have anything job yet.
Vega will be in here, and I'll park my ship there.
Yeah, that is the correct corner.
I go. Ooh. I recognize these. Lingon, I keep forgetting to ask you, but each time I was thinking of it, something else got me distracted. I never put it for sale because I kept wanting to ask you before. I'm all for selling it, as I think it's genuinely a very fun ship. I just need to add a button for the on-off of the transponder, which I have yet to do, which is like a small oversight of mine when I put the buttons on. But apart from that, yeah, I think it's a very fun ship that really deserves to be sold and used by other players, especially considering it's a fun ship.
Yeah.
And for shit and giggles, I'll probably even do a combat version with laser cannons that stick right above your Endo's head.
Absolutely.
If you shoot and sneeze at the same time, you get a mohawk.
Reverse mohawk.
For like the most dangerous mohawk you've ever made.
You just need to put it like a sign: don't pitch up while shooting.
Sure. That sounds really good to me, Lingon. We have to make sure that we sell the same version, and then we can do variants of the ship, which can also then be split 50-50. But yeah, I'm all for it. I'm also all for doing other designs, because I think this is thanks to no part in... no, that's not how I want to phrase it. In Grand part?
A big part, yes.
Yes, in a big part thanks to you, the design really looks fantastic. I really enjoy the looks of it. I know how to do functional ships, I know how to do efficient ships, but good-looking ships is barely within my reach. I can do them, but gosh dang, the amount of work that goes into them.
I mean, there's a lot of stuff that goes into making a ship look good. And
Yep.
paint is one of it. However, paint works more of it can ruin a good ship if the paint is done badly. However, a bad ship can never make it look really good with paint, with just paint.
I'm glad to see I'm not the only one battling with English today.
Yeah.
Okay, show me what you've got, Vega.
Okay, what do we want to start with?
Whatever you feel like showing.
Okay, I mean, first I would like to plug some of the tilt wings here. Specifically the purple and black one, the green and black one, and the red, white, and black ones. These
Okay, I most definitely will have people that have got no clue what they're looking at. So first of all, I'm just going to show what the inspiration is, because I recall it's a ship from Mechabellum.
Yes.
Mechabellum plane. I suppose I should be able
Phoenix.
to... it's the Phoenix, thank you. Phoenix. Okay, so first of all, this ship here is the inspiration for the tilt wing. Now that you've got a good idea of what was the inspiration for the ship, I just would love you, or first of all, the ship is recognizable, which is really nice. And this here is an absolutely crazy feature the ship has. So it's called the tilt wing, but I think it would be funny enough, more appropriate but less cool of a name if it was called the Tilt Ship, because what is tilting is not the ship, it's not the wings, sorry, it is the ship due to how Starbase works with rotating parts. So cockpit has got absolutely not a single beam, or it would not work at all.
I mean, you could have beams that just wouldn't work as beams.
In my book, that's called a waste of time.
Yeah, exactly. Beams are... You can have them on rotating parts, it's just not efficient to use them.
And you made them boltless.
It's reasonably cool. As much as it is feasible to do boltless, it's done boltless. Like if you look close enough, you will find, like on the inside especially, you see a few bolts.
Yeah, come on. If I have to start snooping around to find bolts, in my book, it's boltless.
Okay. Yeah, those are like color variations. Many of them were done as an homage to other shipbuilders I quite like. Yeah. And they're currently being auctioned off in the EOS Con Discord.
Okay, so where do they find them on the EOS Con Discord if they want to partake in the auction?
Okay, you go to the EOS Con Discord, then there is the channel called Ship Auctions. It's in the general, and it's about underneath free blueprints and above pictures and videos. Yeah, so on the side you scroll. Yeah, there.
You've got a few auctions going off.
Yes.
I see the purple one seems to be the most popular one.
Yeah, that one is actually I organized it kind of poorly because it's actually 5 instances of the blueprint, and the way I wanted to do it was end of day 1, the 2 highest bidders get a blueprint, and then it goes for the second day. And then the 3 last highest bidders also get something to get the blueprint.
Okay, so a little bit of a weird set of rules for the bid. Let me see. Can I? Yes, I can create an invite link, edit invite links, never generate, copy, and send it on the stream. I'm also taking notes of all of the links for the YouTube vid, so I'll be able to put them all in the description. Okay, really is a fantastic looking ship.
Yes, it's called, as Namad I think it's called the T Incorporated. Yeah, yeah.
And now it has wings.
Yes, this is the KE-1, the King's Eagle. It's a ship many may recognize as being included with the pre-made blueprints on the STU. Not quite this one, but one very similar to it.
And I will say it looks really, really good with those wings.
Yes, that was a really good suggestion you brought, that the Scout wings really looked like there was something missing. Now, this is actually my reconstruction ship, which you can humor me for this. If you look closely at below the solar panels. Let's see something first. And tell me if you noticed something I forgot.
Oh.
They're not only not bolted, it gets worse. I forgot the solar converter.
Yeah, you also forgot to cable the solar panels.
Oh yeah, I mean that, yeah. They're not cabled, but it also wouldn't work because there's no converter. But
to humor everyone, I'll just pretend like everything is as it should be.
Well, I mean, technically it fulfills 100% of the function it should be, which is to just look good.
Yep, let's go along with that.
It looks good and it's cheap. Because you don't need to spend on it. Yeah, so the inside here was not really how I expect people to actually put it together, but more to show off what you could put in a ship like this. For example, you could have some crafting benches. Then you also have, like, you could have extra jump seats.
Lingon is enjoying your turret.
Yeah, that is a door gunner example turret. It doesn't actually work, but it is cabled and piped. And the reason why it's piped in this strange way is mostly on account of we wanted it to dissipate heat. Because normally a turret has issues with heat dissipation and the cannons just overheat.
What prevented you from making it work? I don't see anything that would not allow you to have the turret work as intended.
There's nothing technically preventing me except this thing called time and deadlines.
Yeah, I know. It's this weird thing that just keeps blocking the best of projects from having an infinite amount of time.
Well, I had someone send me a lot of it, but it took them too long to process. Yeah, then,
if I could spend 24/7 for a year straight in the ship designer, I still would not have enough time to do what I want to do in Starbase.
Yeah, then here's the escape hatch because the doors are sliding doors, which means that if you were to run out of power, you could not open them. We've done several things to mitigate it, but the most low-tech solution is the escape hatch.
My even lower tech solution is called a punch at the hinge.
Yes, but that would incur more repair costs than it already has.
Fair, but if you're already to the point where the ship isn't moving anyway...
True. I cannot argue with that, yeah. And I did once, on the inside here with the jump seats, I did once test it, and it's actually a surprising number of seats that fit in. And I got the number to about 40, and you could basically still walk around very comfortably.
So just Lingon is asking if those decals, which are not fully decals, there's actually a little bit more going on there to them than just decals. Is it fans or the umbrella logo?
It's supposed to be a fan. You know, for all that cooling, for that hot air that needs to be exposed.
Okay, no, those aren't pure decals. I thought you were using a very small piece.
No, it's actually just decals. They're just in at weird angles, so it looks like it's also metallic. That was the idea. There are lots of decals. Weird points. Basically, the decals are just so it doesn't. So my process for making the design here was I first built all the plates. Then have like roughly sections that could conceivably be put together and then assembled in different colors. And then, because that looks too bland and just flat and there's no detail, I put decals on it to add the detail. Yeah.
It looks nice. So this ship came a long way. You've been having it in your pipeline for ages now. This is
probably a year at this point. Yeah, it had to be at least a year.
Slightly more if we consider that some of those components needed for this ship needed some time to be made and then adapted.
Yes, then the thrusters at the back are actually one of the things that I'm gonna redo at some point. And yeah, and in the haste to those will be redone because it now looks barren because of the wings. It's less. It's the eyesore in here. The elephant.
Yes, but I don't think. I mean, depending on what you want to do, I don't think you'd need a crazy amount of work to get these to be very nice looking. Lingon is saying that you've got this big love for circular thrusters.
I mean, there's actually another reason why I do the circular thrusters like this. For example, in the wings, it was mostly an aesthetic choice, but also because there's thrust pointing in so many directions, I like to call it disperses faster into space. Where if all the thrust is pointing in one direction, it glows very brightly because it just darkens out really fast, and you see it longer. And I would claim that the thrust like this conceals better, especially in a belt.
A thruster is visible AF. I mean, I've just seen earlier on this stream someone that was almost on the other side of the belt. His ship was on potato mode, but I could see the two plasma thruster exhausts. Unless you're using maneuver thrusters, you're going to be visible from a mile away.
There's no way to hide the thruster exhaust, but the thing about being in so many directions is is conceivably harder to exactly pinpoint what's the direction of the ship. Not exactly, but yeah, the idea is that it disperses faster. It's like a marginal increase in concealability, but yes, there's no way to conceal it.
You've also got 2 torpedoes loaded in each of these tubes for twice the danger for the one shooting the torpedoes.
Actually, there is a safety mechanism included in there. The safety mechanism is if the gunner, or the one that guides the torpedoes, accidentally shoots the back one first, the front one actually also gets fired.
Wait, you can shoot the back ones before the front ones?
There's no interlock for it. If you have the cockpit, it's just 4 buttons that fire each of them.
You should.
Yes. If
you should have left button fire and right button fire, and then YOLO decides which torpedo goes first, not the pilot.
Arguably, I don't trust YOLO to actually not mess this up.
Oh boy.
Yeah, so we just have a network relay that if it realizes the back one is fired, it also automatically fires the front one. A simple analog solution first. And also I found that Starbase actually has some weirdness with that, where if the back one fires but it's obstructed, it just deletes the torpedo. Most of the time. Like it just kind of, yeah.
That's like having a sniper rifle and the guy's selling me the rifle is telling me, oh, you know, like 1% of the chance the bullet goes down the wrong direction of the barrel. I'm like, what?
yeah, that's basically it, yeah.
It's not supposed to do that.
Yeah, ideally it doesn't do it. However, if you're if you think about it and are a little more with it, because it's not 100% guarantee that it works, but also it's a 10% chance that it blows up in the 20% of the time you do it wrong. So it's like a 2% chance of going wrong. Yes. But yeah, then on the roof in here we actually have these doors here to access the fuel rods. The reason why they're designed, why the hinges and the place it is mostly so they would be when they're in the lowest position, you can still walk around with your ender without banging your head against it.
A welcome feature.
Now they do get stuck at times, so don't try to over-open them. Yeah. Yeah, you have the designator, you have the transponder, you have some YOLO accessible there.
But you just told me you don't trust YOLO.
No, look, I don't trust YOLO in things that could have potential blow me up. That is goddamn my responsibility to blow myself up and have fun with it.
Oh boy.
If it's you that mess up, it's frustrating, but if it's you doing it wrong, then oh haha, I did it wrong. And get a bit more of a laugh out of it. Now you do have access to chips, you can even hop into the pilot chairs. Now back one is the gunner, front one is the pilot.
The gunner no longer has got his top turret though.
The turret... Okay, the turret has been replaced with a simple designator, which currently has 180 bugged. Yeah, the designator is just to set the course for the missiles. Yeah, that has funny. But yeah.
Okay,
In
so it's
theory-
more like a torpedo operator than a
Gunner, yeah.
than a gunner.
And the funny thing with the torpedoes is actually, if the designator is pointing that way, the torpedo will actually go out the launcher, turn around, and track it. Because return to target.
That's for some extra spice in your day.
Well, like, it goes at least 10 meters in front of it before it starts to turn. Don't worry about it. I mean, the torpedo decides that it has hit you and just warps into you and blows up like 20 meters in front of you. But hey, details. Yeah. And yeah, if you sit into pilot chair, you can see the primary flight display and your controls. I've kept it very simple, where you have your right side is sensitivity management. Then you have the weapon arming here. You have cruise control. And then you have just a simple ISAN. So cruise control, arming weapons, ISAN, transponder, and here's two text panels, or no, not text panels, progress bars, to change the ship ID or the target ID. The reason is because of the way the Pegasus works and the way the designator works. If you had several ships with the same ID, they could conceivably confuse each other and have the inertia dampeners not work. Or, yeah, and the same goes with targeting. And of course, if you know a enemy ship's designator, you could technically set the target ID to that and it would actually track without you needing to aim the designator at it. In theory, which is why cargo log frames are still not a horrible idea. Yeah, frame flight display just helps you with how you're rotating, because the way the glass is set up, it is a little confusing at times because the way it mirrored. Yeah, and then the torpedo operator, you just get the button to turn on the designator and 4 buttons to fire the torpedoes. I just thought of it. Yeah, that's about it for this ship. Now to one of the next ships. Guess the fighters would work. That one. That's loaded in for me. So this is just a tiny little a little fighter. It was because I thought the experiment would happen, but I don't think it has been announced yet.
Yeah, I actually don't even know if we're going to have one, considering the amount of time that has elapsed since the last tournament, but I think it would be quite the good idea to ask if it would be possible to have one.
I mean, yeah. And yeah, I just thought it would happen quite recently, so I actually started work on it, and then, yeah. Or actually, a while ago.
Get off.
And this one has just been, stop stealing sockets from the front of my ships.
They keep popping in my hand. It's the same thing with Aha's ships. His very fancy cars. For whatever reason, I've got a kleptomaniac endo. If my endo approaches anything that resembles a socket, it ends up in his hands. And then I end up scattering them all over the place.
It's fine, don't worry. Yeah, so you get the... this is just the socket plow you see in the front. The idea for that being that it helps with crash absorption. And because this ship was actually built with a lot of crash absorption and survivability in mind. And the reason it's so pointy is because that I found works the best when you actually crash into something. Because what happens when you crash with a flat surface is it crashes, rotates, crashes again, and that sends two kind of shockwaves through the ship that knock plates off. And here you can basically have a head-on collision with 150 meters a second, and like at most 3 plates fall off. And the beam being bent at the front is mostly so it clears the laser. Because there was a small design flaw where one of the laser cannons would shoot the beams. Oops. It's armed with 3 lasers and 1 rail cannon. The rail cannon is missing because of budget constraints. Then if you go to the back, I believe about here there's one plate that's slightly aligned differently. Yeah, there are no back thrusters, it didn't need them, it just went max speed before.
Oh, is that how you enter your ship?
Yeah, if you look up there, you see a seat, and I think you can even press. Yes, and now you're in the first seat, now you can get the pilot seat. I don't think the ship would... You can press controls all you want, the flight controls...
Oh wait, this is really cool the way you get out.
Yes, you just walk forwards.
Hey, that is really nice, because whenever ships are in combat, the biggest problem you have is when your ship is out of power because, well, the generators, sockets, heat sinks, or whatever got hit, and you no longer have power for an ejection.
Now, somewhat, I believe, I forgot if the ship actually has the safety hinge. It may have fallen off. But some other ships, like the other fighter I have in the back there, actually has what I call the safety hinge, which is just an unpowered hinge that you can use to kick yourselves out. But yeah, here you use the chair. I mean,
yeah, but what I really like is the no movable parts. Because I've had hinges get shot off during combat. So usually my ships now have got 2 hinges. And although I've halved the possibility of stuff getting blown off, I can still end with a scenario where I've got nothing left.
Yeah, that is of course an issue, yeah. And this ship also has 2 main flight controllers, 2 flight control units. Those are controllable with these 2 twist handles. The reason why we did it that way is mostly to because the main flight computers are also doubled. And if you have both of them talking to the same network, the ship gets very angry at you, and is not controllable. I mean, we're already making the main flight controller suffer because of the amount of thrusters and the way they're placed. Because there's no reverse, there's no downwards, and there's no strafe. And for up, you basically have like these 2 angled ones and some up thrusters at the back. Or center. Now it has full pitch, yaw, and roll, however, you just need to understand that rolling moves you up, yawing moves you forwards. And there's no backwards, and kind of no downwards. But if you go forwards and aim at the target, that has actually very sparingly been an issue for me. That, like, I don't use the reverse when in a fight. Ship to ship, you will. And I don't think you have used it either?
I prefer ships that don't make it sound like I have to solve a Rubik's Cube to point the nose of the ship towards the enemy.
You really don't.
Until you lose thrusters, that is.
I mean, okay, yeah, that is a possible concern. I do agree with you. However, considering how light the ship is, and it's kind of meant to be more disposable. I mean, if you pick it up, it's less than, it's like 8 ton, like 0.8 kilotons. Although, in fairness, there are some beams and stuff that aren't actually mounted here, so yeah.
What about your other combat ship? This one has seen tournament activity.
Yes. We've got it out again. It has not loaded in for me and hasn't loaded for you. I also gave you access to this one. Yes, front toward enemy. And the sneaky transponder, of course. It was a tournament requirement to have a transponder, right? So yeah, we put it at the front there. In front of a rail cannon.
Just to remind everyone that he did in fact ask permission to do that for the tournament.
Yeah.
Just an important detail, because all transponders had to be turned on for the tournament, but there was the possibility of mean, I think you're the only one that did jank like that one.
Yes, and I regret having done it because it's like I was, oh yeah, if you lose transponder, you should be out, and it's like, well. But yeah, sometimes it's not about whether you win or lose, but how many pages they have to add to a rulebook.
No, sometimes they don't. Sometimes it's right click, kick.
Oh yeah.
So just beware. I've had situations get managed that way where it was not rules being added, but just like, we're not gonna deal with you anymore, goodbye.
True. Yeah, this also comes with 2 torpedoes, and in this configuration it's actually over the weight limit. However, there were like 3 parts you can remove. You remove like the middle section of the torpedo launchers, because those are only there that it prints with the torpedo inside. And you remove the travel propellant tank, which is just there for travel. And if you go inside, there should be like a small slit here at the back somewhere in front of the designator. Yeah, you just take a wall tool and unroll it. Yes. I'm standing on top of it and like about here. It's not gone out of. Yeah, I can't actually hop in because it's not out of lobby yet. Yeah. So there's like a seat you can see through here. Yeah. And then you hop to the main seat. And there you have the controls. And now you might notice the weird arrangement of glass in the front. The reason the arrangement is like that and there's a weird gap in the railing is for downwards visibility.
Yeah, that I do on some of my ships.
Yeah, and now on your left side there's actually the Vega Industries safety ejector hinge. Because times you need to get out and then the seat behind you is shut off. And the way this hinge works, it's completely unpowered. And it's a grab handle, and it's bolted to the beam. So if you need to get yourselves out, you unbolt it and then turn the hinge so it kicks you out.
Yeah, but if you do that, you won't be able to sit back into the cockpit.
You can actually reset it from the seat behind it. However, if the ship is in the state where you have to get out and you can't use the seat behind you, arguably you wouldn't need to go back to the cockpit.
You also have the advanced displays that have been cut.
Yes, it sort of uses, I believe, gyroscope rotation and ship translation movement to calculate what direction the bullet will deflect at the target distance.
Does it work?
Sort of. Not really. It may have just ghosted for a bit, but yeah, it just moves the cursor. Yeah. And that is that, but it wasn't fully implemented time for tournaments. It actually just takes rotation, which is one of the things. Yeah. Which isn't technically the correct way, but that's how we did it. Can't exactly perfectly lead the target for you, because to lead a target you also would need to know target direction and move speed. And that is not possible to capture with rangefinders easily. And not in this form factor. Yeah, at the bottom there's a funny decal basically below the pilot chair. And yeah, it didn't work. The ships are just griefing themselves. In case you're asking why the laser crashing into the asshole. Yeah, then let's see. We could either still look at locomotive.
I'm going to have to move on. I apologize. I've got like so many people to visit.
And locomotive. That has we talked about it the last time, and if they want to watch it, they can watch your stream re-upload from last EOS Con.
I'll just turn on the thruster in for the exhaust at least.
Okay. Hopefully it goes out of lot. And the other ship, the weird triangle ship, was actually one I also want to talk about a little. Because I actually haven't talked about that last EOS Con. Okay, there it should be turned on.
Give me a second. Your ship is... Oh, there you go. Nice.
Yeah. Just purely decorative.
Yeah, that is safe zone only, obviously.
Yeah, I mean the entire ship is safe zone only. There's no reason to take the outside safes. And of course all the turntables had to be welded for safety.
Yeah, but like, if it hadn't been for the difficulties the game experiences during EOS Con, you'd have all of the wheels rotate.
Yes. Okay, now this pink and yellow one is the one last one I want to talk about. And I'll keep this brief as possible. It is an old mining ship I made, and it is the first time I actually, the first really, with advanced features. Yeah, so in the back you will see kind of just the walk-through tunnel for YOLO. There's YOLO darts all around the ship. About 300 ships worth. Yeah, but it all comes together in the cockpit. I'll give you access to that one. And the text also is able to, yeah. Basically, the important part are the advanced displays to your side. Yeah, you have a few stacked buttons, and you have an asteroid, you have some analog gauges kind of on the display to show off various stats. Because I didn't quite like the look of all the progress bar.
You left the cursor on though.
I did, yes. Need to understand because it's this was two years ago, almost at this point.
Yeah, but I mean you can turn the cursor off whenever you feel like it, just by you pressing on the screen. Yeah.
Yes, that is true.
You can just, unless you renamed it, so I wouldn't know which one it is.
Okay, I changed it off. It would be SC for show cursor. And then above these two switches here, extend up if the hinges don't grenade themselves. Actually, yeah, those are two screens that deploy. Those are, one of them is your asteroid avoidance display. And the other one is the waypoint compass by Firestone. Asteroid avoidance actually sort of works if I take if I turn it on and you look up, it should actually show some sense. Okay. If I stand in front of those range fires, it says which zone detects an asteroid. If I walk to the up ones, I believe it actually shows even that it's on the top somewhere. Yeah. Yeah, you see how this one section is red and now a different section becomes red. Yeah. And that's kind of how it says where the asteroid is. Helps with lining up at times. Yeah, then the other one's with waypoint compass. You have the first iteration of the artificial horizon, and these weird two progress bars clipped into each other, having this gap that moves around. It's basically an indicator to show what direction does the ship want to go. What direction does the anti-drift want to move the ship. So you kind of have an idea of what the ship is doing. And the other cross is the slip indicator, shows what the direction the ship is actually going in. Yeah, and there's a interesting safety system for it, for the mining lasers, because you're quite close to the mining lasers naturally. So, and to use it, you have a button called arm lasers, and then it lets you actually turn on lasers with a few more safety checks, like are the turrets lined up. But as soon as you exit, you actually always walk into this rangefinder. Because of the cockpit design, you always walk into this one, and this gets detected by YOLO and immediately shuts down the lasers. Now this has some problems when you get close to asteroids, but it works well enough for me, and it's not as annoying as other solutions where you constantly sit in the rangefinder. Yeah. It's about all specialties. It has waypoint storage that also wasn't used. Store 60 waypoints. Yeah. That's about it for it. It has a flight plan that was never finished. This ship is very unfinished.
Thank you for showing it off. I do apologize, I'm going to have to accelerate and move on. I'm looking at the time, and although I'm going to be streaming for 6 more hours today, plus 12 tomorrow, I don't think I'm going to have enough time to visit everyone.
I mean, that is, yeah. I mean, last time it was all like, where you told Tiffany, oh yeah, he's going to be second, and then you spent like 4 hours interviewing Arkhonus.
Yeah, Arkhonus was a bit faster yesterday than he was at last EOS Con, but it was still a lot of time.
Oh yeah.
Well, thanks a lot for showing your plot. I'm just going to hop on the voice channel above to see if there's anyone else that wants to be interviewed.
Oh, because most of them are Icarus, yeah.
There's Icarus, I can see MYI, NTPS, Stuin, and Orion.
Arkhonus are Icarus, and they're actually in the slot.
That would actually be quite convenient. Oh, okay, the video from Egotech is available. Well, with pleasure. If you want to, you can chat through Discord, through Twitch, or voice channel, Discord, or in-game, really as you wish. Vega, thanks again. I'm going to go to Egotech, which is quite close. Hello, hello.
Hello, can you hear me?
Hi, loud and clear. My ship seems to be upset with me for some reason. It is not out of propellant. What is up with you?
I have the same issue with my ship yesterday. I had to log out and log back in.
Nah, that is not, in my case, it is not a ship issue. It is a my rods are empty issue. Well, I have to refill it. I'll refill it later. The ship must have been running for a long time. Oh good, I'll go and fetch my ship later. But let me turn the transponder on there. Which is done. Yeah. Thankfully your... Oh, it's already active. Thankfully your plot is right next to where I am, so all good. I need to walk down here. SP Industry, walk down.
Hello.
Hello, hello.
We heard you doing interviews.
I am. I'm moving to Egotech right now, and after Egotech, I do have an availability.
Alright, well, we're interested.
And where you are with Icarus project, if I recall correctly.
Icarus project and AceTech.
Perfect.
Yeah, you were on our lot just a moment ago, together with Vega.
And since you're right next to where I am, it's going to be nice and easy to come back to you right after. Okay, I'll just visit Egotech and then I'll be right back to the previous plot. Crawler. I'm seeing more and more surface mining ships with very different tanks. It's very fun. Egotech, I'll let you, or Vinteo, I don't know, what do you prefer to be called? Vinteo or Egotech?
Doesn't matter.
I'll call you doesn't matter then. Hello, doesn't matter.
Yeah, that's fine as well.
I'll let you take the lead and you tell me what you want me to see, and I'll let you present your ships.
Alright, so I guess what we're looking here now is the crawler. It has 19, I think, 19
sure
lasers.
Stuin. I'll visit you right
down.
after.
So it's the lasers are also on small turrets, so it actually sweeps side to side as well. It has this. So I think yesterday Arkhonus showed his surface miner. So it was to hit that laser array is based off this one, but he put it on the hinge so he can do like the belt mining as well. But the original one was based off this laser array. So yeah, pretty simple. Just rolls on the ground, digs a trench, sucks up ore. So nothing really special.
Simple design, but you still made sure that it could at least try to survive bumps.
Yes. So it has like, we say, more truss at the bottom, so that for landing, quote unquote, it has some extensions on the side and the front for the hover mode to go over the trench so that it doesn't drop the ship down into the trench. Yeah, that's basically why it has this long thing at the front. So it'll keep the ship above the trench, basically.
Nice. How many crates does it have?
Let me just double check the exact number. It has 640.
Okay.
Uses large generators. Or not generators, generator, just a single generator. No, sorry, it actually has two generators, sorry, yeah. Two large generators. The entrance is from the bottom. If we can go into the ship here. There's two seats, so the one at the bottom has a view of the trench to the bottom. You can fly the ship from the seat as well, but obviously with less visibility, and then there's a pilot seat up here. There's all the benches as well.
Any reason for the glasses not being painted black?
Not really. I've never ever painted my glass, so I've never done it, so I don't know like if there's a benefit in painting it black.
It just reduces the glare a little bit. So the glass has paint by default, and it's grey paint. And you have white, which is like ultra reflective, and then black, which is less reflective. It's as simple as that.
So yeah, I just left it at the default, basically. So the way the ship crawls is it has the setting for 3 settings. So basically, it has the thrust, advanced thrust, and advanced time. So what it does is it waits. The time is how long it waits. So it'll stay there for, let's say, these lasers, and then it will apply the advanced thrust, which is usually like 1 or 2 or something like that, and it'll push it forward, and then it'll wait again. So it's just a start-stop method of sort of crawling the surface. I know that some other people use like a continuous thrust method, and I find that this is more propellant and energy efficient, basically, because it doesn't apply the thrust all the time.
Yep.
So I've with Arkhonus ship, I use the same system, but updated a little bit. So it actually, because with this system, like if the crates start to fill up, the ship gets heavier, then the thrust that is applied needs to be increased as well. So in the current system, you still have to do it manually. So after a certain period, you might have to apply a little bit more thrust. But in the new system, it actually detects how far it's traveled, and there's a minimum distance. So if it doesn't meet the minimum distance, it increases the thrust. So it's a bit more automated in that sense.
Nice.
But yeah, it's pretty simple system. My ships are usually the systems are pretty simple. I try to keep it as simple as possible. Yes, can move on to the next one. This one is sort of a resupply ship. The original hull was used. I had a ship called a Mapper. It had the navigation logger in it, in its body. So it had the antenna sticking out somewhere up here. But yeah, it seems like in the future that might be deprecated. So I sort of repurpose it to a resupply ship. It has two separate network tanks on either side with 204 million propellant. You can basically use it to refuel other ships on either side, and it also has like 96, I think, million propellant for its own use. The ship itself. And open the service doors. You can see all the tanks on this. If you outside, you can see all the tanks here.
So Lingon is asking on my stream why both tier 1 and tier 2. Why is there a mix in the supply rods?
Yeah, these are extra because it's meant to be like a rescue resupply ship. So basically these are the extra ones. So if maybe some ship is trying to rescue and needs a tier 1, basically.
Actually, now that I think about it, may I take one of your tier 2 rods?
Yeah, sure.
Thank you very much. You'll have to take it out for me. Oh, good. Come on, mate. No. Why am I not allowed to? Because my taxi ship is out of rods.
Can you not pick that up?
No, I don't seem to be able to. Inventory and then out again says Stuin. If you put it in your inventory and then put it back out again, so that the game doesn't think it is part of your ship.
Try now.
Thank you. Much appreciated.
Is one enough?
Oh yeah, no, it goes in the inventory, no problem. Thank you very much.
Okay. Yeah, I guess there's nothing much else to say about the ship.
Well, it's a very straightforward ship. How many crates does it have? I saw you had quite a few at the back.
Hang on, let me just double check. I don't want to give the wrong number. 20.
Okay, just like as a just in case.
Yeah, so usually like, you know, if you just have like Exorium or something like that, you can like refill many rods with just a couple of stacks. And the next one, this is a asteroid hauler called the Hexer. I'm not sure if you're familiar with the original Hexer.
I am. It's a very old design of yours, although this seems to be a very updated, upgraded version.
Yes, so the original one was designed for the old safe zone with small asteroids, so you could collect the small T7 asteroids, 6 of them, which is why it was called the Hexer, Hex for 6. I can't remember. One day, Sasquatch, I think from Icarus project, he was talking about upgrading it to do T10s, and I sort of have been thinking about it for a while, but I thought, like, you know, this type of design, it would be pretty unbalanced when it locks like a big asteroid, right? So I was a bit hesitant, but I thought since he was trying it, I thought I'll try it. So I just made the size bigger and added changed the angles of the cargo lock beams, and it wasn't too bad. So it worked out pretty well. So the difference is the old one uses tractor beams to pull in the asteroids because it was small enough to use tractor beams, but obviously with T10s it's not strong enough. So this one uses an approach system. So with the rangefinders, you can tell the difference, and then it just approaches towards the asteroids and locks them in automatically. And the other thing is that this new version has material scanners in each lock position, so it will scan the asteroid and then record the volume and gives the estimate credits for each of them. And the display will give you a total for all of them as well. So I think that was
I completely forgot Slingham. I actually think I need to write it down somewhere.
Except that it only had it for the scanner at the front, and then you just scan the asteroid, give you an estimate, but I never sort of stored that estimate, but this one does.
More and more asteroid haulers have that feature, I noticed.
Yeah, I think I believe I was one of the first ones to do that, if not the first one. Yeah, and so which is, I think, is, I guess, a pretty good feature. Yeah, so I tried to go with a more unique design, because I know there's a lot of haulers out there that's just straightforward 3 in a row kind of thing. So try to give a bit more of an option for other people, and it works pretty well, I think. So this is a free
design.
The free blueprint as well, so you can download it off the website.
So for that, they just have to scan your QR code and just not have the name of someone through it.
Yeah, so there's 2 QR codes, one's for Discord and one is for the website.
People will be able to visit it on the replay of the stream, so it's not a problem if they battle. May I have some... Display doesn't seem happy. Yeah, that is absolutely to be expected at the EOS Con. They're super dependent on YOLOL, and the tick rate of the YOLOL really battles.
Yeah, so yeah, I actually don't have the displays for each ship turned on because of that. So I
Is
just
it
left
the
it off.
advanced displays?
Yes.
To make the advanced displays work, you have to use a hinge to disable its power and enable the power again, like periodically.
Right.
That fixes the issue with displays tall enough.
Yeah,
I'll
but yeah,
most
so I couldn't figure it
definitely
out, so I just left it
take
off.
note of that. Can I have links on Discord that I may put them under the video?
Sure.
Thank you.
Where should I send them?
Just send them to me directly on my Discord. Thank you. That is going to be, I'll put it on the chat for my viewers and write it down to... And you have your website too, which I'll also be sharing on the Discord. Thank you. That way I may also be able to have it in the description of the video.
Yep, no worries, thanks for that. So next we have this sort of role-playing ship. I'm not very experienced with combat or anything like that. I've never actually been involved in any combat in Starbase. So this ship started off as a commission, like somebody commissioned me to do this shape, but it was just a shell. I've added, after the commission, I added the weapons and the mining rig, everything, and it also has cargo lock frames on the side here, on either side, so you can store cargo. There's two turrets, front, top and bottom at the back, which can be on its own network, so it can be mouse controlled. The top one, no, the bottom one, I think, can also control the tow beam, which is located at the bottom of the ship. And that is also on the turret, so you can use the mouse control to control it. For weapons as well, it is hidden, so I'll just open the button. Sec. Hopefully it doesn't break with the moving parts. So yeah, so it has lasers here through each side of the cockpit, and then plasma at the bottom here, plasma guns at the bottom.
Fun.
And on each side here, there are missile pods as well. So they're using the five missile pods. So there's 4 pods altogether. If you go inside, it has quite a large interior. So up front, you have the cockpit. You can either sit down here or up on top. There's 2 pilot seats. There's doors here you can open to refill ammo. Here you have to crouch to go into the seat here, which has both mining lasers and autocannons. So you can switch between the 2, so you can actually mine asteroids if you need to.
Press the wrong button and you'll be mining a pirate and shooting an asteroid.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, so there's actually trap doors here as well. If you go down, you can see the crates, ammo boxes as well. So they're all down here. The side doors here to refill the rockets and stuff when you need to. Yeah, and it has furnaces, reconstruction machine. So I put everything. And these are the entrances to the turrets, top and bottom. And on either side there are sort of like rooms with passenger seats you can go to.
All of these ships will be available, or are some not available?
All these ships are available, but some are not free. Some are free blueprints, and some are for sale. There is some controls here for the displays, these large displays. So you can change the displays that's shown on these large screens.
Yeah. Nice.
And I think I did some, like, you can do some animations and stuff as well, but yeah, I didn't. Yeah, so not sure how useful this ship is, but I did spend like, I think almost 100 hours on this ship to design this ship.
It's a fun looking ship.
Fun. Yeah. It was fun to work on as well. Just waiting for this to load for me, the ship here. Doesn't seem to be loading for me. Yeah, stuck in low detail for me for some reason.
I think I took the host of the ship, and now you're battling to load it too.
Yeah, so basically, if you look at the drills up front, those were the drills that I mentioned before. That was in the other the other ship that you were looking at before. And I think I've seen it in Kenobi's ship as well. So some people have been using it because I released it as a free module.
I saw it on the Heavy Anthares Industries.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah. So this has 3 of them pointing towards the center to mine an asteroid. It spins and sort of like the conversion will change as well, so you can mine the whole asteroid like pretty much hands-free. You just press mine and it'll mine the whole. It still has a loader for me, even now it can turn on the lasers. This one has 540 crates. 534 crates. Yeah, pretty. It's a basic miner. Doesn't have any of the advanced features besides the mining lasers.
Nice.
And final one here is also not loading for me. This one, is it loaded for you?
Loading, it's invisible right now, which usually precedes the ship loading, although it looks like it's being a bit shy.
Okay, it's loaded for me at least. But yeah, I don't think you can see it on your stream.
There you go, it's loading. Is this going to be a taxi for the EOS Con opening ceremonies?
Well, it could be. Maybe the next one. Yeah, so it's like as you can see, it's just a basic transport. Nothing much like in terms of features, just a lot of seats. The entrance is at the back here. I spent quite a lot of time on the door.
Nice. Very nice.
Yeah, so this is like, I guess, first class up here and the pilot seat. And then you have their seats on either side and at the front. So I tried to have big windows for the views. And there is a service room under the stairs. Where all the generators are.
It's a fun looking ship.
Yeah, so this is my newest ship. Try to put a little bit more effort into the detailing and stuff. Usually my ships are pretty simple with the plating. It's very it doesn't have all these details on it, but I tried to put a little bit more effort this time on that. So I guess that's it for the ships here. I have released I think 32 ships. They're all on the website. Most of them are free. I think 24 of them are free, and just a few that are for sale.
Well, thanks a lot for the showcase. It is much appreciated. I'll be moving on back to Icarus project and AceTech right after. I'm just going to take a 2-minute pause before.
Mm-hmm.
And then I'll be right back at you. Thanks again for the rod. It's going to allow me to resume zooming back from plot to plot. I actually think it's also a good demonstration as to the importance of like refuel ships, especially when there's no repair hangars, which we do not have here.
Yes, yeah. I think now with, like they're saying, with ship warp and stuff like that, I think people might not be using capital ships as much, maybe. So it might be more useful to have refueling ships.
Yeah, I hope those refuel gameplay, long-range mining gameplays do a comeback, because capital ships are incredibly useful, but the problem is that they've removed a lot of the different kinds of gameplays from the game all at once. So I hope that they're going to be at least adding features back to cap ships, which would make more gameplays appear.
MY,
Yeah.
do you have corium alloy anyway?
I don't think so.
Okay, I'm just going to mute Death and myself. Ego, thanks a lot again for the visit of your plot, and I'll be back in 2 minutes to visit MY and Crystal.
Right, thanks. Yeah.
Oh, thanks again. See you soon. Okay, back in 2 minutes, just going take a very short break, and I'll be right back. And I am back heading towards your plots, guys.
Well, I'll just print it first and then recycle it later.
Alright. Ace is bringing in a different ship. I guess an Egotech.
The latest version of an fighter ship that we have not really shown yet. Well, it's an update on our ship. It might have something interesting and inspiring for people. Yep, it's printing it now, MY. Happy, question, is that Endo behind you having a tail or something?
Oh, I didn't get him to disappear. That is Bobcat, which is a GIF that you find on the official Starbase Discord. If I just hide my webcam, you'll see him better. And whenever I leave for a break, I usually put on a fun little GIF, just to make it a little bit more fun to patient while I return. Simple as that. But yeah, that is Bobcat, if I recall his name correctly. Was posted by Dev, photoshopped by me to have 1,000 years, and animated by Farm Dadler, and then it ended up on my stream. So apparently this GIF has got quite a lot of history. So, there you go, that's the reason why I ran out of power. Had the full throttle generator button enabled. Okay.
Am I still soft, by the way, MY?
No, you're fine.
Soft?
He means quiet.
Oh. What on earth are you talking about?
MY likes cherishing me.
Okay. So I had some messages on Discord organization to do. I'll let you decide what you want me to present, what in what order.
All right.
Well, yeah, I can see Clementine.
I'm on the other side of the lots.
Okay, yeah. Okay, let me hop back on my ship. It's going to be faster if I do that.
Oh, I hope you two are not Shadowrun.
No, I can see Happy.
Oh, okay, cool.
We can see one another. An easy way of knowing if we're in the same Shadow Realm or not anyway is to check who is visible in the station, and if you can see one another in the station, then it's all good. It's literally as simple as that.
Yeah, okay, so we'll start from over here.
There you are. I should have stayed on my taxi.
Oh. Well,
Oh,
you
good.
get your endo.
Oh,
you
good, oh,
endo
good.
if you exercise. You need a few... It's not steps, a few liters of propellant. We use DD for a healthy endo.
Well, if Clementine is looking at my stream, he'll have the answer to his questions, which seem to be about your ship.
Yeah, we'll get to that. So I'll start from this side to do that. So this is a Spyro. It's part of the second tournament, where we had a limit of, I believe, 6,000 tons, and this is a 3,000 ton ship.
Yeah, 3,000 tons per team.
Yeah, or 6,000 tons per team. This was the second tournament.
A very nasty 6 railgun ship.
8 railguns, 8 lasers.
Oh yes, sorry. Yep.
So 8 railguns, 8 lasers. This thing was meant to do as much damage towards the enemy as possible. It's got basically really heavy armor, and then it's these side areas where like extras with it exposed, with the rear thruster array made for extra maneuverability. If you look at it, it's like curved, so every thruster can pitch, yaw, and stuff like that. And of course we had to remove a few thruster nozzles from the sides because of the weight limits, which is an interesting tip we found with the axolotl, which I'll be presenting a few minutes later.
Just before you move on to this, oh sorry, I've actually ended up following Clementine by mistake. How far did you go on the tournament with this ship?
This ship placed 3rd place.
That's very good. I think we were, what, 15 plus teams?
I don't remember.
There were quite a few teams. I think the recording is still on the official Frozenbyte YouTube channel.
Yeah. Yeah, this ship did well, but then it's got laser spammed, and what was the issue was not the ship itself, but my computer, because I got shot at and my frame rate kind of dropped when it was shooting at.
That actually should improve, because one of the most discreet aspect of the STU is that the animations for the lasers have been tuned down quite a lot, so they're not as blinding.
But then performance as well.
Yes, it also does increase performance a little bit.
Okay, that's nice. Yeah, because we were in that, because the ship is pretty big and the weight was so heavy, a lot of people were sporting like 8+ lasers, and as soon as we got hit, like the frame rate would instantly drop to below 1 frame per second, so you're kind of like out of the game.
We're fighting with 28 and 30 lasers on the STU at the moment, and the frame rate has been surprisingly pleasant. We even have less. You know when those ships stay in place with all of the lasers kind of poking out of it like some kind of hedgehog? We still have those, but much less. 1v1s, mind you, not 2v2s or 3v3s.
Okay. But still, I got a few fights in PTU, and now I see that, interestingly, the plasma spam is almost kind of an viable alternative, because it has the, like, if you look down on the gate, this warping effect. When you get shot at by plasma, you see this warping effects on your face, so it disorients you a bit. So that's also. Sorry?
Hitting someone that's moving with a plasma is not easy.
Yeah.
I'm arriving with the.
Oh yeah, okay, right on time. Because we're moving on to the Higgs Hadron.
Which also saw a tournament, if I recall.
Yes, these two ships were in the same tournament.
Where did you go?
I am above you.
Oh, there you go.
So yeah, this is the Higgs Hadron. It was inspired by the bow tie with the flat shape, where it has a lot of like armor in the front. Oh, here's the latest version above you, arriving slowly. It's got a few upgrades, if you can see.
Low poly for now, but I am noticing that the overall shape is a bit different.
But yeah, it's got 2 railguns, 6 lasers, a lot of armor, a composite armor with aluminum and another material. Our AceTech branded armor, which we want to say we invented or discovered, but we're not completely sure if it's just an invention from 2 sides at once.
Composite materials?
Materials where we stack different layers of materials and
yeah,
like
it's also the mechanic of why certain shots get blocked by blocks.
Yes.
So everybody was sporting rails, but not really the most efficient way, basically.
Yeah, this was before the tournament. Everyone used rail armor, basically, where you put little railings in front of each other and they kind of blocked railgun shots. But we discovered we had the full understanding of how this rail armor works, and we implemented a different way of doing it. You can look at the ship above you because it's the latest version. So you can see more features.
So people started doing these spike things, and I was really not pleased with them because that would make every ship look like a hedgehog. So I tried to make it something that looks like it should be there in antenna shape. So it is still work in progress, but I'm gonna make like all antenna looking things on it so that it actually looks like antenna things.
Please remind me, what is the goal of having those not ducts, of having the cables and the pipes sticking out, because that's something that's quite common with quite a few armor mercenary ships.
Yeah. This is the direct counter.
But there are 2 main things, basically. The main thing that they are hiding behind, basically, is that it renders in bullet shots earlier, and that prevents it from glitching through glass and other stuff. So it starts to hit the outside of your ship and not your pilot inside of the ship, for example. But to be fair, the biggest reason most likely is the ramming. So you can like ram people with it without taking damage on your ship.
Does it work without snapping off almost instantly?
Depends. It's still a little bit strange. Sometimes only one of the things snaps, or sometimes all of them snaps, but it also depends on how you construct it. So there are like specific ways on how we assemble them so that we get multiple tries out of them.
How heavy is this ship?
This one is 2.7. So this one fought alongside the Sparrow later on in the tournament, where we got 3rd place. And then this one also fought in the 3 versus 3 1K, like 3K total for the team, where we had 2 very, very lightweight El Moscos. You can see that later. Together with this as our main heavy ship. And we got 3rd place there also, though we didn't really work out really well. It was mainly this ship that stayed alive because of an estimated error that we did on how well certain people shoot with guns. we're not really good at PvPing, but we mostly make up with it with designing ships that hold out really long.
I'm a terrible pilot, and I make it up with ships that compensate for my poor piloting skills.
Exactly. Yeah.
So I completely get what you mean, and I'd even argue to say that I'm possibly a worse pilot than you are, because as long as whatever I'm doing is less than 5 minutes, no problem. Yeah. If it's more than 5 minutes, I lose concentration, and then I start ramming stuff.
Yeah, well, if you're fighting against people like Good Praxis on the test server, 5 minutes, I will be to the moon if I lost 5 minutes against him, because normally it's like 20 seconds and you're already done.
Yeah, at peak it had like a 30% win rate against him.
Yeah.
But the battle would be decided within like the first salvos would determine who won.
Yeah, kinda. We did win against Good Praxis in the first tournament, but that was because we fought him so much that we started to notice something that our ships could do and his could not. So we kept that a secret until the tournament, and we used that strategy, and it just worked 2 times consecutively. So we won. It was really really fun.
Nice.
Yeah. This ship is a lot better than the Higgs because we had a lot of steering issues, and that's what is being worked on now. The ship holds out really long, really well, because it has such a small frontal profile for a lot of armor. But we started to lose engines too quick that are mandatory for keeping it mobile. And since this one has 6 lasers, you need to like aim pretty well. And if you start losing aim ability, basically, then it is useless. You're just a ship that needs to be taken down, and it takes really long, but you're not dashing out damage yourself anyway.
If you want to fight, that's what I've said with everyone presenting me some combat ships. If you want to test ships on the S2, by all means, please do tell me. I usually stream on Sundays, but even if it's during the week, I really do enjoy the occasional fight. Yeah. Sure. If you want to test an odd design, a weird concept or whatnot, my corporation recently, Baruf and Tib more specifically, have done an oversized bow tie, but with 6 railguns rather than 6 lasers, and it's nice. The Zeus. It's on my it's on the Ouroboros plot. You know it's not my design because it's actually nice looking.
Yeah, I will take a look at it. Yeah, this is actually also inspired on the bow tie. The frames around the lasers in the front is actually the original beaming of a bow tie. So I took the bow tie from Pegaran, and I started to look at like how do I beef this up, and how do I add 2 railguns to it. So I found it funny to keep a part of the frame the same. So the front beaming is of an original bow tie blueprint, and then the rest is all rebuilt.
Yeah, the Baruf didn't start with he started with the concept rather than the blueprint, and then went off on his merry way. And yeah, lots and lots and lots of testing, arguing on my Discord. I had to get out some test benches to demonstrate what was and was not sacrificial armor, and what was placebo armor.
Oh yeah. So this ship also is one of the first ships that we showed the holographic screen technology on. You still have the images on the Discord showing how it looks from the pilot seat.
You can also check the EOS Con flare of AceTech. You'll see it.
Do you have a link to give me where I can just pop it on my...
Yeah.
Up that way, it's easier to share. I recall that I am on your Discord. Icarus Project Discord. Discord.
Yeah, there is a section AceTech there also.
I'll take a wild guess and say that the AceTech part is going to have the AceTech ships. Oh, ooh, sweet. And there's nice pictures. Come here. Can I invite? Can I distribute the invitation link of your Discord on the stream?
Yeah, sure. So if you look at the Higgs there.
Second, invite light, no limit, generate, copy it, up, sway, notepad, Perfect. Ace crystal.
If you look at the Higgs, not the axolotl.
Axolotl. Oh, there's a lot going on.
You're looking at the axolotl now.
Ace crystal, axolotl, dragon wings,
Core, the Higgs Heron.
Am I blind?
It's the right top one. The one that looks like the ship that we're on.
Okay, I was blind. Thank you very much.
So if you scroll down a little bit, you can see the holographic display stuff there. How it looks from the pilot seat. So we get like depth into the holographic display, and it accurately shows where the laser lines are.
I am looking at hours of work here.
The aligning part and the scaling of every grid display is very tedious, yeah. And the dots become blue or orange based on if you're in aiming mode or not. So you can see the aim speed that you're currently in. The green two double circles on the left and the right are the railgun shots that are ready. So it can fire alternative railguns, so you can see which of the two railguns is already charged up. And on the bottom, it's basically a simplified battery bar, which basically shows how many consecutive railgun shots you can fire with your current energy.
I've got one cargo lock beam at the front of the ship, just like you. And then I get a red light that illuminates the cockpit in red to tell you stop shooting or the ship's going to go completely off course. Yours is more elegant.
we also like with AceTech we try to like over engineer a lot of stuff. So the low battery problem where your ship spins out, we have yellow code that prevents your ship or like limits by 90% how much your ship starts to spin out if you're running low on energy.
I do over-engineer my ships, but not in the same way. My over-engineering is just slapping on more 432 armor plates, put them in Oninome, and then put more guns in the nose of the ship. Getting hit by 28 or 30 lasers at once, it does have quite the armor testing capabilities when it comes to your opponent.
Yeah, I would be glad to fight some of that stuff.
Well, obviously, like the EOS Con, and I'm running like some kind of headless chicken from plot to plot. But starting Monday, if you want some fight, I'm all for it. I really enjoy doing so.
Yeah, sure. I'll look for it. I'm kind of busy these days, also with work. But sure, I will try to get a fight with you.
Bring me whenever. Literally as simple as that. Can be on stream on Sundays if you want like a very extended taste. Or it can be during the week or another day if you want something more short and fast-paced.
Sure.
Okay, give me just 1 second. I'm AFKing, but only 20 seconds. Be right back.
1, 2, 3, 4. It would have been. Imagine putting every
Oops.
every
And
slide of a grid display on an slider, so that you can also do like compensation for left or right.
I tried it. It doesn't work, unfortunately.
On a slider, no?
Yeah, the when you rotate, the slider moves because of inertia instead of going to the right direction.
Yeah. That's true.
Except if you go it Doggo's way and you stack, he stacks rotating tables, but nothing prevents you from stacking sliders.
Do sliders get nullified also?
Everything is stackable in this game.
Yeah, but I mean, does the weight nullifying also work with sliders?
Apparently.
Give it a try.
Oh. Yeah,
I mean, literally, take a ship that is designed to spin like absolute crazy, and stack. Total testing time 2 hours ish.
We were talking about putting every slice of the holographic grid display on a slider, so that you can also do path prediction with it.
So I've always got the argument of preferring YOLO to anything that is moving, because when you start a combat, it really stresses the game out.
This is more for fun.
What you can do.
YOLO already. It's on one of MY's ships. He had a prediction thing with YOLO.
It was more basic, but.
What you can do is have multiple holographic displays, so you lose that depth perception that's kind of fancy. But what you can do is have them offset on the side and decide which one turns on. So
we have thought about it, and the resolution of that you need is too much, I think, for the amount of displays, plus the perspective of having multiple displays behind each other. It starts to become very wonky, basically. So the resolution is too low and the displays are too small for it to.
So that's when the problem becomes too hard to overcome for solutions looking for problems to solve. But that is most definitely something I can relate to. That is.
So this is the Axel that MWAR and I both is our first fighter that we made. We kind of wanted to join the PvP events just to be like grind meat. We didn't really take it serious that we would actually do pretty good. So we just started building with our engineering enthusiasm.
And zero skill, because we have not skill, by the way.
Yeah, and we left all the meta behind. Basically, all the cube-looking ships. We wanted to make something that looked cool and different. And AceTech has a lot of these like angled engines, so we wanted to incorporate that also in it. And we wanted to let it look a little bit mean with like these angled out engines, but then have radiators in between, so that it's like a heavy railgun ship, so it fans all that heat out of those radiators on the side. That is
one design that absolutely ensures that the pilot is going to want to take great care of the ship. Because if the ship goes, so does the pilot.
Yeah, for sure. But that's like it looks like a really big ship, but the explosive primary core is actually that little part under the seat, and the two biggest glass pieces in the game are fully around that part. We wanted to have great visibility, so that is why it has the like little bit open area. Yeah, this thing is 4 railguns, and it was for a 2K tournament, so it was 4K for the team. But for that weight, this ship was really, really big, and people thought it had 4 lasers and 2 rails, but it has 4 rails and 2 lasers, which just dealt massive amounts of damage. we had a special YOLO code to manage those railguns to get absolutely efficient with the energy, because running these 4 rails on such a light ship is massive amount of energy is needed. But yeah, we got a lot of interesting things. We got a lot of questions about these engines that we have without nozzles and without optimizers and stuff. People didn't know you could run them without, but it saves a lot of weight. And in terms of redundancy and everything, it makes sense. And we're using these engines as armor because it's like pretty good armor also. And because we have so many engines, we keep for a long time a lot of overthrust to keep our maneuverability and high speed.
That is partially why on my website, the calculator, there is now the possibility of having like super modular thruster designs, but there's also the thruster comparison calculator, allowing you to see for a given voxel volume what is the best thrust ratio.
Yeah. And the we have like different engine setup buttons also, so that during a fight, if we start to notice that the ship is not moving in a certain way anymore, we can like start dividing engine groups up into smaller groups so that we get control back. And we've got multiple reactions from like Pegran already that was like absolutely amazed that we were incapacitated and running in circles, and then suddenly the ship just functions again and he needs to get back in a fight.
How did you achieve that? Is it just by disabling and re-enabling certain systems, or is it just a computer recalculating what thrusters it could use?
We group engines together to get them to thrust in a higher state. If you make 2 small groups, you will have engines in the same direction that will run for like less than half power, while another is running really high. If you group them together, it has less options to make that thrust in that direction. So all these engines now suddenly are the most optimum one, and they all fire 10,000. Like all these back engines would fire 10,000 if we don't split them up, because this is the most efficient way to go forward. But if you lose a few things or something, or you lose all your side engines, you lose your yaw and pitch control. And that way we can then split these back engines up into 4 different groups, which gives us yaw, pitch and roll fully only with those back engines.
Nice. Very nice.
Indeed.
And we got second place with this thing. And we managed to defeat good practice with it also.
Yeah, this was the ship.
That was really, really fun.
It's got a very, very pleasant vibe to it.
El Moscow from Camwari.
El Moscow. This was the 3rd tournament ship with the Higgs. We were 2 of El Moscows and 1 Higgs. So this was designed to strafe. If you look underneath this artwork.
Oh, that's a railgun. That's not a mosquito.
It's the El Moscow. So in Spanish, I think Mexican, where ito is a prefix or suffix for something small, which implies that there's something bigger called El Moscow. And that's where the inspiration for the name of this ship was. But yeah, this was supposed to be like a strafing ship where most of the time it moves, its main axis is upwards. So it's looking at the enemy and moving one direction. So you can do a lot of maneuvering in theory. It works really well if the pilot you're against has not a lot of experience or medium amount of experience in aiming. But with people like, say, Praxis or someone from Arma, it's been very difficult. They aim. They use their joysticks instead of joysticks or mouse aim and that kind of precision stuff. Or they just use. You can use autocannon spam. Basically, autocannon spam is this bane of this thing's existence because you can just shoot it down. But other than that, if you're like in a railgun ship or you're like in a laser ship, it's going to be very difficult to hit if I'm aiming at you and I'm maneuvering to dodge you.
For this tournament, we were very secretive about what we were bringing to the fight. So we actually made a separate station on the PTU away from Rober to train ourselves. And we only made one mistake, that we kept training on each other. But we all use keyboard aiming, and we are all not really good PvPers. So the fact that we stayed secret with them and we thought we had a really good combination was biting us in the back when we went on the tournament, because we suddenly came across people with joystick or mouse aiming, which had absolutely no problem following these strange moving diagonal ships. So
but a very similar problem with my own ships, where because we are not that many at Ouroboros, or at least not available to fight at once, I end up designing a whole lot of duelist ships, which are absolutely amazing on a 1v1, but do not fare as well against smaller, more numerous opponents. So I ended up having like a very hard time against like ships these size with like one railgun each, and then do some boom and zoom techniques, and it was the bane of quite a few of my ships. But yeah, if you want to test some designs, some ideas, or some wacky concept, I'm all for it.
Yeah, if you talk about wacky concepts, if you quickly speak here inside the X level. We got some armor shenanigans going on with our most valuable stuff in the ship.
Maybe you can unbolt it to show.
I'm just waiting for the ship to stop being a bit shy.
Should I build it? I think I'll build it.
Wait, I will. I don't know if I can take it out. Right.
Just...
sacrificial side armor. Internal sacrificial side armor to protect the propellant.
Or medium propellant tank.
Has it seen usage?
It's a large propellant tank, actually.
Oh, large. Okay.
Yeah.
Mistake. But yeah.
We've been fighting these axolotls against each other for a lot, and we've been. The axolotl performed so well, I guess, because we were constantly fighting against other people. We were not really hiding stuff, and that way we could adapt and fine-tune the ship really well. And we did have multiple fights against each other with railguns, where we had a back shot on each other, but we didn't explode, and then we looked after the battle, and then a few of these rods were missing. It's not perfect armor, like you can hit in between, but it increases the percentage of chance that you stop a railgun.
I've got a very accidental, weird concept, which is that when my latest ship explodes, the explosion, so the pilot is at the front of the ship, not on the top or at the back like most meta ships do, but really at the front, and the explosion stops right on the back of the pilot. So it's one of those meta ships where you have to like go in through a micro gap, but to get out after an explosion is like the easiest thing ever.
You can just step out.
It was completely accidental, but it's the funniest feature ever.
It's like the movie thing where you do a drift on the crossroad and you step out of the car while the car is like drifting away behind you. And
yeah, that's kind of the vibe you get.
And you just step out and start shooting. Yeah.
But yeah, nice. Most of the ship does go off in an explosion, but I don't bother doing that with my propellant because first of all, the batteries, I put them inside of the propellant, but there's the generators and the ammo all around the propellant, so there's other things that go boom way before the propellant does.
Yeah.
fun stuff.
And done with the El Mosco?
Yeah.
The El Mosco has also a tiny grid display.
It's the thing that I found where your pilot drifts sometimes. So when you're aiming, you have to like exit the seats and enter it, so you're aiming straight again. It's really very, very noticeable in the El Mosco.
I've got a ship that actually may be very fun to fight the El Mosco with, and it's called the Doctor. And the Doctor is a single railgun stealth fighter.
Oh, you'll have a hard time.
No, I'm fairly certain it's going to be a hard fight for both of us. Probably more for me than for you, because you've got a laser and I don't.
Yeah.
But still, it's really fun because transponders go off. Ship is completely painted black, and when it does not move, because it's so small, it is very difficult to see. I was able to one-shot ships that were 10 times, 15 times my tonnage because they couldn't see me. So I was able to creep up on them at the back and give them a good whack at the back.
So, whoa, I'm inside somehow.
Something hosting changes is happening.
Yeah, I think I need to...
Just wait a few seconds.
Okay.
And then the ship releases us.
I'm not sure if it's gonna release me though. I'm glitched through some beams.
Are you in LOD?
Nothing a main menu can't solve?
No, for me it's loaded.
There you go.
Yeah, so if I escape now, it's gonna LOD for you guys again, I guess.
Yep, and it caught me again.
Yeah, wait a moment. I'm spawning in again because I was inside of the ship.
LOD hell. Oh my. That's a lot of jiggling.
You see me shuffling.
It's a little bit afraid, I think. Yeah. This is these are the dragon wings. Well, it's like a ship design that is.
The dragon wing.
The dragon wing is the first ship that I started designing with. It's inspired by the it's inspired on the O-Wing, which was a popular ship in the beginning. But I kind of wanted to have a ship that went farther and was more sustainable in every situation. So I tried to make a multi-purpose blockade runner. So I wanted to outrun every pirate and stuff and run past them, or look scary to like prevent getting into a fight, which helped really well actually. Yep. On the gate, people often let me pass because I wasn't a big miner, and pirates were like, "Yeah, I'm not gonna fight that thing because it looks like absolute shit to fight with." But it's a high speed blockade runner, but it has 74 ore crates on it, so you can take a tier 10 on the material with you. And that's what I basically did with it. I was running the gate through Elysium, and I was searching for tier 10 Eumerium asteroids, and one Eumerium asteroid mining would already pay for the whole ship. So if I only brought one Dragon Wing back full with Eumerium, I would have already taken out the cost of that ship.
Was this the ship that fought at the not the Marker, the Noxa station? No, it's
probably the Marker, I think.
Yeah, that is the famous ship basically that joined every cargo crate event from Kakai, so it showed up on every of those events. It got damaged one time really bad, and I used another Dragon Wing to haul it back, and it got repaired. And then later we indeed had the fight with NTC while we were hauling out valuable materials from a cargo crate event the previous day. And that evening we destroyed 9 of NTC's fighters with it, which was absolutely a blast. And it was such a big success that we decided to decommission her because she had already seen so many battles. So we left her in that state because that was one of the best performances that she had done.
I've got Lingon saying that we should get some mimicry going. Imagine a really bad ship, but with the profile of a popular meta ship. So that is something that I did accidentally early on in the days of Starbase. I had a mining ship that I designed, and I decided, you know what, let me shorten it and make a combat ship out of it. And involuntarily designed a combat ship that looked like a small mining rig, but had 30 autocannons, which gave multiple really bad surprises to pirates at the Elysium Gate. But it wasn't designed to do mimicry. But at the same time, I'd started sailing my mouse ships called it's an acronym for Mine Anywhere Whenever Safely, and it was the same parts, it was the same back, it was the same front, it was just shorter and stabbier, but with 30 autocannons and no intention of mining anything. Yeah, that was hilarious to use.
By the way, Happy, you can check out this version here. It has everything open, so you can look inside.
I cannot join you physically at the moment because I'm in a different rendering, apparently. I don't see you.
Yeah, I think you've been shuttered on this.
Yeah.
Because I noticed this ship wasn't loading.
Yeah, if you're and if you then look at the middle later, then that one is the correct one.
Or the latest version.
Let me just freeze my game a few seconds to see who I can and cannot see.
This is a ship that I've been working on since I started doing SSC building. It is fully built without the weld blobs in the game yet, so all the beams and strange angles needed to be aligned. And then later I discovered that there was no mirror mode, so I needed to find a way to mirror all those strangely aligned beams.
That would have been an amazing quality of life to have. Also, an intelligent Autobot would be amazing.
Yep. So I kept adding features and I kept polishing some stuff on it. It has amazing amounts of redundancy in it, in both piping and as well as in YOLO code, so that if you're missing parts on the ship, all the YOLO code will skip lines to not make it do strange things. Especially YOLO code that can control the ship in flight. You don't want to have those skip lines and suddenly do actions on your ship that you don't want to have to deal with. A lot of the YOLO code is also written in a way that it only writes values once, so that it leaves the pilot to override things if you want to. That's also why there are so many buttons, because there are so many functions in, but you can have override everything on the ship if you don't want to use it. It has a lot of openings and hinges and lighting, and then on the bottom, I don't know, Mike, can you press the buttons here and there?
You want me to close it up?
Yeah, sure. Close the engine bay, for example.
Okay.
What I really particularly enjoy with this ship is just the amount of personality it has. It's a ship that's absolutely unique. It really has no lookalikes.
Indeed.
In the beginning of the day, for example, you had radiator leaks. If one radiator started leaking, you would lose all your coolant in the ship. And because of that, it has 5 different gas pipe loops inside of the ship. Every radiator has its own gas network, so that if a radiator leaks, you don't bleed your whole coolant in your ship.
What are those rangefinders that stop so early for?
That is another function that I made. It is asteroid avoidance, but the rangefinders scale based on the speed that you have. So that if you're only turning around in the asteroid field, it doesn't get triggered by an asteroid that you're nosing over. It's something that I've. It's something that I started doing after I had an accident with an asteroid, where I parked up beside an asteroid, and I turned my ship slightly, and suddenly one of the rangefinders was hitting an asteroid in the far distance, making my ship want to evade it and actually crashing into the asteroid that I was sitting beside. So that's why I thought like, oh well, I can just shorten the range when I'm sitting still or when I'm flying slower, because I don't need to scan 1,000 meters in front of me then.
I had an issue with my cruise buttons, where you'd reverse, but the cruise was on, so the ship was going still full speed, and it's not intuitive that going forward and going in reverse can be done simultaneously in Starbase. I still don't know why they decided it was a good idea. And that's how I rammed my first Titan that I ever saw. Since then, when I reverse, the cruise goes off on almost all of my ships.
For me, it's in keybinds. So FCU forwards plus is FCU backwards minus, and vice versa. So when I press forwards, it backwards reduces, and when I press backwards, forwards reduces.
Yeah,
so
the Dragon Wing uses a brake button instead of reverse, because as soon as the pilot hits brake or wants to stop or go backwards, I want certain YOLO controls to be able to know what is going on and like stop, for example, asteroid avoidance, or the cruise button is getting pushed out so that it stops cruising. One of the other really cool things on the ship is the automatic trim function, where if you have head battle or if the ship is unevenly loaded, you can just push a single button and it will automatically make the ship fly straight again within 7 seconds. So it takes, within 7 seconds, it measures what the error rate is of your turning circle instead of flying straight. And it will fully automatically, with PID loops, figure out how to make the ship fly straight by doing a little bit of overthrust on the left or right side. Or cancel roll and pitch and yaw.
Gosh,
a very, very new feature that is added on it is an auto tow function, where a lot of people don't use auto tow that often, don't use tow beams that often, because you get wrecking balls behind your ship, especially outside of safe zone. You get like your back of your ship slammed by the target that you're towing. The auto tow function is something that you point at the ship you want to tow, and then you press this auto tow button and it will fully automatically take distance to the maximum distance of the ship, and then it will lock on. It will slowly tension the line, and then suddenly it will jack up the speed to max, and you will fly maximum speed. And then there is a lot of control in it, where it keeps track if the ship is jittering behind you. So if it starts to become a wrecking ball, it will automatically recover to prevent the ship from becoming a wrecking ball and sit still again. And it also keeps track of things like energy on the ship, where if it notices that your ship has difficulty towing it and doesn't have enough energy, it will divert engine power to your tow beam. So it will start flying slower, but increasing the amount of weight that it can tow. And as soon as it senses that it lost its cargo, it will directly stop flying to not fly away off your tow ship.
Just how many YOLO chips are needed to do all of those features?
The whole cool thing. It even makes a graphical display on a little text display thingy to show you some information and what it is doing. But it is all built in a single YOLO chip, and it took me a few weeks to get it fit into a single YOLO chip.
It's a lot of work.
Yes, that one was like, I wanted to make it simple, but then I wanted to have a lot of features, and I didn't want to add more YOLO chips because the ship already has too many YOLO chips. So I get joy out of trying to fit as much functions into a single chip. There is actually a second chip that you can add to it, which allows you to do gravity auto tow, which involves putting a targeting laser on the ship that you want to carry, and it then will allow you to tow ships that don't sit straight behind your ship. Because this function uses the rangefinder to measure if the ship you're towing is stable. If you use the other one, the ship can be anywhere behind your ship, and it will keep track of where it is.
So when the ship curves downwards due to gravity, it still keeps track of it.
Yes. If the ship is not straight, or you're turning, or it falls down due to the gravity, it doesn't rely on the rangefinder, but now uses the targeting laser to find if the ship is flying stable behind your ship. And there is a lot of shenanigans with that going on too, because of course you don't want to have in your blueprint one code that is transmitted by this targeting laser, which makes pirates find out that code and then shoot missiles at you. So the code is a rolling code that stops the moment you unbolt the targeting laser from your ship, and it will automatically start rolling codes again as soon as you bolt it back onto the Dragon Wing. It's a little bit over engineered, but that's what we like to do.
Just a little bit, not much. Just your usual Saturday over engineered. Gosh,
Yeah.
like if you had to write a user manual, I've got one ship, the Celia, that has a user manual, and it doesn't have a third of the features you do, and it still took me an entire day to write.
Yeah, I'm thinking of making a YouTube video where I make markers in it, where I explain how to use every function in the ship.
Yeah,
To be like a 2-hour video.
Something like that. I don't know. Yeah. So next ship.
Moving up, I guess, to the moon ray.
I've got Arpazak asking if you are a computer programmer in real life.
I'm not a full-fledged computer programmer. I'm actually having my own business with R&D, so I do a lot of R&D for companies. In everything, both coding, C++ and HTML, PHP, but also I do a lot of metal work, print, PCB design, 3D printing, 3D design. I do a lot.
You're having fun?
Yeah, I'm having a lot of fun, yeah. So that's why this game is also tickling my fancy a lot with all the engineering and coding and stuff. That's actually what I do for work also, so I like it a lot.
So you finish your day of work and then you've got more work waiting for you.
Well, at some point it was literally pretty bad because I almost spent more time on Starbase than on here. That Dragon Wing, for example, has already 2,700 hours in it, in just that one ship. But it is also the ship that I develop a lot of the technologies on that then gets moved over to the other ships. But yeah, it is a lot of fun, and it's very interesting also because you meet a lot of other people that are very techy and engineering wise interesting. So I have had wonderful evenings talking with people that try to explain me what the quadronium mathematics challenge is and what other alternatives there are and how it works and all these kind of things I would have never learned unless I talked with people that were willing to explain to me how I can implement a certain system in the ship.
Next up on your list is that the reason why the gimbals are so weird is because they don't have quaternions.
Yes.
Yeah.
Which is an absolute horrible thing to learn about, as it is so damn difficult to assimilate.
Yeah, so I will butcher names often because I'm not good at remembering names. I only remember tech, how it works, but not how it's called. But I think Tekus was the one that took 2 evenings with me to explain what was it called, vector matrix arrays or something. The other way of how to do directional things in games and in 3-dimensional space. So he was explaining that to me, how that works and how I can implement that in, for example, the moon miner that is in the back.
YOLOL, says Arpazak, is one of the best features the game ever had, and I completely agree because due to the way YOLOL works, you can put it on so many different ships, and unless you stress it like you do in an EOS Con, which to be fair only happens twice a year, it works pleasantly well. It's a little bit tedious to write YOLOL. I would have loved to have a few functions and classes to play with.
I often call it NOLOL because my chips often involve only A plus C is D minus C. It's like only letters, so it's no fun to read at all. That's why we call it NOLOL instead of YOLOL. PID loops, for example, also was something I wanted to dive in already before this game, and I've never had the chance. And with this game, I had a lot of fun. Not like just learning the PID loops and the differences, but also like spending so many evenings on tuning it that I get a feel like, oh, if you have this problem, you need to tune the P value, and if you need to do this, then you need to tune the I value on it in this direction. So I can now recognize what is going wrong in a PID loop and then instantly tune the right values instead of being a total understanding what a PID is, but not being able to tune it very quick.
Yeah, PIDs is a beast that I have yet to tame, but it's next on my headhunting list. And
it's the moment you hit it right, it's so satisfying.
Oh, I know, but it's really difficult. I understand how it works, but not yet to the point where I can implement it. But it most definitely is on my hit list.
Yeah, it is, for example, the Moon Miner in the back is a ship that I back then in the day I had it tuned so well that I could just spawn it in a cap ship and point it at a moon and press the mine button, and I would just go away and walk with the dog, and it would just fully land on its own and start mining and digging holes and all the stuff. But it starts breaking really late because you only measure in the last 1,000 meters, so it needs to be perfect with the landing amount of thrust. And I got it to where it didn't pop, like it didn't break and then go up again and then go down and up, and it like did a perfect landing like SpaceX is doing. It's so satisfying.
My YOLOL moment was when I wrote Python programs to be able to have the YOLOL needed to run advanced displays in a very modular way.
Yeah, nice.
Yeah, a headache. Moving on to the next ship.
The moon ray from Orion. It's on the corner.
We've briefly touched on this moon miner.
Okay.
We can just continue about it. So this is like a tunnel miner from Ace.
I don't have a picture of the. I will send you a link to some screenshots of how it looks.
Of the hole it made? Oh.
Yeah.
Ah, okay. Well, yeah, this was your development platform for the quaternions you were talking about, I believe.
Yes.
Or the metrics.
I sent you a link on Discord. But this is a miner that I started building directly when moon mining became available or was on the roadmap. It's only sad that there were a few different options on how to do moon mining. Of course, you could like rake the surface. I didn't want that. I want something that it was small enough that I could put it inside of a bubble and like have a long time of mining without destroying my landscape. If you press on the Trigen and then on the picture on the top, you can browse through a few pictures.
Yep.
And the holes that it made were really nice. I also had a base where I built the whole base inside one of those holes that it made. It was only sad that that week also was a bug with the servers where they reverted a full day of mining. and I was like, hold on a minute. That means the service is reset. I got my station underground and all my ships. So I logged in and I was directly greeted by like 0.1 frames per second, and I saw all the ships in like little parts fly out of the ground. I was like, ooh.
You're not the only one that happens to. I remember some people were complaining about it.
Yeah, the parts are still like scattered in the sky there so hard. Like every beam broke. It wasn't just chunks. Like ships just disintegrated in their loose parts, and they just spew out of the ground everywhere. It was I've never seen something like. But yeah, it's a really cool ship with a lot of YOLO. It was getting so complicated in all the systems that were trying to control the ship and keep it straight in a hole, for example, that I wrote a separate event logger on the advanced grid display to debug code in different YOLO chips so that I could see what is happening on the ship, because I just at some point couldn't understand why a certain bug was doing something. So the event logger made me able to literally in order see what the ship was doing and understand why it did something.
How deep can you dig before Starbase kind of starts complaining?
Well, you can see there on that picture is actually the depth that I stop mining further because the frame rate gets so bad. If you could continue further, what the ship does is it measures how deep it is in the hole, basically, and then it decides to make a stairway step down. So it will mine out a bigger diameter and then make a new floor on the bottom and mine in the center of that floor so that it creates a relief of how much the walls get stretched. I discovered that stretching out the walls too far down is the thing that makes, or is one of the biggest things that make you unable to mine deeper. So I tried to go around that by making a stairway inside of my holes, where it every so many meters it will make a new floor and widen the diameter before it goes down further in a smaller diameter. But yeah, that is really difficult to do. It does do it 90% of the time correct, but it's very sometimes you accidentally mine one side of the wall too far and then it's suddenly FPS hell. So I kind of abandoned.
The day Frozenbyte allows us to dig horizontally, we're going to be dealing with entails instantly.
Yes, that would be really cool.
Yeah, and the FPS may complain.
Even if it is allowed, it is not the most economical way. It's the break mining is just so much better. But I did find the idea of having a spinning drill very satisfying.
Yeah, completely understandable.
Plus, I believe this ship had an issue where if the collector isn't looking at an ore that has been mined, it's false play.
That's another big issue at the moment, that if you have not a collector pointed at your mining laser, the moment that an piece of ore turns into nuggets, these nuggets will directly fall in the ground, and almost like 5% will stay and get collected, but 95% is directly disregarded by the game, like it despawns. And I didn't know that yet when I was designing this mining head. So if I would need to, if it would be feasible again to continue with this project, I would change it either. If Frozenbyte solved it and the nuggets stay, I won't have to change anything, because there are 3 collectors on it which sweep the outer diameter, the middle diameter, and the center. So I would, in one circle, sweep the whole floor. But if it's not getting fixed, then I would need to get a collector for every laser, basically, to point in the same direction.
I'm just going to have to accelerate because I've got Stuin waiting, and then I need to eat before visiting another page.
We'll be quick.
Oh.
That giant sphere behind you is a store core. It stores ore. That's about it.
Yeah, but in an elegant way.
It's got a little panel here that you can manually input the ores you have in there. So you can, like, when you spawn it in, you can just see how much ore you have without having to like open the menu and stuff like that.
And it directly also calculates how much space you have left.
Oh yeah. But you have to manually update it if you remove ore or if you add ore.
Yeah,
And it does
currently we've
show-
got no way of knowing what is inside a crater with Euron.
And it does show how long it has been spawned for and how many times it has been spawned.
What is the
No.
cooling?
That is just the roleplay stuff.
Okay.
It's got like a little thing in the middle. It's not set up for this one, but it has like a spot here where you can put a cube of ore and it like spins in the middle, like it shows off what ore you have. So if you have like one ore for ice, you can just put an ice block and things like that.
Oh, I see that is broken off. Yeah, like normally there is a turntable thing with an ore cube in the middle, and you
yes,
put the ore cube, like we are collecting store cores for every material in the game, and every store core has its own, the material that is inside of it is spinning in the middle of that thing.
Yeah. But yeah, that's about it. We don't want to...
2000, how many crates?
2048.
Yeah. A nice round binary number.
A nice square of 2.
Yeah.
Thanks a lot for the showcase.
We've got 2 more ships.
Let's go and see them as fast as possible.
Yeah. Well, you've seen this ship, so I'll be quick about it as well. It's the Moonray and the Sunfish. Oh. And after that, there's a little visitor's gift. 2 parts.
Yeah, we got like Arkhonus' Eden, a modified version of it that we use ourselves.
Yep. Is it just modified in color, or is there more going on?
There's more going on, but it's not very special. It has some.
I can't see it, but never mind. So yeah, this is the Sunfish. It's the 2nd place winner of the Moonrays that we had. It's got the inertial dampening, which really helped. It has, again, this one-axis thruster where you got triangle thrusters on the bottom. So when you're racing, you pitch into the corners, or yaw into the corners. So you get the maximum dampening thrust in one direction. So you don't have to like spam thrusters in every direction for the dampening to work. But yeah, it uses the
did you win the race at the raceway?
I got 2nd place. Yomi got 1st from pure skill level.
I think I got 4th. Doggo coming 3rd, if I recall correctly.
Yeah. But yeah, it uses the laser designator and Takus's inertial tracking system, which really helps me make this work. And it's got a few armor plates here and there because I wanted to use the Moonray, so we can move on to the Moonray. I wanted to use the Moonray for it, but basically there was no armor and the generator's right in the back, so anything that shoots it explodes immediately. But yeah, this is also the Moonray for the earlier race.
This was actually your race, Happy.
Yep, I remember.
On the Moon's City.
Indeed.
I need to reorganize one, but I just have had not the time.
Yeah.
The latest YouTube video I did took me 60 hours of work and eclipsed absolutely everything else.
By the way, speaking of inertial dampening, I do feel like a lot more people will benefit, like especially the newer players, from mining ships with inertial dampening.
Yep.
So they don't bump into asteroids and stuff like that. Just something people should consider, I feel. Yeah, this Moonray, it's got also this is the first ship with the concept of a single axis thruster, where it has this massive thruster going one direction. And then it's like if you play around with RC cars, there's like this whole design where the bottom is almost empty. It's kind of the inspiration for having no plates on the bottom for it. Well, yeah, that's about it. And then a little parting gift. If you...
I'm under the ship enjoying the projector that does your logo.
Yeah, that's...
Who am I supposed to look for parting gift? I'm confused.
Follow me.
Let me just take my ship to make sure I follow you. Oops. Especially if it's something I need to bolt.
He already has one and one.
Sorry?
Oh, it's the dogs. Yes, I bolted one on the ship.
Okay.
It's enjoying the ride on my racing ship that I designed with Lingon as one of the turret tripod gunners.
Yeah, space doggos.
You spent a lot of work for that dog. It is a lot of fun.
Yeah.
And I do see that you've used Vega's technique to paint the pipes.
Yeah, I got it directly from Vega. It's even on the stand. You can see a special thanks to Vega on the little text. But yeah, this is just a little thing I got the idea for.
What section do you guys have with plot?
Yeah.
Oh, what plot?
Those decals, man. I do not know who in your corporation does decals, but he sure is really good at them.
I made this one myself.
Well, GG.
Oh, the Icarus project, not right? The Icarus project, I think Zombie or Skip or Sasquatch made.
Sasquatch is good at decals, yes.
Yeah, but the Icarus project logo, is that also made?
Oh, right. Oh, sorry, I almost took credit for the logo. No, the logo was... Oh god, let me see. I remember it was Zombie that posted
yes,
it.
Sasquatch made a version of it and Zombie. I'm not sure who made this one.
And I'll find it right now.
I think it is Zombie, maybe, yeah.
Well,
and we're talking about the Icarus project logo, of course.
Oh, both. I mean, you've got the text, you've got your own logo. Like,
yeah,
I know it's simple, but you still need to do the damn thing.
But yeah, this logo is behind glass, so nobody like touches it, because if you do, it rips it apart, unfortunately, because of the pipe bolting and stuff. But yeah.
And on the left, you have a big hauler from Arkhonus that I liked a lot. So we needed a hauling ship, and that was the ship that we chose and bought. And then we did some modifications on it to make it a little bit more sturdy, to be able to fly from the gate to the moon city without instantly getting blown up. And it has some little stuff like gravity alarm, because of one of my first ships that I lost was because of watching a YouTube video while skirting the surface of a moon and not noticing that it was falling down in gravity.
That is relatable.
Directly the reason that I installed or developed a gravity alarm which keeps track whenever you're in cruise mode with the ship. That means that you often look away from the screen, so then automatically gravity assist or gravity alarm is enabled, and as soon as it detects you're falling, it's gonna give you an alarm sound.
That's why I've got a T emote on my Discord. On my stream. I'm very serious. It was very early in the days. I was coming back from Elysium. I was exhausted. It was like 4 hours plus of mining streaming. So I came back, I left my computer, and two things happened very simultaneously. The first one is Discord crashed. The second is that the ship did a nosedive on the moon surface. And as I was downstairs, no one could warn me anymore. All of a sudden, I hear a crash, bang, 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 because the ship was on cruise mode, obviously.
Yeah.
Run back upstairs, stop the ship, and fix it. But I hadn't figured out what that safe mode thing McJig was. So take off again. Pipes, cables, plates starts detaching. Ship rams the ground for the second time. Bang, crash, bang, 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 bang. Fix it all over again. Takes off again. Same thing, still hadn't figured out that safe mode stuff. Crashes for the third time, and this time the ship was like, I had enough. During the same stream, one of the corporation members comes to my rescue to try and salvage the ship. Crashes his own ship in the process. We then had to have a third ship to try and salvage what little we could salvage. And
So
mind
where
you,
where is that graveyard then? Can we go there and pick up a lot of valuable stuff, or?
unless Starbase erased it, you should still be able to find it. The ships have been decommissioned over 2 years ago, though, and I do remember that there is like a lifetime of 1 year for decommissioned ships. So I do not know if you'll still see it.
At the moment, it is longer, like infinite, I thought. But they are planning to implement and cleanup function in the game, which I would find really sad, because I would really like to have war zones stay a massive graveyard of ships. Like, as long as it's a valid ship, it should stay outside of safe zone, I think.
Oh, fair. I mean, but we've used one of those grave zones because Ouroboros and our ATC wanted to fight at some point. But we lived in different time zones. Like, they in the US, we in France. So we just couldn't fight because none of us were connected at the same time. So our solution to that was use a new ship of mine, a very, very small towing ship. We went under the gate, we picked as many debris as we could, and we dunked them on their station. It was the most hilarious thing ever. It was so much fun. Anyway, thanks a lot for the presentation. I'm going to have to move on because I need to do Stuin, then eat, and then Nadal pitch in order.
We've taken off enough of your time, so thanks a lot for sticking around.
You're welcome. It was a lot of fun to see those ships again. Once again, if ever you want a good fight, I'm all for it.
All right.
Yes, for sure. And thanks for the time indeed. It's a lot of work you do every EOS Con, going around every lot.
And I'm realizing I have no chance at all of successfully visiting everyone. So I'm going to have to do something on Monday. I'll figure something out. Stuin is Quasar Systems, and his plot is... Where's Quasar Systems?
It's not Quasar Systems. It's just doing. I'm right above Arc Sparks.
You Royal Industries or MSC? Oh, MSC Stuin. Perfect.
Yeah. I've just got a half of a small lot.
Let me just hop onto my racing ship that, thanks to Ego, has got some rods. Okay, so that's going to be Starbase Arena, this is going to be Coffee, Royal, and then there's going to be MCS and Stuin. There you go.
Yep.
Uchi.
Yeah. So, I am just this side, this one half on the right, this right half.
Now that is a ship that I do remember visiting on the previous.
Yeah, most of these are about the same. This one has a few cool new code things because I keep adding new code things.
Most of us do.
Yeah. I think the lights were there when you saw it last.
That I wouldn't be able. That I wouldn't be able to tell.
Yep. So let's see. Only a few things have changed. This is the main one.
A cookie key.
Let me refresh it. The whole code is available on, is posted on the Discord a long while ago, on the Starbase Discord. But yeah. Cookie clicker, so I can go up to the top and, you know, click the button. And then scroll down. I think I've got enough for a bank. It would be nice if there was an automated way to... Oh, do I have enough for this? No, okay. It would be nice if there was an automated way to add commas to these, but I didn't think of that before, so I haven't even attempted it. But yeah, so this is fun. It's been running just about EOS Con, not much longer than that, so doing pretty well. I'm trying to figure out if EOS Con is the right time frame to be basing this off of, but it seems about right. I don't think people will be putting this, yeah. But yeah, so this is free to install for anyone. And then on the other side, I've only got like a few more songs, but one of them has been getting good reviews.
Let me just pause my own music on Discord, and then I'm going to have to turn on the music sound, which, if I recall, what is the... do you remember what is the key to turn the sound on and off on Starbase?
Settings, audio...
No, you just press the equals hotkey on your...
Thank you, that's the one I wanted.
Yes.
Oh.
I'll have to remember that.
Self,
yeah,
others,
so...
none, all. There you go, now I should hear it.
Okay, yeah. This one's been getting good reviews.
You had a lot of fun implementing all of that.
Yeah, that one, I used a few new techniques. Used a few... I used a different, like, music mixing program first, and then used that to get the right transposing figured out. And apparently that worked really well.
I've had a few experimentations with music in general, but it is really hard to do correctly, so GG for that.
Yeah, I have enough previous stuff, enough previous music-related stuff, and enough practice mixing things together that mixing a song for these limitations ahead of time worked really well. Yeah, I think everything else. There's one that I did really quickly as a meme thing. It only sort of works.
You only get like 5 beats per second to do whatever sounds you want to do, so yeah. I mean, it fits with YOLO or not at all.
Yeah, I have a suspicion that part of the reason that Area Math worked so well is that it's a much slower song, so it's... but yeah, that one... yeah, otherwise I think all of them are ones you may have heard before. This is also the one I used to help out AHA with the Angel Wing trailer.
He gives no credits, does he?
Nice.
Yeah.
Let me put my music back onto my stream. Thank you for showing that off.
Yeah, so that's the new stuff. Or the new stuff with this ship. With the new code things. So other than pointing out where the previous ships are, I'm not sure you need to spend much time on them. So I've got the yellow Trans Am, and on the other side we've got my fire truck. This was in box form, but I think I mentioned it at the last EOS Con, but now it has been finished and cleaned up. Pretty simple. Has more storage and stuff than it absolutely needs, so maybe it could be used for refueling other stuff, but not by much. Mostly it's just the coolness and the functioning ladder on top.
That's really cool.
Yep, it is.
Yeah, it took a little bit to get the durability to not break, but and it can in fact spin all the way around.
Well, GG, because that is one fun-looking fire truck.
Yeah.
There's a lot of players that have this obsession to challenge themselves to make cars, and that is something that I've just adamantly refused to do till now, because I know just how difficult it really is.
Yeah, this one was pretty simple because it's a box with some more interesting decorations than usual, but yeah. Doors open up, got some extra fuel rods. It's got my patented gear shift and hover script and all that.
A gear shift?
Oh, my for my generators and speed, I like having those be very simple and compact. So for all of my small, just flying around ships, I've got a 3-mode gear shift thing of that sets the generator and the forward speed between off, slow, and full speed. And that's just this one little switch on the side. So that makes it that makes things pretty simple.
Nice.
Oh, and I've got headlights and backlights. There's also a siren, but I don't think you really need to hear that.
No, good. I'm going to.
That one is just default Starbase sounds. There's nothing fancy going on there. I didn't mix up my music system for siren sounds.
We can give it a go. I've just paused my music on the stream. Nice.
Yeah, that one was just choosing the right one.
I don't know if it's for the best or not, but Starbase sounds are, when it comes to the music box, are really, really low.
Yeah. Single more octave would be super nice. And the ladder does have like a reset button and stuff, and all that. It's got some safeties so that it won't turn without lifting up off of the hook thing. Yeah. That's about it for this one. Moving on, these two Star Wars ships are exactly the same as the previous year. I've got a version where I tried to make use of some. I've got a version of it in the blueprint where I've tried to make use of a few more bolt hiding techniques, but not much, and I don't have a printed version of that.
Boltless is very tedious. That's a cool side though.
Yeah, that one. I figured out crazy hinges and keep playing around with them. I finally went in and put this on the ship website to be sold if people want to, but...
Do you want to give me a link? I'll then pop it onto my both stream and the YouTube recording.
Sure. I should probably put more... I might even put more ships on it at some point, but...
Then you can give me the link to your shop.
Yep. Give me a second. Yeah, alright, put the link there.
You have to give it to me on Discord because I've had issues with bots, so that causes all links to be blocked.
That makes sense.
Thank you.
Yeah.
I'll put on
I learned some bolt hiding techniques when I was working with AHA, and I've experimented with hiding the ones that I can't put in smooth lines. Like all the ones on the fuel doors that doesn't look. All the ones on the side of the fuel door, those bolts don't. That huge rectangle of bolts, that doesn't need to be like that. Everything else I like the smooth lines, and the lines are easy.
You've got Arkhonus that is really good at hiding bolts too, but the bolts get placed from the beam to the plate rather than the other way around.
Yeah, and I'm using that a little bit more. Yeah, but I do like the look of these smooth lines of bolts, so I'll probably keep doing it for most of the stuff. Anyway, here now. You can glance at the blue one, but it is also nothing new, and just a weird shape and angle and stuff. Star Wars ship.
A fun design.
Yeah, fun design. I can go in, the seat rotates between positions. If I go into the other modes, the wings and guns rotate.
Nice.
Yeah.
Do you have a fifth ship, or are all full ships yours?
I have one more ship, my first ever large mining ship, and it's this massive one here. I feel like I may have been put in the lot with someone who did not fully plate their ships, because I don't usually. But now this ship matches up with my lot partners a lot more than everything else. So yeah, this thing. Yeah, my first mining ship, my first large ship, the first ship that ran up against bolts and cable limits. Yeah.
The true Starbase experience.
Yeah. I call it the triskaidekaphobia, which is the fear of 13.
Does it have 13 of something?
Not really. There's a few things that I joke about for being the reason, but it's more just a cool name. I mean, it's Tri, so it's got like the 3 wings and stuff. It's got 2 sets of 13 mining lasers. So it's got a whole lot of weird symmetries and stuff. I can power it up, and so it's got 3 different seats with 3 different angles and control settings and stuff. Based on the seat and settings, different rangefinders turn on, and yeah, so it can fly both forwards and backwards. Forwards has a bit more of the thrusters, so this seat up here is the navigation seat. It's got the waypoint system and stuff. This seat is the multi-purpose seat, mostly mining. So I tend to mine in this direction, and then by the time the generators have warmed up enough to turn on all of the mining lasers, I can reach an asteroid, and the angles are weird due to having 3 double sections of lasers instead of a full circle of lasers. But it seems to be working pretty well with this crazy pattern. It's got full asteroid avoidance, or in mining mode, asteroid centering.
Oh, that's neat.
I won't turn on the outer ring of lasers because I don't currently have code to do that without turning on asteroid avoidance itself. I should fix that soon.
None of my ships do, if that can reassure you. I can't turn on the AASs for the EOS Con because the ships will attempt to fly away and avoid.
Yeah, so I've got that for the for some of the outer rangefinders on the wings. But yeah, so the rangefinders can also just center the ring on an asteroid, and
You've got rangefinders facing both directions.
Yes, because it can fly forwards and backwards, and it has asteroid avoidance forwards and backwards.
First ship I ever see do that.
Yeah, I just thought this symmetry would be cool, and the 6 sections. Yeah, so it's, let's see, 500 crates. It also has cargo lock beams for 3 asteroids, which haven't been thoroughly tested, so I'm hoping that they're sturdy enough.
The voxel volume won't allow you to have 3 tier 10s, but you can surely grab smaller stuff.
And yeah, this is another one of the. This is the other secondary mining seat. Because I felt like I needed a seat on each of the 3 sides, on each of the 3 laser sides.
Nice. Thanks a lot for the showcase.
Yeah. Oh, this seat can also flip over into a more navigation mode.
I'm feeling car sick just looking at you.
Yeah. This and you know, flipping over also swap switch rangefinders turn on, and reverses the and like reverses some of the levers and stuff, so it works pretty smoothly.
Nice. Well, thank you very much for the showcase. I'm just going to have to take a very small break to eat, and then I'm going to be moving on to middle. Oops, I don't want to mispronounce his name. I'm going to be moving on to middle pitch, or delta pitches showcase. I've got no idea what I'm going to be eating. I'm going to be eating ASAP and then coming right back because the next interview is in 24 minutes.
Great. Thanks for stopping by.
Thanks a lot for the showcase, and yeah, nice seeing you again at this EOS Con.
Great.
Just going to hop on my seat. Okay, I'm just going to AFK on the Discord, mute Death and myself, and I'll be back in a little bit over 20 minutes. Okay, bye bye guys.
Yes.
Back in 20 minutes, Big Max. About 23-ish. Okay, bye-bye. I come back to quiet. Always the fun surprises of coming back to Discord and this peeps. Now, Stuin, I'm wondering what happens if I accelerate a little bit? Just a bit, you know? Looks like the shape of the ship is perfect to kidnap a few windows. Oh, let me hop onto the under Discord. Okay, bye-bye, Ice. Oh, gee.
Hello.
Hello, hello.
So, what did you think of our dance performance?
Very amusing. Okay, what plot are you on?
Orion, it should be to your back left, roughly.
Just make sure I'm next to...
That is your right.
Yep, I'm actually realizing I forgot to put a little... Whoop. Back. And it should be in this direction altogether.
Yes, and a bit further left.
Oops, there is progress bar, and you should have the full plots. Although one seems to be a bit empty. Wow, the game is battling a little bit.
Yes. There's a lot of big ships around these plots, so it loads quite some stuff.
Especially if you don't want to ram people. Okay, I've got my cat confusing my my mouse with a cushion. Which, since we disagree with the functionality, I'm going to have to compromise a little bit. Okay.
So, I would personally start with the back one, so I'll guess we'll just walk on foot.
Well, actually, I'm feeling lazy. How much back do you want to go?
Basically all the way to the sign. I don't see the sign yet. Just the back left one, I would start with that one. Just so we have a good order.
There you go.
Perfect.
How many of you are in Orion?
Depends how you count it. I would say actively playing around 10 players. If you're going for the in-game company, it is
I mean, I've got plenty of non-playing members too, but 10 active members isn't half bad at all. That's more than I have.
Yeah. But to be fair, like, many of them are new recruits, which in most cases just play for a few weeks and then a new recruit comes and plays for 2 weeks.
Yeah.
But yeah. Okay, so this plot we are in is our mining/exploration plot. This ship you're standing on is our company-owned nav logger, which we use for making cap ship, jump ships. It's nothing really special, just small utility ship.
Does the trick.
Yeah. Yeah. Also, it has 3 cockpits if you happen to crash into one.
Nice. Give me just a second. And I am back, thank you.
Yeah, not much to say about the ship, basically. The other ones are more interesting.
Then let's move on to the interesting ones. Yep. I mean, still, you always do need a navigation logger on the live if you want your cab ship to move.
Yep. That is the whole background behind this blueprint. We just didn't want like one of those big explorers to actually get nav chips. It's just one you have on your cap ship, fly out 100 kilometers, I think is the range, but maybe an overstatement. So it's enough for like getting around, but then just make a nav chip and come back and jump. So this is a small speeder made by one of our sub companies called Timmy's Tinker. It is one of our rather new members, and yeah, he's also made the 3 miners we'll have a look at in a minute. And this is his own small personal scooter.
Nice, I'll take a guess and say it goes 150?
Probably. For this one I actually don't have the stats. So I'll guess we'll go to the big miners then. So these 3 miners are the Motherlode series. This is the biggest one, this one is the Motherlode 8. Just some few stats which might be interesting. It has 30 mining lasers, 6 collectors, 1,000 crates, and runs on 3 large generators. And goes 130 dry.
It has a very unusual shape.
Yeah, this is like not like the typical asteroid worm eater thingies as I call them, but a bit more oval, so it's easier to navigate, I guess. And probably so he could fit more crates.
Nice.
Yeah, cockpit is also still in development. Like all of his ships are still somewhat in a prototype phase, but they all work, and he's using them already. And they're also for sale, but he said that he will sell them, but keep in mind it's a prototype and he will provide the finished blueprint as well when you buy them.
Speaking of for sale, do you have any links to share to a Discord or to a website to share the to share or to sell the ships?
Yes, I'll send you them in a second. Should have been sent, yeah.
Timmy Tinker's Mining Corporation and Orion. So put that into the chat. Thank you.
Okay, then let's head to the next smaller miner. This is the Motherlode 6. It uses 28 mining lasers this time and only has 567 crates. No, 576. Yeah, I would say just your typical miner, I guess, with a ring layout. Has all the usual mining scripts. Yeah, just nice mining around the cap ship, I guess. That's what he's using for.
Also an interesting design in the way everything is laid out.
Yeah. He has a very unique style when building, I would say.
Nice.
And then we have a very similar ship. This is the Motherlode MK5. This is the smallest one of the bunch. This time only 12 mining lasers, but 752 crates, so a bit more.
Laser cannons too, although they are very, very far apart.
It's more of like more for scaring pirates, he told me. Apparently it still works.
Yeah, depends which ones you face, but yes, I agree. As a matter of fact, I'll differentiate them. Against pirates, it's going to work. Against griefers, it won't.
Yeah. Also has a bit of an interior in this case, with furnaces, if you want to make alloys. Yeah.
Nice.
And then the last, let's say it, mining / exploration / hauling ship is this one over here. This is the Scythe 832. It is, as far as I know, only a hauler, but it has a hardpoint where you can put a mining laser.
One laser.
Yeah. I think it's supposed to be a hauler. I don't actually know much about the ship. I personally never used it in our company. And I wasn't provided any data on it. It just showed up, basically.
Do you have any information as to the crate count and dry speed?
The crate count probably is 832, because that's the number on the site, which is what I'm guessing. Since it uses plasma, I'm guessing it goes 150 dry. Oh, hey Melos, that's the creator.
Hello.
Hey, so it's 832 crates. Straight up hauler, from the moon surface, full load of lithium. It'll do 149. Any other ores mixed in, it's 150.
So 149 fighting against gravity and going upwards. Or 149 flat. Can you hear me?
Melos? I think he may have disconnected.
Possible.
No, I'm here. Yeah, it's a 150 any mixed ores from the surface of the moon, and it's 148, 149 with a full load of lithium.
Okay, I've got someone asking in my Twitch chat, where do you find the ships on your Discord?
For the Timmy's Tinker ships, the miners we just looked at, that's the other Discord I sent you. Which I think you haven't posted in chat actually.
Nope, I'm going to post it right now. Thank you for pointing that out. But Orion doesn't sell anything directly.
Not directly. If you would be interested in any ships, you should just contact me. And then we'll need to figure something out, because most of our ships, especially the combat ones we'll get to later, has a lot of classified technology. And that way we would either need to strip it out or make somewhat of a deal.
Ah, there you go. Okay. and then they can ping you on the topic. Perfect.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay, so this would finish up the mining and exploration plot, and we would move over to the civilian ship plot. So these are mostly fighters, but they are rather small, and also have a different color scheme than our big/military fighters, so we can identify them. But even though they are somewhat of the civilian type, you still shouldn't underestimate some of them. So this one is the Sparta, if I remember correctly. No, this is the Peltas, actually. Oh, is it? Wait. Need to check. Okay, yeah, well, the creator is here, so he can tell you. Poser?
I mean, at least I can try to. Hello.
Yeah.
Hello.
One
So,
second,
Poser,
I
would
have
you
to
mind giving
mute the stream. I can't stand my sound. Yeah, the first one is Lancer. It's a pretty old ship at the moment. It has 2 lasers, is quite fast, 130, and cheap. So all the ships in the row down here are built for tier 1 or tier 2 components, and are built to be pretty cheap and for new players to test out the PvP in the game.
This one does have tier 3 nozzles, though.
Sorry, I couldn't hear you. I muted Discord yesterday.
Oh, good. I was saying that your nozzles are tier 3, though, on this one.
Yeah, the nozzles are tier 3, the bodies are tier 2. That's the only tier, mostly the only tier 3 components on the ships. I build ships I'm good to lose on live server, because if I build bigger ships, I will never fly them out.
Have you fought with these ships on the live?
Yeah, we had a really big live battle quite some time ago, before the end of the first development cycle.
So open alpha after the heat update?
After the heat update, right?
Yeah, after the heat update, shortly before they... I think 3 months or so before they announced that they would be taking a break or so. Or maybe even later, I'm not 100% sure.
Looks like this one has got some more unknown meta components.
This one? I'm selling one.
This one I was orbiting around has got sacrificial railings and
yeah, it's a new design. Its problem is the real design is on the PTU, so I can't switch it over. It's like 2 development cycles behind. And this one is with plasma guns, cannons, cycling, so you can shoot pretty fast with this one. But on PTU I have a rail version of the ship. It's 2 generator blocks. Pretty fast, pretty sturdy. Not this example, because the plating here is still not gerodium. But as I say, the real design is locked on PTU at the moment. It's a bit tankier.
What I've been doing is I've been designing on the live and then only loading on the PTU, but
yeah,
time consuming to say the least.
I forgot to be that this could be a problem. I would never seen the problem if EOS Con wouldn't come along. But I had luck that I exported some older versions of the ships. Some prototypes still flying.
Yeah, I mean, you get to show some stuff.
Yeah. I mean, this one is also older design. It's before the ammo update, so it has the single ammo drums for the autocannons. It seems pretty flimsy, but all the important components are back in this part of the ship, and it's pretty heavy armored. And it's constructed so if the wings or the front is blowing up, the ship is still fully operational. And even if one of the fuel tanks right here is blown up, it's still flying. Not a meta ship, I would say. I would say I don't really build meta ships at all. But they are still pretty good. Some of them, in my opinion. This is the evolution of the ship before. This one is really pretty tanky. A lot of triangles to catch rail shots.
Poser, just saying, I might have broken your dog.
No, don't break the dog, man. It's the newest upgrade to the ship, man.
Sorry.
This ship, you have blown the ship up for some time, 2 or 3 times, I guess.
I did what? Sorry.
You blew this ship up 1 or 2 times on the PTU, to be fair.
During brawls or during events?
Just on the week, player versus player.
Then yeah, I mean, usually. But that is not a fair comparison for your ship, because I get I usually use my 28 or 30 lasers contraptions.
I mean, you had a smaller rail fighter, to be fair, but pretty fast shooting. Pretty fast shooting rail ship.
That would be the 150 stealth fighter.
Yeah.
Yeah, that one. that one's a bit mean because you lose sight of it super easily, and then I can one-shot.
Yeah, I mean, always the problem. Most of the ships aren't that good when hit from the sides or below. I mean, this one is not that bad from the sides, but
very few ships are. Very few ships are. Still, nice design.
Thank you.
I like the vibes of your combat ships.
The blue and white.
Lincoln is calling it the dark blue and white meta.
Yeah, this one is an upgrade for a ship further down the line. Can't fly it at the moment. There's a bug that the player is teleported outside to the left or the right, and if you shoot, you kill yourself. Haven't figured out the problem, to be fair. Probably gonna work on the live server. Probably just a PTU problem. And this one was my first fighter in Starbase I built. So the ship is 3 years old. But
3 years ago, it would have probably fared very well against what it was facing.
Yeah, it was before the big plate meta really took off. I would say it was good enough at the time. but back then there wasn't that much PvP to fight on. At least on my side.
Oh, you got lucky.
I just was very scared to fly outside the safe zone. Maybe that was the problem.
I did it a few times, and gosh dang it, I learned very quickly that you cannot stream and go outside of the safe zone. It is so dangerous.
I mean, it's a problem I didn't have. And I got killed once, and it was with a pickaxe on a laborer.
Oh, I stopped counting. I got shot, ambushed. I didn't get... no one was able to board my ship ever. But I mean, that's the only thing I've got going for me.
I mean, I tried to be friendly, and the dude jumped on my ship and hacked me to bits, so... Yeah, and this is the old version of the ship, 2 ships further back down. The front version.
Yeah, this also was the one we used in the fight we had.
Yeah. But this design also is about 3 years old, I would say.
Okay, then let's continue with the back row, I guess.
See you guys. I'm going out.
Thank you for the presentation.
Thank you for showing by. Bye bye.
Bye bye.
Bye.
I gonna dance on your ship again, okay?
Have fun on my ships if you want to.
See you guys.
Bye bye. You are walking on a ship with the latest invisibility, Yolon. Oh, there you go.
So, this one is our student. It is basically meant as a starter for new players in our company. This is the empty version. Next to it is a somewhat upgraded version, or is it it's a fully upgraded one. So the idea is you start out with this one. It should have only inside safe zone ores, the starter version. And you just continually keep adding crates on the inside to it. It has slots for mining lasers, etc, etc. And as soon as you bolt them on, and the ship basically detects them, and sets everything up automatically for you. So it's somewhat idiot-proof.
Don't underestimate idiots.
Yeah. And it also has this tutorial built into it through the advanced displays. So yeah.
Nice.
So yeah. Next to it is what a fully upgraded one would look like. So it even has a few mining lasers, so you can actually use it quite some time. It isn't just like a laborer which you throw away after the first 2 hours of in-game playing. So next to it we have our Velites, one in the plasma version, one in the autocannon version. These are some small swarm fighters we made. Also work great as for scouting. Yeah, it is one of the smallest ships we have in our fleet, I believe. Yeah, very fast, very nimble, great for annoying people.
Two.
You also have a small version with missiles on the side, so if you ever want to blow yourself up.
Yeah. Any fancy maneuver as simple as turning while shooting equals blowing yourself up.
Yeah, we noticed that as well. It's kind of a pain at the moment, but torpedoes apparently work rather well on the STU now. Or at least from what we tested.
That most definitely is going to get my attention real quick.
Yeah, we'll get to torpedo stuff later, no worries. So this next one is the Beholder. this is also meant as a company ship. So if you basically completed your tutorial, but still are rather new to the game, you could get this ship. This one also has another version, which I don't think we have on display, which has YOLOs inside, which blocks you from leaving safe zones, no matter how hard you try. And also gives you instructions and basically an emergency button using ice, and that will navigate you back to Origin, if I remember correctly. If you ever get lost.
Nice.
Next to it is a small speeder we actually made for EOS Con, if we wanna hop around. Kind of reminiscent of a car, but not really. So next we have the Intrusers. This is a troop transport slash dropship. You can either use it for just transporting a lot of players from, for example, Origin to your cap ship, or how we also use it sometimes is to just fly it straight into the enemy cap ship during a siege and just have 10 players on their ship.
That would work.
Yeah. Other than that, it doesn't really stand up too much of a fight, although it has 2 laser cannons.
The only thing you wouldn't want to do is get the attention of a heavy meta fighter.
Yeah.
That would that would be disastrous.
Yeah, it's the idea is it's so fast, you just fly in, crash into the cap ship, and then the ship is done for.
Yeah.
It's
just
also pretty cheap. Okay, then let's continue with the next plot. So this one is mostly random stuff. Just for now, I would skip this ship in the front because I'm sure it will get your attention later, but first we'll do the other ones in this plot. Because that one I need to talk quite a bit about.
It's got invisible URL module, so I have to check it out later.
So this one is the Equitas. One in the autocannon version and one in the laser version, I believe. It has anti-missile armor and is somewhat of a medium to large fighter we also use day to day.
What's with that very oddly placed heatsink?
That is an excellent question. I actually don't know. I think if I remember correctly, yeah. Below here we don't actually have the anti-missile armor. And the heatsink works as an anti-missile armor. In this case.
That looks like a tripod emplacement too.
Yeah, could also be used. And on the inside, on the cockpit, which you can enter through this gap, you also have an overview of the ship, how the systems are doing. I just don't know how up to date it is because the ship is rather old. It still has the heat update, but it needs some YOLO revision.
Yeah, fair.
Okay, next to it is basically the aim ship, just with different guns. There also is a plasma version we made, but we rarely use that one.
You could have a plasma cannon, plasma thruster version just to show off.
Would be funny. Yeah. So next we'll come to the Neo Brigand. To be fair, this is a ship one of our members made before he joined Orion, so it has a totally different color scheme. But we said it's such a cool design that we still want to show it off. It's a medium plasma fighter, and I believe it has enough generators for them to fire completely automatically. And it has second pilot, but I don't fully remember what his intent was. Second person. And it also is quite tanky, as you see.
Two plasma cannons for the armament.
6.
Where are the ones I'm not seeing? Oh, in the nose.
Actually 8. Yeah. So 2 on the top, 2 on the bottom, 4 on the front.
The shuttle is a very old design of yours.
It isn't actually originally from us. It was made by ITC, but apparently we got permission to use it, to showcase it as our own. And the funny story behind this particular shuttle is we come to one of our biggest, most tankiest fighter ships later. And we had an event at Elysium where next to a cap ship this thing took off, and one of our fighters was coming in, and they both crashed. And this ship survived and our big fighter didn't, because somewhere on the inside something broke off. And that is why this ship on the side has Shuttle 1, Defender 0 as a decal, as a nod to that event.
My Imperator, my most expensive ship, has got a Labrador kill card. Although, to be fair, I never used it against Labradors, but yeah, I wouldn't say I wouldn't have if given the possibility, though.
So this is an older version of the Stuin you saw earlier. Back then we had a YOLO chip in the pilot chair as a tutorial. Yeah. Also meant to be upgraded. This one is partially upgraded, I believe, yes. And then next to it we have our free YOLO member package. Basically everyone in the company can get this. It is mostly basic scripts, which people who don't know YOLO can just install into their ships, and it should usually work.
What's a ping? Oh, just for the transponder. Okay.
Yes. We couldn't place another transponder because we already have one in the black box module.
Nice.
Okay, and then we'll get to the big one. So, the top ship, just ignore it. It's basically another knife logger ship. I just needed something to transport it here. And keep in mind, I built this like 1 hour before we started this interview, so it's kind of scrapped together. But what this ship should showcase is our so-called Legion system. As you see, it stands for Laser Encrypted Guidance, Info and Operations Network. And in the actual blueprint we have itself, it's way more modules. But think of it as enabling the laser communications we have in Starbase to work in an actual fleet. Because nowadays most laser systems I saw only work if there's one ship sending and one ship receiving. And as soon as you have multiple ships, everything basically breaks. Everything in here is basically designed to work even if there are like 5 ships using the same module. For everywhere where it's possible. Sometimes it's impossible. So let's start with the most simplest module. This one back here. This is our automated laser targeting. So normally in Starbase, I don't know how much you have experienced the laser designators.
They'd not be fun to use.
Yeah. Basically, even if they don't hit a target, like in this case, they still broadcast a signal. So if you would have lots and lots of fighters trying to like guide in the torpedo towards the cap ship, as soon as one of them would miss and would be closer to the ship firing the torpedo, your torpedo would completely miss because it would get a wrong signal.
Yeah.
What this system does, if you use the U-tool on a laser designator, it switches dynamically whether it hits a target or not. I would just need to move the ship a little bit down so it actually doesn't hit something. Yep. And now you'll see it will switch frequency/ID, however you want to call it, as soon as you walk in front of it. So whenever you don't hit something, it just switches to an empty ID. And normally when you hit something, it switches to an encrypted one, but for the sake of not giving everyone our encrypted frequencies, we just set it to EOS Con.
Well, right now it's pointing at the station, so it's always got a target.
Is it? I think it should. Yeah. We drifted a bit. But just imagine it being like X when you don't hit something.
Nice.
And next to it, as another module you can install on your ships, we have our military friend-foe detection. We also have a wait, let me just turn that one off. We also have a civilian one. The civilian one is pretty basic. You just always have a laser pointing at yourself. Now, if you would imagine that as a military version, it would be pretty bad, because in the rare case that somebody cracks your frequency, he would have a permanent like track on you, which he could abuse. So what this uses is it basically sends out a ping, and then all ships in its vicinity will send a confirmation back to it on another frequency. And if both match, the ship says, okay, that's friendly, you're closest to, and if not, it will show red. I can demonstrate it to you. This small button here, currently it's white, and if the scan is completed and it didn't get a response, then it will go red. Okay, now it... I know why it's going green. Because there is a defender back there, which also uses the system, so it's picking up that signal. Normally, if the ship would be out in space and there wouldn't be anyone around, then it would go red. And it also gives you warnings if it's sending or receiving some signals. Just so you know in combat when you could, in theory, be targeted.
What I'd really love Frozenbyte to do, I mean, they gave themselves the opportunity to do so, is that the torpedoes are incredibly modular.
Yeah.
Yet we only have one segment of each, with the exception of like YOLO and propellant or whatever. You can obviously like put more of it, but what the system should allow us to do, if Frozenbyte were to do the required implementations, would be to have different kind of torpedo heads. I'll give you an example.
Yeah.
At some point, there was a discussion about heat-seeking abilities. So not for missiles, it was to locate either players, but knowing the amount of heat that is dissipated by a given object could ultimately allow you to lock and shoot a torpedo at it and have it be guided.
Yeah, I heard about it as well. It would have been really interesting.
Now, the problem with torpedoes is that they are either useless or completely overpowered, and there's absolutely nothing in between. They miss you 99% of the time, but when they do hit, there's 99% of you being completely kaput. So when you shoot at a station or a cap ship that can't avoid it in the first place, they are absolutely lethal, and against fighters, they are absolutely useless.
Yeah. I think they should make it so torpedoes don't just have a like deletion radius, but also have some sort of damage mechanic to like the other weapons. So you could have actual armor against them other than space armor. but I personally don't know how they would implement that.
One thing I'll maybe do, but that's only because I've got 2 computers to which I've got access, is pre-prepare 4 very small torpedo ships like this one.
Mm-hmm.
Have my second account on the nose of them. You cut the beam, you register the ship so that it can in fact go to very long range, and then you just shoot it. And when your second account inevitably meets his demise, you respawn him at a reconstruction mission, and you load him on the next kamikaze ship.
To be fair, I actually sent you this blueprint from this, and it's actually a missile, so the idea is, as you see with the mining lasers, you just bolt it to any ship. You can have up to 4 of these on any ship, due to the MFC limit. And once you press the launch button, it fully automatically detaches and locks onto a target like a normal torpedo. And due to it being like a real ship, with fulfilling every requirement for Starbase to count it as a ship, it has better hosting capabilities than the normal torpedoes, as far as we figured it out.
So you still do need to register it, otherwise as far as Starbase is concerned, all of this, even when you cut it, is one ship, just one ship. Whatever detaches becomes ship debris. Where it gets quite dangerous for you if you do this kind of system is that the game can sometimes get really confused as to what is and is not debris, because it does the calculation based on thrusters, hardpoints, and beams, structural integrity. So if 2 computers disagree, you may have your entire ship disappear for good, and your torpedo becoming the ship. That was a real issue in one of the tournaments where we had like the 1 kiloton fighters, because pieces would detach, and I think at least 3 or 4 times in the tournament, ships would turn invisible because clients were not agreeing with one another as to what was the debris and what was the ship.
Interesting.
So which is why I highly recommend that the very moment you detach that beam, just register it as a new ship. As far as the game is concerned, it's as if there was now twice the same ship, and then you just launch it.
Okay, interesting.
I do recommend a little bit more experimentation, because if you register it, I'm still not certain that it's not still going to be confused with what is the ship and what is not the ship. What you can do, it's a little bit more tedious, but what you can do is use cargo lock frames or beams to lock those torpedoes as separate ships to begin with. So it's way more work, but it is doable.
Yeah, the original idea was to just have them like all on a very small ship, so you can just instantly spawn it, fly out, and then launch them whenever you need to. But yeah, you could also just build them as a separate ship and then lock them into a torpedo launcher. That is possible as well. So let's head on to its bigger brother. This one is the Ace missile. It's basically the same than the Triumph missile, the smaller one next to it. While the Triumph has normal laser targeting, this one has remote guidance. So it's basically fly-by-wire. I don't have the control system on here, because it was made an hour before, to be fair.
You called it the Triumph?
The small one is the Triumph missile, yes.
And the big one is?
Ace.
The Ace. I've got Ace Crystal asking confirmation. Why is there a missile with my name on it?
So what this chip does, it uses 4 laser designators, 4 laser trackers, and it has 1 reference laser designator on the ship guiding it, and 2 inputs basically, and with a lot of weird math I don't want to go into, it gets the distance between those laser designator signals and interprets that as a FCU input.
So you went from a Japanese invention, the plum blossom, if I recall the name correctly, to a German invention, of which I forgot the name, but is a remote-controlled bomb.
You know that I'm German, right?
Do you know which bomb I'm talking about, then?
Actually not.
It's a bomb that was used to sink a Italian cruiser when they defected to join the Allies.
I think I have the picture in my head, I just don't know the name.
But
I
don't.
think you know what we're talking about.
Let me see. German remote-controlled bomb, World War II. It is called the Fritz X.
Ah, yeah. With those small little, like, wingies at the back, right?
Yep. Yeah. But it did quite literally what you are describing. Best bomb in war, fun thunder does, say Skipper. And I completely agree, because it was a huge amount of fun to use. And it even has a normal thruster, which kind of has the same purpose as the smoke that the Fritz X used to deploy to guide itself down.
Yeah, this was like more meant as a sort of experiment to just test how well Starbase handles such things, because as you know, you only have 3 digits and the math is using quite a lot of geometry, so you would, in theory, need way more than 3 digits.
Pro tip, you get 4 if you use multiplications.
Yeah. So the precision on the inputs is kind of meh, especially with it like sometimes getting random inputs due to Starbase rendering stuff. But what I tested, you are able to hit like big targets.
As long as you are the one that keeps the host,
yep.
What I've described has got no incidents. The very moment the game disagrees with you with what the ship is when problems start.
Okay, and the last thing we have over here is actually a very early work in progress, which is why it's also missing a torpedo at the bottom.
Just one question, they do detonate on impact thanks to the heads, right?
At the close proximity, but yes.
Oh, also by proximity?
Yes, they have a YOLO chip at the back, and they have the same frequency. Like this one is proximity, yes, and the other one is no. This one is by impact, and this one is by proximity, because this one has a laser on target, and it can use that as a reference. This one doesn't, or doesn't need one, to be fair.
Nasty. I love them.
And as I said, this one is very early work in progress, which is why when I built this ship, the torpedo, which is actually bolted below, fell off. Don't ask me how Starbase did that. But it just went, nah, I don't like it anymore. I even repaired it, bolted it, and flown it here. It was there. It re-rendered. It was gone. So
the new invisible torpedoes. Absolutely lethal. You won't see them coming.
And it also has some weird durability errors, which is why these purple beans are here, so just imagine them not being here. And this is basically a mine we developed. The idea is, this is also, like the missiles, possible to get on any ship, and you can have up to 20 of them, due to the warhead limit. And the prototype ship we have for it has 20...
Wait. I've got actually some people that have got some real concerns and asking if there's now torpedoes scattered like some kind of ultra-dangerous landmines at the EOS Con.
I don't think so. I think it actually just got eaten by the void. Although there are some at my parking space now, but that's another story. So this is basically a mine, and it's also using Legion in a way that before you launch it, this laser over here would set itself to a certain frequency. Like, first of all, it would activate the warhead, and then depending on the length it has, the torpedo picks up the distance and then uses the Legion encryption algorithm inside of it to generate its own frequency on which it will operate. So if one detonates, not all the other missiles detonate. Mines, not missiles. And it works by using a gyroscope and a speedometer, so as soon as anything strafes it or touches it, it explodes.
Nice.
And it also has a friendly detection, so it doesn't explode when a friendly is.
The day the EOS Con is outside of a safe zone, we'll be seeing explosions left and right.
Yep. And this is basically Legion, although Legion has way more modules and way more things you can do with it. Just not many I can actually show on EOS Con. So let's head over to our last plot, I guess. This one is basically our active fleet, like our military ships, with some exceptions, but we'll come to that.
Someone had fun designing a sword.
Yeah, we'll get to that in a second. It says, funny story. I see that you see ships I don't see. So the ones in front of you, those are the spears, which are our surface patrol craft. And the whole idea of them is, depending on the version, the autocannon one is meant against surface pirates who just fly around on surfboards. So these ones are basically designed to chase them down and protect the craters we mine in from them, because 2 autocannons is enough against the flying plate. Then we also have a missile one and a torpedo one, which are meant as very cheap disposable ships against stations/cap ship in sieges. You just spawn one, shoot 2 torpedoes at the enemy cap ship, and then do the Japanese move.
That's really nice.
Also, funny story, all of them work on one single generator. Okay, then let's go around this way. This one over here is the Annihilator. To be fair, this one is really, really old.
So I've got Ace Crystal asking, because I know like this is not one of your the secondary corporation that has them for sale. So this would be like not Timmy Stinkers Miners Corporation, Mining Corporation, but it would be Orion directly. Do you have some of these ships for sale, or are they not for sale at all?
The small ones we can definitely talk about. The big ones we will be getting to, we'll need to have a long talk if you want one of them. But the spears you just had a look at, those are definitely for sale. The small fighters we looked at earlier are also probably most of them for sale. And Legion is not for sale. So yeah, as I said, this one is the Annihilator. It is the second ship I ever built, I believe, or the third one. I'm not actually sure. So keep in mind that this is very, very old. It still uses tier 1 components.
With the Breastplate thruster.
Yes. And it was originally designed as a siegecraft with kind of an artillery aspect. So it would sit a bit further in the back and just launch wave of torpedoes against stations. And it also has a fully inside. You can get in through here. So this would be a loader precision. Here you can lock all of the tubes and select the fire groups they are in. Then at the bottom you have a utility bay. Back then there was a warp core in here. Now I have crafting benches, just if I need some stuff. And there also is a version where you have a...
This looks like one of the most impossibly horrible surfaces to walk on ever.
Yes.
I think there's generators that must be bolted underneath.
No, it's actually batteries, and it was still from when the walker was in, and I just ripped it out, and the bolts kept it stayed in here, and I was too lazy to remove them. To be fair. Yeah, it's mirrored on the other side, and in the front here are the generators. These are the only components that are upgraded to tier 2. And then we have the actual bridge. This one is the gunner controlling the torpedoes and the fire groups and the small autocannons. And this one is the pilot. So, let's go over to the sword. Wanna guess what's the sword swap class?
Please do tell me that whoever pilots it has the nickname King Arthur.
No, it's actually Commando. He's our leader. So he built his ship just for fun. It has a war class of 5,000. So you can use it as an actual sword.
The ground has got a durability of infinity.
Interesting.
That is why banging the ground is so much more lethal than banging the infinite mass and infinite durability. And if I recall what Freelancer explained to me about impact damage calculations, is that mass counts for a lot. So the game considers that you're impacting an asteroid of the size of the entire planet, kinda.
Interesting.
But that is one fun design.
Yep. So then let's head on to our, as we call it, Orion's Glory. This is the Defender. To be fair, this one specifically I'm on is the first ever built Defender. This was our earliest prototype. And we'll get to the newest and up-to-date ones on the other side of this plot. I just want you to keep in mind that this is what all the upcoming ships will be based on. So you see how much time we put into it, like always pushing it and updating it and learning from the mistakes we made. So back then we had the weapons or turrets because we wanted them to focus, and back then we didn't know that you could very slightly turn fixed weapons. It also had rather exposed propellant tanks and additional generators at the back who were like a really big explosion when you hit them.
Seed is indeed very prone to unscheduled rapid disassemblies.
Yes. Keep in mind, this was the earliest ever built one. Like, the prototype just tested if it flies straight.
I mean, I'll show you my first ever miner. It looked like someone had an aneurysm in the ship design.
And now, with that in mind, we'll get over to the new and up-to-date ones. So, if the ship loads in for me, hopefully. Now it's loading.
Have you used these on the live or the PTU?
Yes, they are very good. The one we'll get to in a second also has been in the war. It was our main combat ship in the war, and we won with it, and it currently has a 52 to 7 kill death ratio on the live server. Against actual combat ships. So this one is the rail version. You may remember it from the PTU.
Yeah, I never understood why it had towing beams in the nose.
Oh, this is the towing version then. Oh yeah, fair. The rail version is on the other end. That's the funny thing. They look exactly the same, so you can't tell apart whether you're going to fight a rail fighter or just a ship towing somebody else. The reason behind it is that our rail fighter has such a large generator group that we just said, okay, let's make a tow version out of it. To actually be able to recover these ships, because they are quite heavy.
How heavy are they?
I think this one, like the rail variant / tow variant, is 12 megatons.
Kilotons. Megatons it would refuse to move.
Yeah, fair. Yeah, mega kilograms, kilotons, yes. It's apparently the game says 9.5, but I had like way bigger numbers in my head. Could be that I'm wrong though, because we at one point removed some weight. So yes, this one is basically the most uninteresting one. Next we'll get to the one we actually use. This is the version 4.1, and keep in mind the one we looked at earlier was like 0.0. We also want to give you the comparison. This is the one we had last EOS Con, and next to it is the one we have this EOS Con. We even have a newer version than this one on STU, but we weren't able to transfer it. Just to show that we always keep updating it, keep pushing it to its limits. And if you compare it to the very first one, you see that we no longer have the generator in the back here, have spaced out the propellant tanks in a way that they don't chain react, switched to fixed weapons, added some armor, made the cockpit way more usable, and just in general improved it by a lot. And this one is the one we have nowadays. So it's pretty similar to the 4.1 and to the 4.0. This is the 4.1. It has just simply been upgraded with the Legion system and has been swapped out like one laser with a laser designator to have better burst time. And on the STU we removed loads and loads and loads of pipes, but we didn't want to do that on live as well. So for now only the STU version has the lower pipes. And what I can also show you is how the Legion system works when it's actually installed. I would just need to ask you that you don't use the U-tool on the laser designators and laser trackers, because this one is an actual one from our fleet, so it has the real frequencies.
Do you remember everything is streamed though, and then recorded for YouTube?
Yeah, all good. All good, just don't press the U-tool.
Oh, good.
Then I'll open the hatch for you. If it works. Yeah. So now you see the actual inside of it. And funny story, this generator group only exploded twice in actual combat. It's extremely heavily armored. It has like 5-6 layers of terrodium at its weakest spot. And I think around 8 or 10 on the hardest one to hit. And you see there, that's the module I showed you earlier from Legion. That's the military friend foe detection one down there. And here next to the lasers we have the ones for laser targeting.
For now you have what I'd call a very recognizable ship. So a friendly shooting on one of these things is blind, to say the least.
Yeah. It's meant that if we have some of those civilian ships from over there, who in theory should also have the system installed, then we would be able to pick them up, even with the military one. Just they wouldn't be able to pick us up. But if you can't, if you don't know how a defender looks like, we say then you shouldn't fly combat ships. It also has a rather simple cockpit, because what I saw in other fighters, they have more buttons and more YOLO things and stuff you don't need. And actually training pilots on a ship makes it way, way harder.
I would genuinely love to fight you on the STU with my latest fighter. It's a 5 kiloton, very compact ship, but has 28 laser cannons.
Yeah, well, definitely can set it up. I think this one has 26 nowadays.
Then it would really be a fun fight. That's what I've been telling all of the others. If ever you feel like fighting me, or just having fun on the STU shooting in general, by all means, please do ping me. I absolutely love a good fight.
So this one is the actual ray cannon ones, with the ray cannons in front. Not just throwing beams. But if you like come from, like look at it from the outside, you don't actually see the difference. So just so you know, in this version, as you see, the wings are closed off because the wings are full of generators. It has 100 kilo EPS per second, like energy per second.
Not surprised.
So you can fire those ray cannons constantly.
On my plot, I have a 30 fully automatic railgun monster.
I know. I showed up on the PTU once with this, and I thought I was like the biggest railfighter around, and you just float out with your ship.
Oh, the timing was really bad then.
Yeah.
That means I was also probably fighting Doggo with his 18 railgun double-turreted monster.
Yeah. So this railship also has 3 different fire modes. I just charged up the generator, so it should be fine, I guess. It has a kind of minigun style. 1 second. Still charging. Yeah, should be good now. So this is for pilots who can't actually hit stuff.
I have had so many debates in my corporation about the different fire modes of railguns.
Yeah,
way too much.
Yep. Then we also have this burst mode.
I call it volley fire versus rolling fire.
Yeah, and we also have a third mode, which is single. And this one is special because this one doesn't use YOLO. It uses memory relay, so you don't have the input delay, which you may have with YOLOs.
Yeah, and that would be the salvo.
Yeah. Also, as you may have noticed, as soon as I fire, the cockpit locks. So we have an anti-boarding mechanism, which we learned from the big fight we had, because we got one of our ships boarded. As soon as I would die, this ship would completely lock itself, and through Legion would emit a death signal, so other defenders can pick it up later if you want to recover it.
Nice.
And that would basically complete the tour.
Thank you very much for showing off all of your ships, much appreciated.
No worries, thank you for visiting.
Just going to see if there is anyone else that wants to be visited. In 2 days, I'm still going to be streaming for at least 2 more hours. I think I would need 2 more entire days to visit everyone.
Yes, Arkhonus said this is one of the biggest one, he believes.
This is not one of the biggest, this is the biggest.
Is it actually confirmed? Like, did somebody go around and count the ships? Or...
I'm running like a headless chicken, desperately trying to interview everyone, and can I show you there's a whole lot more plots that have been taken.
Yeah, fair.
You tell me. Is Ace and Germs? Okay, I'll go and see who is connected. Once again, thank you very much for the visit of the plot. If ever you want to fight on the STU, I'm all for it.
Yeah, I'll contact you, I guess.
Thank you. I think I can visit. There is Geth. Orion. Okay, let me just AFK 60 seconds, be right back. Oops. And back. Deafen myself. Perfect. There is Naya, but I don't think he's displaying any of our ships. Let me just... there is my ship. Check my Discord to see if anyone has requested to be interviewed.
By the way, I think you still have your banner on stream with the back in 60 seconds.
I am indeed, thank you. No one on the Discord to... no one on the Discord to be interviewed. See if on the other Discords I am part of, someone is connected. Okay, I can maybe have Rukia. Oh, Commando Doggo. I'll just head towards his plot if... Okay, I'll head to his plot. Which should be... Yep, there you go. I recognize one of his ships. Oh, Kenobi is here. Okay. Kenobi's plot is always candy to the eyes to visit. I've never ever been disappointed to see just what he's been up to. Doggo has got 2 of his ships out. I'm just going to also check if there's other possible people to interview. So there is Bamboo. Is he an exhibitor? KSI stuff is really cool. So there's a Kenobi that I can maybe interview. Rukia I know is connected, so that's going to be Cafe Incorporated. So I'm just going to put like circles around people that I know that I'm maybe going to... Okay, I'll go and see... Oh. How's the others? Whisper... Kenobi. Can I interview you? Need someone more. So I'm not sure. Continue this area projects to started somewhere else. Not Starbase related. Yeah, no worries. I completely understand the single focus stuff. Do you have ships that are being on display? Five. What plot do you have?
Hello, hello.
Oh, hello, Doggo.
Hello.
How you doing?
Good, good. I can interview you in 10 minutes if you want more time to visit. So if you want to get more ships out. Or I can interview you... oh, now.
You know what, I'm just at the hangar and my lot is right next to the hangar, so it should take me like less than 5 minutes to get 2 ships out.
Okay. Otherwise I can visit Skipai that has 5 ships to display.
Okay.
Okay, I'll do Skip and I'll be right back, because he's actually not far from you at all.
Okay.
So he has got Starbase Arena. I've got a cat that wants to use my keyboard as a pillow. And there is a Skipai.
Hello.
Hello, hello. Oh, thank you for showcasing your ships.
Yeah. I'll start with the Protoporos for my redesign of it.
So that would be one of the... I mean, it's old now, but it's been added by the devs quite some time ago to explain the heat mechanics, if I recall.
That is correct. So I gave it a new paint job.
Yep.
And then in the middle here is the generator for the tripods. Well, it's also connected to the other 2 generators, but this is like a centralized one. And it's got 3 layers of corrodium armor right now. And then going in the back, this is the back citadel. It has the flight computer stuff, the respawn terminal, and a backup pilot chair.
But you're flying completely blind if you have to use that one.
Yes, it's for like warping out if you lose your 3 front pilot seats. And then this is the generator for the main turret. It can be armored, but I left it unarmored just for demonstration purposes at this time.
Okay.
Then on top, so I had to remove half of these wing things to make it flat for the turret. And here, and I completely redid the inside of these.
Does this whole contraption turn, or is it...
Yes, I will demonstrate that in 2 seconds. Okay, I got the... Right by me, I got the generators in here. With a little flap. And then I design my ships so that if things do blow up, that the ship can still fly. This is designed to work through the mouse aim, so I can aim at the turrets independently of the main turret. But if I go to the left with my mouse, then the whole thing will turn, except then I turn the code off. 1 sec. So anyway, so we go all the way left, and the whole entire turret turns.
Oh. Can they turn faster, or is it you just making them turn really slowly for demonstration?
It's really heavy, so this is as fast as it can turn. It does eventually, the longer it's turning, the faster it does turn because of momentum. But yeah, it's just really heavy.
Well, actually, we've got someone here in the chat with us that does have an elegant solution to that. You do know you can stack
I can
your...
help with that.
Exactly, you know you can stack your turntables.
But I don't wanna. Because these are not designed to fight other air quotes meta ships, other people designing to be good. These are kind of designed to be bad, because it's meant to fight other ships that are designed to be bad. So if everything's bad, then everything's balanced.
So for translation, shit and giggles.
Yes. These are designed specifically for Starbase Arena, which I am, like a group I'm trying to make, but I don't know if I will anymore, where it's just for fun combat. Focusing on the role play rather than actual competitiveness.
So would other players use your ships for the Starbase Arena, or do they just need to come with wacky contraptions?
So they need to fly approved ships that, so if someone wants to bring their own ship, then they can like submit it, and then everyone can have access to it.
Okay, BP becomes public.
Yes.
Nice. I really like the idea of your turret.
Thank you.
It may have some application in some more meta ships. That is definitely something I'd consider borrowing.
Yeah, I can give you the blueprint later if you want. And this... What?
No, I'm gone.
This would be classified as a frigate under my classifications in the group.
Very vibrant colors.
Yeah, that's the standard red team color layout. I think I'm gonna go with. And then the next ship is the big one over here. So this is inspired by the Super Destroyer from Helldivers 2. And is a destroyer class, as I classify it.
I saw that ship earlier and I thought it was upside down.
And then I have tripod elevators, so that you can place the tripod when it's out, and also if you're not using it, you can still have not have a hole in your armor. Then you can place it in the middle position, and then you have your tripod that you can fire, and then below you are buttons you can change your orientation. You can press while you're even inside of the tripod. You can also go down, so you're like under the armor so that you can't be shot.
Nice.
It's also hardwired, so you can only turn it when it's in the middle position.
Interesting. So the tripod actually allows your endo to go through the wall.
Yes.
That's going to be used for some very interesting purposes.
So here's the interior. It's mostly just open space. And then, like, everything is placed so that nothing else gets destroyed by any explosion. Because it's designed to be very survivable. Like, I got shot by, you know, like, one of your ships with, like, 20 lasers. The front end was completely gone. I crashed into a surface, and I was able to recover the ship under its own power.
Nice. I seem to have a reputation of getting the big guns out and shooting defensive people.
And then it also has another citadel with a reconstruction machine and a backup pilot chair.
Second, my cat, oops, pressed stuff on my keyboard and it's Wuchi. There you go. Just a second, it's your turn. There you go. Thank you.
And then this pilot chair is how I recover the ship when everything else blows up.
Important.
And then the main pilot chair. So a fun gimmick about this ship is that the guns are on their own power network from the rest of the ship. So that firing the guns does not drain the power from the ship itself and also from the tripod gunners.
Also means it can explode independently and not affect the rest of your ship.
Correct. And then these batteries are kind of funny in the sides. There's a gap between them and the beam, and then they're also spaced and placed perfectly so that nothing explodes.
Which means that when your ship gets shot, there's plenty of small explosions, but nothing significant.
Correct.
Nice.
And that is my design philosophy for all my combat ships, and so far it's proven to be quite good. And then I have over here two small light fighters. This one is the based on the TIE bomber from Star Wars with 18 missiles and 2 torpedoes. Oh, and another thing I do on all of my ships is that the maneuver thrusters are on the outside of the plate, so I bolt through both the thruster, the hardpoint, and the plate into the beam. So that way you don't have holes in the armor.
Oh, I do that as well. That's pretty handy.
Good approach.
And the cockpit has... Oh, and yeah, the my Empire decals. And then I have a like a heavy fighter version.
You go for tritium?
Just in the front, or else I go with like either Gesium or Cutonium, I forget.
Erodium.
Cutonium, yeah. Then I have it's got 4 autocannons, 4 thrusters, a lot of heat sinks because it's both aesthetic and functional.
Nice. I remember your tree when you sent the picture on my Discord. It made quite a sensation.
Yes. I saved the best for last. So it is primarily a functional art project. It is based on the it's called the Yggdrasil sapling. It's based on the Yggdrasil tree from Norse mythology, specifically inspired by God of War, their depiction of it. So each of these, hold up, yeah, the middle, I like how it disintegrates. But then on top, you want to do the bottom or top first?
As you wish.
So the top, each cargo crate is a different random color to represent a different world, because the Yggdrasil tree is a world tree. All the different realms are connected to the Yggdrasil tree. So each cargo crate represents a different realm, so they're all different colors. Some of them have lamps on them to represent like stars. And it's just a jumbled mess of stuff. And then if you go into the central trunk, you can see the generators.
Curious to know the durability on that.
I can check. So it's got 2 fuel chambers per 3 generators, so that you can switch from one chamber to the other without turning anything off or losing power ever.
1.391 for durability.
Yeah.
There was a lot of thought and effort that went into this tree.
Crazy amount of beam work.
What's crazy about the beams is they actually weld to each other without needing weld blocks.
That's quite something.
That's not easy.
Now, I do have a larger version I started where this one's based on 12? No. I think it's like 12. The 30-degree angle, but I have another one that's based on a 15-degree angle. That one does require weld blocks in order to work. And then on the bottom is the mining head. You can go down below, I'll do the controls.
Oh, this ship actually does something?
Yes.
It's a mining ship.
Yeah.
A surface mining ship.
Yeah, so it's got only 60 cargo crates. It's designed to be inside of a station safe zone, and then you just mine, do some hand mining, and then put it into your inventory, mine some more. It digs out a big crater. And I have done extensive mining with this for, well, 2 days worth, so about like 12 hours total, and yeah, it works pretty well.
GG.
Definitely the most interesting surface mine I've seen.
That was my goal.
You succeeded.
It took me about like 6 different tries to figure out how to make the central spiral to actually work. I don't remember how to reset it though. I think I just...
Well, thanks a lot for showcasing it.
Thank you for coming.
That was a very fun project to look at.
Yeah, all of my blueprints are for free. The combat ships are on my own personal Discord, and this one is on Icarus Project.
Can I have some links for your Discord that I may put it on the
Yeah.
that I put it on both Twitch and YouTube.
And, I do actually have a QR code for my server on the bottom of the Super Destroyer to find you the link. It's all single plates. I do want to make it fewer plates. It's all because right now it's all 24 by 24, but I want to make it fewer parts. I just haven't done it yet.
Why did my cat decided that it wanted to wait for today to be the most cuddly person ever? Thank you, Starbase Arena. Oh, much appreciated. Thank you for showcasing everything. Doggo, I'll be moving to your plot right now.
Yep. You've seen most stuff like 3 times already. Do you want to just see the new ship, or do you want to go through all the old stuff again?
We can go through the old stuff quickly and then visit the new stuff a bit more extensively.
Yep. I'll try to go through it quickly without rambling.
Easier said than done.
Yep.
There's Kenobi's plotter, and there is yours. Just a heads up for Kenobi. I'm waiting for you on your plot. Just give me 60 seconds. Be right back.
Yep.
Oops. And voila. Up, here we go. I saw that.
Yep.
Perfect.
Okay, shall we start with this red one?
Yes. Which, if I recall, was... Oh wait, which one of the 2 red ones? Oh, are we shadow realmed?
Can you not see me? I can see you.
I may be shadow realmed.
I should be right in front of you.
Oh, no, I'm not shadow realmed. I can see you in the station zone.
It might just be struggling because I also got a giant mech in here and some big ships.
Oh, weird. This is the... Okay, it must be a different issue than the Shadow Realm.
I can see you. You're right in front of me.
Because I can see you in the list of people there. Okay, this is a first.
Yeah, this is weird. Because I can see your endo.
But I cannot see yours unless I'm going blind, which wouldn't surprise me.
You're not punching.
No, I'm not hearing anything.
Yeah, this is a weird one.
This partook in a tournament or just like a general brawl on the live?
So this was first used in a cargo drop event. Pretty much the first or the second cargo drop. This was really old. I got a couple of stickers. I got one from NTPS and another from Adrian on the front there. And yeah, this is pretty much one of the first times where I used mouse aim turrets. So they were really big, really clunky, and they used the old big robot arms. It's just Terodium, quite simple armor, just lots of layers on all sides.
I still remember the YouTube video of you using it. It was quite impressive to look at.
Thanks. I mean, back then it was really new, but compared to newer stuff, it's really obsolete now. Yeah, if you see the back of the turrets, you can kind of look through the damage holes and see the mechanical parts inside.
Yep.
And it's pretty much just a museum piece now.
Museum pieces are very nice to have. This one took a beating. That little one of yours here is so nasty.
Yeah, this is actually my best small fighter at the moment. It's also my latest. It's originally 1.5 kilotons, but I've made some upgraded ones now that are like 1.7. And it's just 12 lasers. And it has a setting on the turret to make it very steady and slow the aim, so it can be very accurate. Yeah, and it's just a lot of improvements from the previous small tanks.
I did the mistake once of fighting you with a ship that counted on its small size to be difficult to aim at. Your ship proved to be its absolute worst possible opponent.
Yeah, it's a bit of a rock, paper, scissors. Like, there's some opponents I do really well against, and there's others where I just do terrible against. It really depends what type of ship you're going up against.
Well, gosh, I got slaughtered with my little spear.
Yeah, I remember that one. It was super flat.
Yep. It's currently on display. That giant mech of yours is also really fun to look at.
Oh, is it loaded for you?
Yep, it loaded.
Okay. Yeah, this is weird that you can't see me. Yeah.
I can see your ships at least.
I should be able to operate this, and you should be able to see it move.
Oh, good gosh.
So yeah, I made this like quite a long time ago now, before the second EOS Con, I think. And it's basically, it was just I didn't put any effort into the aesthetics of it, but I was really inspired by NTPS and his Gundam, and I just thought, there's no way I'm going to compete with him on aesthetics, but what if I just make something giant? So yeah, that was kind of just a fun ship.
It's folded in the creepiest way in the ship design. Oh gee.
Oh shit, I think it hit the wall. Oh no, I'm stuck inside of it.
It's kind of folded itself back in place.
I'm stuck inside the arm. Alright, give me a minute. Yeah, I just got out.
If this thing kicks you, you go flying.
Well, interestingly enough, if you move too fast, it will just clip right through you, so you actually have to slow it down a bit for it to really hit you.
It's giving me a rocket kick. Oh, that was hilarious.
Can't see what's happening.
The arm started to detach and I was out of range, but it then put me in range and whacked me into Kenobi's plot.
That's true. Yeah, there's not really enough space for this right now. Maybe I'll just make it stand still.
No kidding, this is the only ship that makes me really uncomfortable by its presence because of how fast it moves. It is capable of just whacking you with the back of its hand or its foot and just sending you flying, as demonstrated.
I have accidentally flicked a couple of endos into space.
I'm so not surprised. Do tell me you've got an option to do middle fingers.
Oh yes, of course.
That, in my book, is the only way you can grief people that are in a safe zone. Like, legit cause emotional damage. Ship is not loading for me right now, after it sent me flying. Seems like I've loaded your other ships, but not this one. On,
I would like to make a new mech someday, but it's just a ton of work.
Oh yeah, no kidding. You've got so many things to do and manage to at least make it functional.
Like, this is so old, the YOLO's really bad, the joints are not the best. And I think I could make something 50% bigger if I use decorative plates instead of solid plates. So there's so much improvements that could be made. Yeah, it's still fun.
This is so much fun to look at.
Everybody's easily pleased by the middle finger.
Oh, damn right. All of us are just, adults are kind of old children. We grow older, but we don't really mature. Our toys just grow bigger. It just moves so fast.
So the reason why it seems like it's moving so fast is because the bigger the part is, the more faster it appears to be moving.
I mean, I get whacked by that, I'm sent flying.
I can do a very bad punch and kick combo.
Well, it was good enough that I flew.
Yeah, that's pretty much it. I have attempted to grab things with his arms, but it usually just clips right through them.
The game doesn't even understand what it's dealing with.
Well, there is some freestyle controls as well, so I can just wave the arms in any direction. But it's very old. The controls are very hard to use. I really need to make a better one.
I mean, still, for a design that is old, the thing is damn good.
Thanks. I put no effort into that middle ring bit. I should have tried to make it look like an actual Jaeger.
You could put a torpedo tube squat in the middle. But it would only work outside of the safe zone. Well, thanks a lot for the showcase. And then we have this ship.
Yep, so that's another old one. It's the first, not the first, but I think it was the first time I actually took autonomous turrets out into PvP. It was a long time ago. So it has two big autonomous turrets on the back. They're super laggy when they're turned on. I think it's a total of maybe 600 rangefinders between the two.
Has it ever saw practical use?
Oh yeah, I've used it a couple of times, and it can actually catch fast fighters if you're flying perpendicular to them, or if you're flying away from them, it can catch anything. But if you're dogfighting, then they're not going to catch a fast fighter. But the main problem is that they're just so outdated. The rangefinders don't have any armor. The armor in general is just very weak, so I wouldn't use this against a modern PvP ship by any means.
Yeah, for that you started designing stuff such as this brown cruiser of yours.
Yeah, big leap in time. So the cruiser is the only new one I've got here since the last time. I tried a stacked thruster setup on the back to try and squeeze a bit more speed out of the heavy ships. And it's got surround sacrificial armor, which is pretty good against rail cannons.
It deals really well. I fought against you a few times, and it doesn't let itself get destroyed easily at all.
Oh yeah, it's like a brawler, so it's just good at just having staying power and just not getting destroyed. But it is extremely heavy though, for what it has.
Yeah, but it's still very much able to defend itself and survive, which are really important if you want to, be able to fight back.
Yeah, the experiment with this one was I wanted to try and see if having 3 small turrets would be better than having 1 or 2 huge turrets, because when you have 1 turret or 2 turrets even, they have a tendency to bug out, and when it's disabled, that means all your weapons are gone. But I thought if I have 3 small turrets, then I have much more options if one of the turrets starts acting funny in the middle of a fight.
And how did it translate in practical experience?
I think it's a bit more stable. Like, the turrets don't bug out as much, but because it consists of 3 turrets, it's not very voxel efficient, so it's much heavier than it needs to be. I also added a eject button for the top 2 turrets, so you can't really see it from here, but underneath the top 2 turrets there's a 5 rocket tube that can be exploded with a button from the cockpit. So if one turret really bugs out and goes full clang on me, I can just eject that turret with a button.
Good. It's a good idea to have contingency plans.
Yeah. It's the lead turret is the important one. If that goes, I'm kind of screwed, I suppose. Depends if it bugs out.
I also saw you survive a few kamikaze hits with this thing.
Yeah, it depends where I get hit. If I get hit by a torpedo in the back, I'll survive because the thrusters stick out a lot. If I get hit by a torpedo right square in the side or the bottom, then I'm gonna get killed instantly because it's a very compact ship with generators right behind that wall. Yeah, torpedoes are big threats. That's definitely a lot more prevalent, especially after good practice start using these kamikaze ships. But I think on the STU, even just normal torpedo shooters are going to be a bigger threat as well, because now they register their hits with the LOD settings improved. So I think I'm going to have spaced armor for any future design if I want to have any hope of stopping those.
My current project is a 30 railgun that doesn't use big generators or plasma thrusters, and yet sufficiently few generators not to be a lag machine. And I'm going to have to do very spaced armor because the thing is going to be target practice for kamikaze and torpedoes.
True, yeah. Like, I'm trying to... right now I'm kind of thinking if I want to make the spaced armor like really thin decorative, but I don't even know if that can stop a torpedo, or if it's just going to go straight through it. Or do I need to make the spaced...
Experiment. Yeah. Literally the best the best answer I can give you is that there's very consistently been some unpredictable stuff going on with Starbase, be it on turrets, torpedoes, missiles, generators, thrusters. So the best idea is to just go out on the field, do a test bench, and give it a few shots.
True, but it would require quite a bit of redesign work if I have to turn it from decorative into solid plates.
That's why you test it?
Yeah, I don't test enough.
You do quite a lot of field testing.
Yeah. Well, I usually test a lot once the ship is finished, and then I have to go backwards and remake the whole thing.
Yeah, I do as many iterative tests as I can precisely to avoid it. But sometimes you need to do a lot of work before being able to test. That's why I did my calculator. It's to increase the chances of having a working design right out of the box. Speaking of which, I'm soon going to be, at some point, hopefully soon, I'm going to be adding angles for the thrusters on top of the efficiency and a much better heat calculations.
On your website?
Yeah, Starbase tools.
Ah, yeah, I'm still using the calculator. It's a really good tool.
I did it because I was fed up of using the Excel stuff and a whole lot of guesstimating.
One more feature I didn't mention is that the cruiser also has a system so that it can guide its own torpedoes and drones. So it's got several rangefinders on the front turret and a laser designator hidden behind micro gaps. And what that does is it tells the designator to shorten the beam to whatever the rangefinder spots when I'm aiming at a target, so I can get some automatic convergence if I'm using drones or torpedoes, and I just aim them with a mouse aim. But I've never really put that to the test. I've tried a couple of times with drones, but my drone is still very experimental and not finished yet.
You have a knack for trying to use stuff that Starbase doesn't want you to do at all. Big turrets, drones, automated stuff.
It's purely for fun, but I also like the idea of just having like a massive sci-fi ship with all these versatilities and turrets and things.
I completely get you on that one.
That's like a dream come true if you can achieve that.
I'm very much looking forward to Starbase adding tools to allow us to experiment a little bit with turrets. I think there's a whole lot of gameplay to have fun with, but it's going to be very dependent on what the devs can do and cannot do.
Yeah. Well, my biggest fear is that they're going to replace all the current moving parts with some really simple modular stuff with no physics, but I don't think it's going to go that far.
No, but what I'm helping is that you're going to be able, like the AI turrets, what I'd absolutely love is that we'd be able to read the input of the AI turrets. And even if they didn't, I can assure you players would find a way anyway, like placing a gimbal on the turret and a gimbal on the ship, and then calculating the difference between both of them is very much within the range of what players are capable of doing. Which is why Starbase devs have to be so damn cautious before giving us anything.
Yep, true.
Like, we don't have scanners that work like space engineers do, because they didn't want us to fully automate mining ships. Comes the moon surface, everything got automated.
It's a bit like there was this guy on Discord who found a way to kind of target whatever your tripod is targeting, even though you're not supposed to interact with the tripod in any way.
Gosh, that would be really dangerous. Because if you feed that input to a turret, you can do a whole lot of things. Which leads me to my point is that you would technically be able, one way or another, to read the input of the turrets and feed it onto something different. Which in turn allows you to have very different aiming systems.
Yeah. Yeah, that could be very fun, but I don't think it's going to be OP if you've got like the YOLO delay, but...
Players will find a way. I'm so not concerned about that. It's going to be levers, it's going to be YOLO, it's going to be a whole wacky combination, and Frozenbyte is probably going to frown quite a bit.
Yeah, it's going to get messy.
Oh, for sure.
So yeah, that's pretty much Cruiser.
To find all of your stuff, though, because you have 3 blueprints and whatnot, how do they get it? Do they just hop onto your YouTube channel, or what do they do?
So basically just hop onto my YouTube channel, Commando Doggo YouTube, just type that in. And if you look through my videos, you'll see by the thumbnails and the titles of the videos, I'll have 3 blueprints. Like I think the latest free blueprint I gave away was called Free Medium Fighter. It's big title, you can't miss it. That's pretty much it. And once you're on the video, the blueprint file is in the description of the video. Download link. So yeah, I mean that's kind of it. There's a couple of more small tanks that you've seen already. There's the rail cannon tank, the auto cannon tank, and that's about it.
Perfect.
Cool. Thanks for stopping by.
Thanks a lot for the presentation. I'm a bit late, so I'll see if Kenobi is still there.
Yep. See you.
Bye bye. Yes. Hello on the stream, Kenobi. Sorry for being late. I think I did a very poor time estimation.
Hello there.
Hello, Kenobi. Yeah, once again, sorry for the delay. Oh, wait a second. Naira, I already visited ArcSpark yesterday. The video is already uploaded to YouTube, and you get I think it is over 3 hours worth. 2 hours, 2 or 3 hours worth of ArcSpark. So if I go on my Discord, stream rediffusions, there you go. So I'm just going to pop the video here, and that is the EOS Con opening ceremony, and you get a huge amount of ArcSpark. So, oh yeah, a solid 2.5 hours worth of ArcSpark. Back at you, Kenobi. Thank you for your patience. Hello, hello.
Hello, hello.
I can hear you. Yes, I can hear you.
So you want to see our ships or only the new ships?
Pretty much the whole plot, I suppose. You can spend a little bit of time on the ones that you've already visited, and more times on the ones that are new. Oh, gee, this is new.
Okay. This is my new testing. I can show you. I create a system we can lock the ship, so protect someone stolen. So this is a testing prototype. We have implementation and the ship behind you. This is asteroid miner over there. So I create this little machine here, so you can set a password here. And if you read the memory card, you're gonna see it's cryptographic. You cannot see the real numbers. So if you introduce your ship, you can gonna set on the computer the password. So let me try introduce the code. I'm gonna pass. Oh god, what the password is set?
That's the demo effect.
No, not change the password. Let me check that. That's working properly well. Let me put something more easy. See. Very work. I create many passwords, security protocols, because someone can just rack and change the password here. But this is the first version, it's not the final. But it's good for showing how the system works. The main code is behind the keypad here, so you cannot remove and change the password so easily.
Have you placed a torpedo next to the generators to go off if the password is wrong?
Yeah.
I did a digicode, and what happened was that you'd have autocannons waiting for you on the other side of the door. If the passcode was wrong, the autocannons would go off.
Well, it's not so easy to revert what the system can do, because they affect the main computer of the ship. So it's not just destroy or disconnect it. That's here. You need to change a lot of things. So more complex. It's just this piece. I have 2 doors behind. Can show you another ships. And here I have my major representation. I cannot run my project station here, but I can run the small module and the QR code of my video I have posted and create a small version of my station. It's a lot of work and time, but I have very proud about that. I'm not finished yet, but after I finish everything, I'm gonna create a new video to show everything.
Do you have a link for the QR code directly for those that are on the that are looking at through their computers?
Link for the video?
For your QR code. If they want to buy a ship, get a blueprint.
For my Discord QR code, you say?
It can be for your Discord. Where do the viewers on Twitch and on YouTube, where do they go if they want to visit your, to buy or get a blueprint?
Well, we have the link on the star here, and I can provide for you if you want.
Yes, please.
Let me take here first. Here.
Much appreciated. I'm just going to copy and paste it onto Twitch. Duke. And I'm writing down all of the Discord links, and I'll then be adding them to the description of the YouTube video of the recording of the stream.
Okay. Let me see. I'll show you something new here.
Just before we go, what inspired you to do so much Japanese artwork? Because it's good. It really is good looking.
It's a personal choice because I like the Asian architecture and Japanese and Chinese. Actually, this entry here is Chinese, and the back, the middle, is the Japanese architecture. Some difference, but actually, I mix.
So Asian rather than Japanese, and really for preference.
Yes, my preference.
Because all of this, well, first of all, it's faultless. Just the vibe, everything, it's just very clean. And there's even artworks in the... Oh, good gosh, you even did all in the... Oh! The amount of work that must have went into that. Yo! That is absolutely amazing.
That's the idea. I have a time, just try, and I got. It's very difficult to build that. God. The place I stay, I put some artifacts here. I keep it around, and we can close the door.
This is... Oh, wow. This is my very, very first time seeing an Endo made out of the armor pieces.
Yes, I never found
It is.
anything like that.
It is so cool. That is really a good idea.
Actually, I tried to create a statue, but I don't have software to do that. So I create.
So just for my viewers, this is not a mini Endo. These are the armor pieces. It's these. Not me happy, but like you can take your head off and have it in the universe, and that is what he. This is what he did. Those are all. That's the one I never saw. Hey, look! I killed someone. Do you want his head? But it is really cool.
Let's continue. Okay, the next side, I have my new cockpit. You're gonna see on the new ship. I'm gonna show you. I just put here to show the piece. I'm gonna post it on my Discord in the features, the cockpit module. And I have created this screen. Worked very well, that I must say. Never book yet. Here we have my idea I have on travel to the planet. So I jump inside and you can check the time with FK inside.
Oh, an AFK protection.
Yes. And show the time how we're FK.
Huh.
I tried to put inside the ship, but too big and we have limits. It's not a good idea yet. I'm gonna try to get out a new ship. Can use that. The decorator module I have not available yet. The ladder you're gonna see in another ship.
It needs a lock from the inside, says Skipper.
We can start seeing the ships right now if you want. This first ship here is a multi-purpose, but the idea is both piece of things over the deck. Actually, the first idea is put the crate to transportation ores and things we found on the surface. I used to put some furnace and make alloys. It's very simple. Have the main idea of the ship is the engines can do up, down, and can rotate. It's a good idea. Very small, the cockpit, not very complex. I built for surface operations. All of my base have on ships like that. It's very good. And I have a successful to create the initial dumpers for this ship and for others. The ships have the same technology. If you come here to see how this works, I can show you. Car grouping has turned on, and if you look for my top right, you're gonna see the lever moving. Seems the ship's stopping the movement. See? And she stops.
So cargo lock frame lateral speed measurements?
Yes, that's right. I use your public work and implementation in my new ships. But I create a new version because I need to create a new code, everything. The 0. This ship is my first town ship.
Just to explain to my viewers, it has an inertia dampener. So it's a cargo lock frame that allows you to measure lateral speed on your ship when it's moving, and then counteract it. So when he was controlling his ship, the ship was going, no, I'm not moving up, down, or sideways.
Sorry?
Oh, good. I was explaining to one of my viewers.
No problem. The ship has the same technology and have 3 lager generations to tow everything you want. Because I'm not found any ship I cannot tow.
Just waiting for it to load.
Okay.
Oh, it's being very shy. What if I move on the other side? Oh. Ah, there you go.
There you go. Load. Here's the cockpit for town. So you have the same screen on the top. And have all information you need to know.
I completely agree, Nail. I completely agree.
Very useful. And very safe. I not broke that yet. And you have the main cockpit to pilot the ship. Travel. I use the same cockpit of the Mando ship. Gonna see you later. And we have here my new computer design. The YOLO. I have 2 bays for YOLO and 1 bay for memory cards. And space to edit.
Very cool.
The next ship is the Mando. The ship was in the video I made on the station. This is the original ship. It's just for transportation some hours and me for some place. It's not very complex. But I personally like that. It's not load yet.
Ooh, fancy.
Load. Got it. We have this fabulous ramp here.
I tried to do ramps on my deal with it. I did a 2-meter one and I was like, yep, that fulfills the checklist.
Have 2 sides and the main bridge in the front. The main bridge is the same of the last ship. I will produce a new version of the ship because it's too old.
So yeah, all doors can open and close.
Yes. You can lock that. The same cockpit. In this ship, the yellow bay is the side, and is the old version I have, my old computer version. Use the space, if you say. The poor version, but work very well.
And the second floor, we have the reconstruction machine and the reactor with the battery base. So more safely to someone use the reconstruction machine and not kill the first haste bar. The next ship is my heavy surface miner I use. The Luna 2 not have much space inside, it's just a cockpit and 2 emergency pods you can use and eject. I have updated the ship to my new computer, and we have the initial jumpers here too. And equipment with the reconstruction machine.
So you need to hop off and go in the on the top of your ship if you want to use the escape pods.
Yes. I believe I can show you eject. I need the beam. Let's see inside here. Let me open that. You see here, the laser gonna destroy the red beam and gonna detach the pods. The ship is gonna be over. If you notice, we now have connections with the main ship. The good ship, very expensive, but
is your plate?
I fix it later.
Can't even tell it's detached.
The next ship we have here is my main cargo ship. I believe someone using the buttons.
Your ship is doing sounds. Is that for the durability?
No, let me see. Yes, that's because you let me disable that.
Nice.
It's a good way to know if your ship is damaged. It's just the way the computer processes the information. Should load.
Did you ever have to use one of your escape pods?
Actually, I need the first time before I make that. So my situation create the idea. So after my instant, I not use yet, but the testing, of course, and someone activation this pod. If you see that, because I have inside the group of the Vega Industries, so the people are able to press all the buttons of the ship. It's someone activation the process. Not much space here. We have the reactor below and the bridge commander here and the yellow bay here. I have updated the ship blueprint. It's available on my Discord with others.
Is the pod enabled? Is that what I'm hearing?
Yes, because they have one battery to provide power to the laser, and the pods produce the electricity to recharge this battery and activate again. The eternal loop. The next ship, let me see. I can show you the old version of my minor asteroid. Oh, what ship is that? Ah, the Luna one. Of course. My first surface mining, I was testing. Should not load yet, let's wait.
15 lasers.
Yes, a small version. I testing my YOLO codes, techniques, so it's the first time. Small prototype. This is a small prototype for testing. I need to
We
update.
do not have the same definition of prototypes. My prototypes are not good looking.
Well, this ship served for a long time, and actually I upgraded to Luna 2, of course. But the project needed to produce some hours resources to pay for by yourself. And I testing a new technique like the black cockpit, testing the lag reactor, because it's the first time I lose the log generator. I'm trying to create a lot of space inside. And someone asked me what is that? It's the game. Because if you're on the surface mine, you have nothing to do. So we are playing games.
It's when you have friends.
Yes, the old times. And we have the main bridge here. Look like a plan.
Do you know what the... Well, I mean, I suppose you do because you did it, but what's the name of this game?
Let me take this name first. Not remember.
I'm cooking in my room. Let me just put the fan on.
I find here the name. The name is that. Have many names, I believe. Many ways to play.
9 Men's Morris. It possibly has got different rule sets depending on where it is.
Yeah. I play with AHA in the XCon 3, and he have your own version of rules. So we play my version and his version of rules.
5 to 60 minutes. These games can be quite long.
Yeah.
Nice.
It's a simple game. I play Shio. Let's continue. You have seen the bridge. And below you have the minor bridge. So we control the layer. The old version. The first time I used my rotation share of the top. And the place for the reconstruction machine. And below I tried to create a cockpit so to see in the back of the ship. So I tried testing the town ships. Not work very well of the time. But we cannot open this door from here because it's a emergency door. We go in the bridge. Let's see first the miner ship. Below that, my first asteroid miner. I have successfully create and work very well for a long time.
I'll show you my first asteroid miner. Yours is pleasant to look. Mine will make you want to put bleach on your eyes.
Actually, the project have a small version of this ship. It is not here, but in the future, we're gonna update the ship. We're gonna bring here. But my first successful prototype. And someone pressed something here. Let me see. Someone turned on the miner process here. Oh god. The inside is more beautiful, I believe. I have the main computer here, is the old version of Yellow Bay. I use an and here we have a cockpit for the main commanders. And someone messed up my screen. Oh god, good.
Are you alone in your corporation, or are there people, other people too?
I'm sorry?
Are you designing all of these alone, or does your corporation have different members helping you?
Alone. The ships, everything alone. All the help I have for painting my capital ship on my station. Because no one's able to do my job. That's impossible. Well, and the next ship, let's see my new asteroid miner, my most advanced ship for now. This project here. The Kaiten. Here I take idea from arcs to load the HUDs of the lasers from the outside this way. Someone not working very well here. It's gonna be happening here. We can change the rods from the laser. Have a dedicated power supply. Let's go inside. Here we'll have a reconstruction machine, the half of the generators. And here we have another generation. The ramp, the cargo bay, and here we have the... someone disabled that.
You've got a lot of someone playing with your ships at the moment. What's going on?
Huh? No.
Are there people that are allowed to touch buttons on your ships?
Yes, that's happened. But everything is working fine. I can control the ships because everybody don't know how to pilot that ship. That's impossible. They fly just pressing buttons. Well, here we have my new Yellow Bay. You see? Okay. This same design. And here we have the password system. I'll show you. So actually we can set the password here.
You'll probably want to change password after.
No problem, it's easy to change. Just remove the plate here and change the card. But in this version you need to introduce the last password to change for new, because now it's gonna be too easy. Someone just change the memory card and you introduce the new password. Button back ship again. So this application affects this computer here. So it's not easy to revert the security system. Just destroy or read the YOLO. It's a very complex system. But help in the future I'm gonna implement it on my surface miners so the people can mine. And if you stop to mine on the surface, the system gonna lock the ship and ask you the password. So you set the password and you can take off. Prevent someone stealing your ship.
For surface mining ships, that makes a lot of sense.
Yes.
Because they are by far the most likely to be wandering out of safe zones and be intercepted.
Yes, in the future it's going to be very hard to mine on the surface and the distance. There's a place to put tombs on the wall, but if I repair the ship, so get back to the inventory of the station. That's happened. And I create this space to program YOLO. I have this marble bay here. They connect to the ship, but you cannot send the commands from here because I use the relay. So you can just read the information from the ship to testing the code. It's good to do that. Actually, the ship is free for everyone on my Discord.
Well, dang.
Yeah. Well, what ship we need? I can show
yes,
you
my... 3 means 0 credits.
Well, I'm gonna produce new ships in the future, so this is gonna be something like that. Probably. The next generation. And we have my old cargo ship here. Let me load. I'm gonna update this project for the update in the future. I need to wait the update. Because if your ship's gonna jump, you will not need propulsion. Huh? So we're gonna adapt this ship to the new technology it's coming. So I need to wait. But I can show you the old version. Not load yet.
Almost done.
Come on, baby.
Voila.
I'm not use this ship anymore because I don't have many crates I want. But in the past, it worked very well. And create new model of cockpit here. So you can see the top. I love this design. Very simple. In the top we have my first transportation ship, which I have in the video. Let me show the side dock. Good to see. Here. I need to update the ship because it's too old. Just for transportation, and we have a high construction machine behind, so it can spawn, protect, and save. Development to make travels on the surface. It's my first project I made to fly on the surface of the moon. That's the ship I made. So in the original version, behind here was the car drive, so you can use the gate behind us. But they removed the nacelles, so I put the reconstruction machine up to space and change the configuration. And let me see, I believe we have CL ships here. Yes, we have CL ships. You want to ask something?
Oh, apparently you wrote a PDF manual for the ships?
I beg your pardon?
Did you write a PDF manual for the ships?
PDA?
PDF.
PDF. The manual of the ships?
You do, I mean, good job making a manual for the ships. That's where I draw the line. I did that once. It was way too much of a pain.
Oh yeah, I made everything. It's all missed. And I have for you now the last bonsai remain for today.
Oh, thank you. Thank you very much.
It's the last. Someone asked to me, but I'm sorry. I hope for the happy.
Much appreciated. Thanks a lot for the visit. I'm going to be putting it very happily on my race ship, which is starting to have more and more souvenirs attached. Thanks again, Kenobi, for the visit.
Thank you.
Ships were really a delight to visit.
Thank you to help me to show everything.
My racing ship got bumped by. No, that actually looks where I parked it.
You say you lost the last gift?
Which gift?
And the House of Cards.
No, I think I still have it. I'm not on this ship though, but I think I still have it.
Oh, okay.
That is not the right tool.
Can build from top. It's more easily. Just put on the surface.
Top, you say? Ah, indeed.
Yeah.
I need to.
Yeah.
How can I do that? It is not recognized. It's still recognized as being part of your.
I have an idea. Let me try here.
Why is my ship moving? Ship is very slowly moving. Nope, looks like you're going to have to be the one bolting it.
Okay, let me see.
I'm going to have to give you the rights to use the ship. Ship, operated ship. So. Nope, I need my own ships. Access. Are we? Yeah, we're already. So I'm just going to add you access
someone to parking here.
Oh, that's an Eco Big Grabber. And that would be one of my corporation members, demonstrating that he went to the same driving score as I did. So we have about a few seconds before my ship gets whacked.
I not see the. Oh god, I not see. That's invisible for me.
Okay, let me wiggle it around. Well, dang, EOS Con is doing its things. Do I have a weld tool? No, I do not. Oh, wait, can I use a weld tool too? Wow, weird stuff is going on. Okay, can I? No. No, okay, it's not letting me do it. Well, I don't know what to do. Did I just duplicate my durability tool? I think I just did. Oh no, wait, it was always there. Okay, I'll try my luck in our main menu. Apparently, Death's Son had similar problems.
I think gonna disappear.
Let's see if I did a mistake. Let's see the bonsai. What about the ship that's supposed to be under it? Hello? No. Whee.
I'm invisible. Oh god.
Apparently I exchanged my ship for the bonsai.
I see your ship, but I not see you, and not the bonsai.
Well, you've got my ship.
Oh god.
Gradient has got a good suggestion about how to bolt it to the ship, but for that I need a ship. Which I don't have at the moment. Okay. And looks like we got Shadow Round. Okay, my plot is over there, so what I'll do is... I'll leave you with my ship for now.
I move away, but it didn't help.
You'd have to relinquish the hosting of my ship, because since we are Shadow Round, I cannot see what you are hosting at all. Oh wow, okay, I'm really Shadow Round. Oh. Oh, there's my ship. Thank you. Okay, through the ship to the object this time. Oh, come on. Get in there, damn you, bolt door. I have never seen a bonsai decide that it did not want to be owned by someone. But I suppose this is the first time we do everything.
Yeah. Now I not see my ships. Okay.
But I can bolt the bonsai into itself, I suppose. No, not even. Oh gee, okay, can I at least bolt my own ship? That works. Okay, let me... Nah, come back here. Okay, you know what? This ship does have one thing that was absolutely not intended to be used that way. But hey, let me use it that way. No, wrong tool. Yeah, I just messed up. Oh gosh, whatever. I did something I shouldn't have.
Oh boat here.
That was not the intended outcome. Especially since I just remembered we did it. Oh fuck. I really... No. And it still works. Okay, you come here. The inertia dampener is not going to enjoy that. Let's go there.
Yellow. Oh god, it's not a good sign.
I forgot what yellow means.
It means it's not gonna hold. If you move the ship, you're gonna be moving.
Yeah, I lost the raster control. Okay, I'll put that back there and pretend like nothing never happened. Oh, there you go. Just here. Okay, I'll reverse. The ship is not going to enjoy the experience. Oh, I can hear it in the background going crash, crash, bang, bang.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
What if? What if? No, I gave it a good shake and now I can't hear it anymore. Oh gosh!
If you join the group inside the group of you we have here on the XCon.
Well, I need to find where the bonsai went first. Because it's not where I left it. Oh, it's gone.
It's gone. Probably around the ship. Somewhere. Oh god.
Let me read.
I have a good solution. You can back tomorrow, take a new, huh? What do you think, huh?
I think I'll
Maybe
take
not
you on.
looking.
I think I'll take you on that offer because I did not know it was possible to F up something that badly.
And you discovered the yellow cargo bay.
Well, thank you very much. I will take you on that offer and come back tomorrow.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, I did Commando Doggo. I did KSI. I'm just going to see if there isn't one last person that I can visit. And after that, I'm going to be proceeding with the upload. Are you still on my stream or not? I actually don't even know where enjoying is. Enjoying. Doggo was right before. Don't worry, the whole thing is going to get uploaded to YouTube in half an hour or so, and everything is going to be timestamped. Since this stream is very long, I do not know how much time YouTube is going to need to process everything though. You're welcome, Truxt. Let me see. We've got Haywire from Horizons. Not to be confused with New Horizon Republic. You've got to Duratech, and I've got no clue if I've ever going to see someone from Duratech, but I am a complete sucker for their ships. I think that's the correct expression. Complete fanboy. Nova, Imperium. Oh, did he? She wrote quite some time ago, but haven't seen any messages as of late. We've got one progress bar, but I don't see Silent Symphony, but I am in a... I am Shadow Realmed right now. Okay, what I think I'm going to do is I'm going to visit Duratech just because I want to be a complete fanboy. See what they have to show, and then I'll be concluding. Gee, so many big ships loading and unloading. That's coffee, so I want to go on the other side over here. Duratech will be just there. Okay, so what I'm possibly going to have to do is I've got a crap ton of stuff to visit, and there is no chance of me being able to visit everything. So I'll probably be doing a full stream on Monday night, but it's going to be quite a late stream, where I'll attempt to visit as many people as possible. And then it's just going to be really like a first come, first serve basis. I'm going to be trying to do my my best, and we'll see what I'm able to do. I haven't even presented my own plot, so I don't even know what I'm going to be doing that. The amount... Oh, gee. Oh, I haven't seen this one before. Oh. Oh. I have visited the hangars so many times when I first started playing Starbase. I would just continuously come back and check to see what they had to show, because their ships, the way I liked to describe their ships, it was as if some architects or designers just got lost into a game. And yeah, I recognize a few ships, but it looks like there's going to be quite a lot of candy for the eye. The ships are absolutely damn gorgeous. I've got no clue if any of this is even designed to be efficient in combat, or if it's just meant to be a taxi. So this is Duratech. So they've got their own hangars. I think, yeah, they've even got their own little writing style that is, it's their own character font that I've always seen them use. And they happen to have hangars in the Origin stations and at the gate. So they've been there since closed alpha, so way before I started playing. And they've always had this absolutely insane ability to make ships that are stunning to look at. So I'm not the only fan. They've been at EOS Con 1, 2. I don't know if they were at number 3. They were not at 4 and 5, and here they are again at number 6. Wait until you see, until I visit them. Like that's one, like I really enjoyed visiting Kenobi KC's ships, and these ones will be on the same kind of ships with like a very strong artistic value, very different approach, whereas Kenobi likes its very pure, streamlined Asian vibe ships. So these ones are going to have a very industrial vibe. Oh right, I'd forgotten this thing has its FK do not feed. Oh, right, they've got a Discord. Whoops. Ah, that is like such a letdown. I can't. Control C? Does that work? No, it doesn't. Do I still have the Discord? No, I'm no longer on the Discord. I must have left it a long time ago because I didn't see any activity there. I've got no clue how they even get in that thing in the first place. Hello, Rika. Yo. Oh, music is off. Oh no, just face silent. Good, I'm about to wrap it up and then I'll be resuming the stream tomorrow. Duratech has got a lot of stuff that I hadn't seen before. There's the small ships and there's a big, that's the refuel ship that actually has been in a few promotional pictures of Starbase. I don't think I ever saw this one before. Hello, Vega. No! Ah, come back. Oh, sure, yeah, whoops. This is most definitely a more recent ship. I don't ever remember seeing it, and this is a big turret. Interviews have been honestly really nice. I haven't interviewed you yet. If you've got an availability tomorrow during the stream, I'd be more than happy to be able to interview you too. Quite a few other players that I've yet to visit. I was able to do over 2 days, roughly half. Roughly. A little bit less, as a matter of fact. I've got so much more to visit. But I'll try and visit whoever I can, and if I can't, well, bummer. But this here is one unusual ship. Oh, it's a stealth ship. Why are there rangefinders on the side? Finder. 3 meters. So we get this big turret with rockets, 2 autocannons. Are we even supposed to use this ship? I've got no idea. There are so many rangefinders. Yeah, it feels like a tank. But I wonder if they designed it for an event of sorts. There you go. I do very well to check their Discord again. I have to find it first, though. This is just a gorgeous looking commander ship, I suppose. I'm currently lifelined to my own ship, so shouldn't have that to deal with. This is just one gorgeous ship. I'm realizing now... Oh no, it can reverse. So this is a design that I haven't seen. This ring is also a design that I haven't seen. That one just got knocked out of place. I just love the vibe of these ships. They sure do love their gestion. Hey, thank you for the follow. Much appreciated. These ships are new. I haven't seen them before, which means the Duratech has continued to play and be active without me realizing that they were. So I have to check them again for sure. That is such a neat little taxi or racing ship. Just like, wow. Neat. Oh, that is maybe, just maybe an AAS. Oh, just finder they call it. F-dist. F-dist. Nope. Not an asteroid avoidance system. Now, I have no idea of what this is intended to be, as I do not see what is inside the ship. So, cargo or refuel? But my guess is as good as yours. Could be a taxi too. It is good looking though. I don't even know what the door is supposed to be. I suppose. Okay, this cruiser, when it came out at the... was it the first or the second EOS Con? Oh, so fun to look at. Just a gorgeous looking cruiser. I think the plasma goes in really deep. No, not that much. It is such a nice looking design. Oh, it's got a waypoint system. Oh, those slide. Yo. This is such a nice ship to visit. I must say that cockpit just looks so sleek. Oh. I would love to see the interiors of this ship in a ship designer. It's just gorgeous. What is this thing? Try and get into it. Oh, the arrows point to entrance, exit. Okay. But I mean, I suppose I could just, yeah, okay. That thing has got a lot of generators and propellant in a way that would not bother the ship if you were to lose one. All of them have got their own generators, I suppose? Oh, YOLO, I mean? There's something I can't figure out with this ship at all. Is that it has a mining laser, no collector, no crates. Is it too simple? I don't know. I do not know what I'm looking at. So that's a refuel ship that I do recognize. This one though, no idea. And this one has got huge amounts of propellant inside. No, I agree. Like the one there is most definitely like some kind of a fancy suit or meeting room that's mobile. Like I can make sense of all of the other ships, but this one I do not understand what it's meant to be. There's a lot of work that went into it, and I just cannot figure out what the intent is. This one I do. This is for refuel. If it is the ship I'm thinking about. Oh yes. Oh, there's supposed to be a seat just here. I don't know. Maybe it's part of like a two-ship something? I don't know. And thus we are only seeing half of what is to be. This is possibly a hauler, but I'm as usual. Oh right, I remember something about K-Bot helping with this. That is cool. Duratech and K-Bot. Okay, I'm a bit confused. I'm unsure what the purpose is. Oh, it is a refuel. Well, I'm glad the pane broke for once, because otherwise I wouldn't have been able to tell what it is. There was one last ship that I saw hovering. Oh, there it is. Are these called Finder too, or? Huh? I guess. Nope, those are not, that is not in the void. Pity that the door is closed. Yep, both the doors are closed. Bummer. Generator rooms. I'm a bit confused as to what this is. I suppose crates, but my guess will be as good as yours. Okay, guys, I'm going to finish this stream now. Thanks a lot for watching it. I've got a lot of people that I've not yet visited because, well, there's still quite a lot to do. I genuinely do not know if I'm going to be able to visit everyone today or tomorrow or not. Probably not. There's a few people that I've got that I've never visited. There's few people that I already know. What I'll probably do is I'm going to try and stream a little bit on Monday too, but that is going to be a short stream. So it's really for those that can be visited just on that day specifically. In the meantime, if you want to be interviewed and you don't want to risk not being seen, what you can do is that on my Discord there is a link that you can I'm just going to, yeah, I'm good to go. In this channel specifically, you can ask for an interview. You can also send me a message on the private message on Discord. You can send me a message on Twitch. You can send me a message in game. No worries at all. But the idea is that I do not want to miss on interviewing someone. That is my ambition. It is to see and visit as many people as I can. So yeah, this concludes my stream, second day of EOS Con. I'll be uploading it on YouTube as of now, and with a bit of luck in 1 hour or so, it's going to be available tomorrow if I can't do it tonight. Thank you very much, and see you on next stream.